1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. I haven't seen it this one.
You've been so good to me. Give you everything. You've been so good to me. Your love inside of me. Oh, baby. You're my consolation.
want to get to anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. Been working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs and finally see what it means to be living.
Good morning and welcome to the 2015 Australian Digital Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to commence. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our fourth 2015 Australian Digital Summit. On behalf of Telstra, I'd like to welcome you to the event, which today we acknowledge where we are meeting on the traditional country of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. We respect their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship with the land. When it comes to reconciliation, Telstra's purpose is to create a brilliant connected future for everyone. Our vision for reconciliation is to see our purpose come to life for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Through connection, we can create the necessary social, economic and cultural change and achieve a brilliant connected future for Australia. Well, today in the room, we'll have over 1,000 delegates joining us for our fourth Digital Summit. And if 2014 was any guide, we'll have many thousands more joining us by a live stream at telstra.com/summit. And perhaps Sydney's traffic hassles this morning might make that very convenient on Telstra's 4G network. Our fourth summit is themed No Going Back Now, the intersection of people, business and digitisation. Today, and we'll announce and share with you the final figure later on, but general ticket sale proceeds are contributed to our foundation partner, the National Centre of Indigenous Excellence. Prior to today, we'd raised over $30,000 for the foundation, and today we're hoping to add much more to that. Thank you very much for your generosity and contribution. The event is also supported by some of our corporate partners, Davidson, Accenture, Outware, Salesforce, 2Datafish, and Deloitte Digital. Thank you for your contribution to make today's event possible. Without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage Andy Penn, Telstra CEO. Andy joined Telstra in January 2012, serving as Telstra's Chief Financial Officer and Group Executive of Telstra International. Andy became CEO in May 2015. Prior to joining Telstra, Andy was with AXA Asia Pacific for 20 years, where he held a number of senior positions. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Telstra CEO Andy Penn. Welcome, Andy. Thanks. Have a good job.
Thank you very much, Monty, for that kind introduction, and welcome everybody. Senator Mitch Fifield, Minister for Communications, Minister for the Arts, and also Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Government. Thank you for joining us this morning. And can I also pay my respects to the Gadigal people on whose land we are holding this event this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Telstra Digital Summit. Who could have predicted the digital world in which we live today? The speed of technology innovation has surpassed even the most forward-thinking minds of yesterday. Now, last week, if you were following it on Twitter, as I'm sure many of you were, last week was an important date, the 21st of October 2015, because it was the date on which Doc Brown and Marty McFly fictitiously went back to the future in the Doc's 1980s built DeLorean. Now, in their 2015, the world comprised of automatic service stations, transparent neckties, dehydrated pizzas, and of course those very, very cool hoverboards. Also, 50 years ago, following the 1964 World Fair, Isaac Asimov, the 20th century science fiction writer, reflected in a New York Times article on what the same fair would look like in 2014, 50 years later. Now, he predicted that work would have begun on cars capable of automatically driving people around. To quote, "Much effort will be put into designing vehicles with robot brains, explaining that they could be set for a particular destination and then left to proceed there without further interference. So I'm not sure how many of you were also following Twitter last week, because there was another important event, and it marked a 57-hour journey of a Tesla Model S from LA to New York. And the significance of that journey was not so much that it was in Tesla's very cool electric car, but that it was actually on autopilot for the whole trip. Asimonov's predictions were therefore uncannily accurate. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Back to the Future, where the predictions were more about superficial things, flying cars and hoverboards that we haven't solved for yet. Although, if you follow Elon Musk's work, he's working on an innovation at the moment called Hyperloop, which may get us there quite soon. But in fact, both Asimov and Back to the Future missed two very significant developments: the smartphone and the internet. And of course, both of those have changed our worlds beyond comprehension. Because the internet is the backbone of the digital world in which we live today. And that is why the theme of our summit, which Monty just announced this year, is digital. There is no going back. Because there is no going back to the future. People say digitisation means that the world is changing, but I think this misses the point. It has already changed, and changed forever, and it will keep changing. In fact, the change that we have seen to date is nothing compared to what we are going to see in the months and years ahead, because the rate and pace of technology innovation is accelerating today faster than at any time in the past. And at Telstra, we take this very seriously. We understand the need to embrace technology and innovation and make it work for us and our customers. And that is why our vision is to make Telstra a world-class technology company that empowers people to connect. A world-class technology company with world-class customer service, world-class technology, and world-class telecommunication networks. This is what we're focused on delivering at Telstra, and these are the topics that I'm going to address this morning. So I wanted to start by reflecting that in a period of incredible transformational change and technological change and disruption, one thing remains more important than it has ever done in the past, and that is customer service. At Telstra, we have spent the last 5 years on a transformational program designed to put the customer at the heart of everything that we do. And while we have made some progress on that journey, I know that we still have much more to do. We don't deliver everything that we should, and we still do not make it as easy as we should do and need to for our customers to be successful. Because technology plays a crucial role in transformation. And like many large companies, technology is both part of the problem and the solution. The legacy systems of the past can be clunky and slow, whilst at the same time, technology innovation can transform customer experiences, and it is therefore crucial that we embrace it. Because today, like many of you, we are not being compared by our customers to our traditional competitors. We are being compared to new competitors, new companies that have been born only digital, new companies that are challenging the old benchmarks, the old accepted norms of what constituted satisfactory customer service. Take Uber as an example, and you're going to hear from the Chief Executive of Uber from Australia and New Zealand, David, a little bit later on today. So forgive me, David, for using you as an example. And forgive me for what I'm about to say, which is that Uber is not really a technology company. And I say that in the most complimentary way, in the sense that the technology at Uber is not necessarily any more complicated than exists in many businesses today. What Uber has done, though, is identified a very, very poor customer experience that we've all been familiar with and transformed it. Let's face it, in the old world, taking a taxi was not much fun. Finding a taxi, knowing when it was going to arrive, finding a clean one, finding a driver who knew where they were going, finding one that took cash, and then when you did, finding one that took a credit card. Just the worst experience ever. So Uber and companies like Uber have transformed that customer experience forever, and even the traditional companies are having to catch up in that regard. So think about, where does your customer service let you down the most? What is the weakest link in the chain of interactions that you have with your customers? And find that and fix it, because that is where disruption is going to arrive first. Because in a world where technology innovation is accelerating and where companies need to be digital to the core, all of our customers need us to be responsive by providing simple solutions at even greater speed, because if we don't, somebody else will. Let me move to the second topic that I wanted to cover this morning, and that is world-class technology. I've already spoken about the dramatic change that we are seeing in our industry, change that we believe brings great opportunity. As a technology optimist, I see great opportunity for those of us that embrace that change, great opportunity for those of us that embrace technology innovation. Because Telstra is no longer simply just a telecommunications company, a telephone company. Technology pervades everything that we do. And there are three significant trends that are driving this. Firstly, the massive shift to mobile. 20 years ago, there were less than 100 million mobile devices in the world. Today, there are more than 5 billion. Less than 10 years ago, only less than 10 years ago, mobile phones were used for making voice calls and texting. Today, they are our mobile office and the remote control for so many aspects of our daily lives. Today, in Asia, more people are connecting to the internet from a mobile device than are from a desktop. Indeed, many people in Asia will never even use a desktop. Globally, mobile data grew by nearly 70% in 2014, and an extra 1 billion people became mobile internet users. By 2020, mobile data traffic is expected to increase sixfold from where it is today, with video representing more than 3/4 of that growth. Recent data out of the US shows that 90% of 18 to 34-year-olds are never without their smartphone, day or night. They are connected 24/7 and not unreasonably expect to be able to get what they want, when they want, and with ease and with speed. And of course, the latest trend, which I'm sure will get discussed over the next day or so, the Internet of Things. Billions of connected devices, from aircraft engines to cars, to engineering componentry, to agricultural equipment. In the future, almost everything that can be connected will be connected. Conservative estimates predict that by 2020, there will be up to 50 billion connected devices in the world, all producing data to be processed and analysed. Because in future, if a business is not mobile first and digital to the core, if it does not present on an app or an icon on a customer's handset, then effectively it will simply not exist. The second area driving significant and rapid change is the cloud. The continuing advances in cloud and virtualisation are driving major changes to businesses in our ability to react quickly and adapt and change. There was a time not so long ago when it would have been almost unthinkable for large companies to outsource critical parts of their IT. But how quickly things have changed. A recent study of large Australian companies that showed 86% are now using the cloud in their production environment. But the most complex aspect of cloud computing isn't running the data centre or the software. It's not a complex IT problem in a conventional sense. The complexity is getting the information in and out of the cloud at speed and securely through a network, as well as effectively operating the multiple cloud solutions you need at scale. And of course, this is a telecommunications challenge. And this is why Telstra is the leading provider of hybrid cloud solutions in Australia today. And it is why our cloud business is one of the fastest growing parts of our business at 30% per annum compound growth. Our differentiated cloud capability is integrated with Telstra's Next IP data network and leverages strategic partnerships with some of the world global providers, including Cisco, VMware, Microsoft, and Amazon. Now, one of the crucial dynamics of cloud is it is bringing down the barriers to entry to traditional businesses. Today, a startup with a good idea has access to much of the infrastructure, resources, and tools and computing capacity that was once only ever available to larger companies. They can rent computing capacity on demand. They can use affordable and very capable cloud-based enterprise resource planning systems. They could use PayPal for transactions, market to millions of customers using social media, and outsource the supply chain to FedEx or UPS. Because startups are changing markets overnight, because they're nimble, smart, and able to challenge incumbent businesses that are finding scale is no longer an advantage. And cloud is playing a crucial role in this. And that's the reality of our digital world today and our digital future. The third and perhaps most significant area of technology innovation is in machine learning and artificial intelligence. Advanced algorithms in conjunction with the massive increase in computer power as Moore's law enters its 50th year mean that computers can now see and hear better than humans. They could also learn as we provide them with more data. And of course, some of the most exciting innovations and applications are in the field of health diagnostics and treatment analysis. Artificial intelligence is being used today to ensure the right person is taking the right drug at the right time. AI Cure, which is an American company, is using mobile technology with facial recognition and advanced algorithms to identify patients, the medication that they're taking, and the process of that medication ingestion. We're also seeing artificial intelligence play a role in consumer applications. Common examples such as Amazon's Echo, which could already follow many commands. Google Now, which learns about your preferences and predicts the need and your needs even before you have. And of course, Apple Siri plays a role in this space as well. These technologies are still at their very early stage of development. But ultimately, it is actually the combination of these three trends that is causing the acceleration in innovation in technology. The massive shift to mobile, in conjunction with the cloud and in conjunction with machine learning, together is what is providing the exponential growth in innovation. Because there's an exponential growth in data, the ability to store it and access it when you need to, and cheaply. And of course, the compute capacity on an affordable basis to process it to solve almost any problem that you can think of. Which brings me to the final subject I wanted to cover this morning, and that is telecommunications networks. Because ultimately, all technology innovation depends on the quality of the underlying network to which it is connected. There is virtually no technology innovation that is happening today, no technology that is not connected to a network somewhere. And it is the underlying network that makes possible our digital present and our digital future. And of course, networks are at our heart and soul. It is the heart and soul of Telstra's business because we're committed to having the best networks in Australia with the broadest coverage. We're already investing billions of dollars and have been so for many years. And earlier this year, we announced a further increase in that investment, in particular into our mobile network, increasing our total capital investments to 15% of sales for the next 2 years. In total, over the 3 years to June 2017, we expect to have invested more than $5 billion in Telstra's leading mobile network. We will continue to expand our 4G footprint to 99% of the population. We will also start rapidly deploying the next generation of LTE technology, including voice over LTE, LTE broadcast, and the next stage of LTE Advanced, which is delivering peak network download speeds of up to 600 megabits per second. Because by leveraging our superior spectrum holdings, we will create new levels of coverage and performance leadership for 4GX. Our customers are clear about what they want: better coverage, better call and speed reliability, fewer dropouts, and most importantly today, faster downloads. And our commitment is to make sure that they get it. So let me sum up by reiterating that this is an extraordinary time. Digital technologies are changing all of our businesses. They are changing our economy, and they are changing our lives. But the changes that we have seen to date, remarkable as they are nothing compared to what we will see in the years ahead. If Doc Brown and Isaac Asimov could miss the internet and smartphones, what will we miss about the possibilities of our future? This is such a time of opportunity. Digital innovation in products, services, processes, and business models offers opportunities that we simply cannot afford to miss. But in the end, though, this is all really about our customers, your customers and our customers. Technology is just simply a way to make their lives easier, our lives easier, and their businesses better, and your businesses better. And that is why we are working to make Telstra a world-class technology company that empowers people to connect. A world-class technology company with world-class customer service, world-class technology, and world-class telecommunications networks. Thank you very much for coming along this morning. Thank you for coming to this digital summit. I hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy it, and I hope you get a lot from it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. Wonderful. Some incredible insights there. Thank you very much, Telstra CEO Andy Penn. Three forces: massive mobile shift, cloud, and AI machine learning driving exponential growth. We're now very privileged to have with us Senator the Honourable Mitch Fifield, Minister for Communications, Minister for the Arts, Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Digital Government, why we're all here today, of course, Manager of Government Business in the Senate, and Liberal Senator for Victoria. Senator Fifield was sworn in as a Senator for Victoria in the Australian Parliament in April 2004, re-elected in 2007 and the 2013 elections. Senator Fifield was previously the Assistant Minister for Social Services with responsibility for disabilities and ageing. Senator Fifield was appointed as the Minister for Communications, Minister for Arts, and Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Digital Government on 21st of September 2015. Please join me in welcoming to this stage the Honourable Senator Mitch Fifield.
I used to rule the world.
Thank you very much.
Season rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning
Well, thanks very much, Monty. And I don't think any politician really likes to hear the song "When I Used to Rule." But anyway, thanks for that. But it's a real privilege to be here in my still relatively new role as Minister for Communications and Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Digital Government. But I did want to start by acknowledging Andy Penn, fantastic presentation, and for the great leadership that he provides not only at Telstra, but also in the digital economy more broadly. So great to see you, Andy. Sorry, just at the tail end of the flu. Apologies for that. I do also want to acknowledge the DJ this morning. He has managed to give me, in some of his earlier choices, my daily fix of 80s music. It was particularly Spandau Ballets, I know this much is true, that he played. And I find myself a little torn today between my role as Minister for Communications up here on stage and the arts over there, which is my other responsibility, but always good to get an 80s fix at the start of the day. And on the subject of matters 80s, Andy mentioned that this is, of course, the week, the 30th anniversary of the first Back to the Future movie, 1985. 1985, I was in first year uni, and that was a time when I went through all of school and all of university without touching a computer. Without touching a mobile phone. Obviously, the internet didn't exist. There was no Twitter. There was no Facebook. It really was a pre-digital world that I grew up in. And just to emphasise the point, at Sydney University, the library catalogue was in 3 parts. The bulk of it was on cardboard cards that you'd flick through. Some of the more recent acquisitions were on microfiche, for those of you who can remember that. And the last 6 months or so acquisitions were on computers, and they were these screens with this funny orange writing. So that was the world that I grew up in, and obviously, so much has changed. The role I have as Minister for Communications up until 1975, that position was called the Postmaster General. And that, I kind of like it, so I might bring it back. I might petition the Prime Minister, Minister for Communications and Postmaster General. But that was the title of the Minister with the responsibility for telephones and for post. And there's probably no better indicator of digital disruption and change than Australia Post itself and its declining mail volumes, which are literally going that way. And Ahmed Fahour is doing a masterful job in reinventing Australia Post as an organisation. But that's just, I think, a salient example to look at, to see the pace of change and how it's manifesting itself. Now, disruption clearly is not a new concept. It's not new to this century. It's always been with us, but in different forms. As is often said, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. We can look back to railway transport of the 1800s or mass industrial production in the early 20th century. Since then, we've seen things like hard copy maps replaced by GPS navigation devices, and these in turn transformed by an inventive group of Sydneysiders with an app called Expedition. And today, we can all know our world intimately, thanks to the Rasmussen brothers and their Google Maps. We've seen computers that would fill a lounge room when I was growing up give way to compact and affordable microprocessing, and now storage and processing has well and truly moved into the cloud, as Andy mentioned. And today, we just need to look as far as our wrists, if we have anything on our wrists at all, or pockets, to see the new wave of digital disruption transforming industries around us. We can buy music on Apple or Spotify, companies that haven't produced a single song. We pay for things with PayWave or PayPal, yet we never see a physical note or a coin. And online job marketplaces like Fiverr enable an army of freelancers to undertake millions of jobs without any employees. And if you're looking to give way, an old couch to sell it, or a fridge and find a good home, there is a sharing economy for that too. So moving, I guess, to my role as the Minister assisting the Prime Minister for digital government, imagine then if you never again had to set foot into a government office. What a joy that would be. And this government is serious about harnessing the profound opportunities that we all know to drive future productivity, to drive the digital economy, and in government as well. So what is it that we can do to realise the opportunities of the digital revolution? Well, digital platforms offer one of the greatest opportunities for both business and governments, not only to meet the challenges of the digital era, but also to carve out new niches. Innovations such as cloud infrastructure and open source software means that these systems are more accessible and affordable than ever. Linking different parts of a business to a shared platform means less duplication and less expense. And while this is critical for any business of scale, it's especially important for governments, which are made up of dozens, well, let's be honest, hundreds of departments and countless smaller agencies, each traditionally managing their own IT and duplicating a similar range of services. And perhaps most importantly, digital platforms are inherently and infinitely scalable. We're no longer talking about a single piece of hardware occupying office space, and with scale comes affordability, a key benefit for governments and business alike. And this becomes an even more important proposition when we're talking about interactions with government. We simply can't deny that the best interactions with government are those that do not require a visit to a government office. And to achieve this, we do need a strong pool of digital talent and skills and the imagination of Australian companies, large and small. Companies like Telstra and the range of Australian banks which have made massive investments in technology to improve convenience for their customers and provide easy access to accounts. We need to leverage tech expertise from outside government and partner them with the Digital Transformation Office, which we've established in government and with other agencies. There are hundreds of innovative tech businesses, startups and SMEs right across Australia that would not normally partner with government due to prohibitive procurement costs. Our aim is to make it easier and less costly for companies of all sizes to partner with government. And this is critical if we are to innovate our own use of IT in the Australian government, and essential if we're to deliver services that are simpler and easier to use. Modelling from a CEDA report has found that almost 5 million Australian jobs, or around 40% of the workforce, are at risk of being replaced by computers in the next 10 to 15 years. But there will be many new jobs and employment opportunities created by this revolution. So it's vital that as a nation we adapt to take advantage of these opportunities. We must become even more flexible, agile, as you will have heard the Prime Minister say once or twice, to make sure that we remain the birthplace of fortune, as Michael Fullalove describes in his recent Boyer lectures. Now, the government recognises that there are profound opportunities to drive Australia's future productivity and growth. I think it would be fair to say that the Prime Minister is the most tech-savvy leader Australia has had to date. He's placed innovation and the advancement of the digital economy at the heart of our economic agenda. He knows the technology sector intimately and has outlined his vision, his agenda, as to how Australia's telecommunications industry, as a key enabler of innovation, will be central to this. He's set a clear mandate for this task, including in part the establishment of the Digital Transformation Office earlier this year, and my appointment as the Minister assisting him for digital government. And the government will also launch an innovation package by Christmas to strengthen the nation's innovation system. Measures will focus on specific changes such as improving collaboration between business and the research sector, increasing investment in startups, and ensuring that Australia has a larger pipeline of students capable of critical thinking and problem solving moving through the system. Exposing more students to STEM, and in particular to computing at a younger age, will be critical to our competitiveness and prosperity in the years ahead. And the government also must lead through example through initiatives such as the DTO. Our mission is to overhaul the way that government delivers services and to ensure that people can get the information they need when they need it. We also obviously want to make government more efficient to better position Australia to benefit from the opportunities that digitally smart businesses of all sizes, from startups to major corporations, can offer. For example, in government, with the guidance of the team at the Digital Transformation Office, we're looking for ways to embrace change and deliver better products more quickly, using an agile and multidisciplinary approach. And as our Prime Minister stated recently, we need to become more comfortable with disruption, uncertainty and change. Like Christopher Pyne, we need to channel our inner revolutionary. But with Christopher, I've got to say that didn't take too much encouragement. Our vision is that everyone who needs to use government services should be able to find what they need quickly and easily. And just last week, the DTO announced it would develop a gov.au prototype for how the public can more easily access government information and services, and to do so in just 9 weeks. That is a tight timeline, but those of you who work in business know that when something needs to be done, when a customer demands something, that is the impetus for change, and you've got to work quickly. We have been unashamed about seeking influence from the private sector in the way that we go about digital transformation, and as we work toward becoming the leading digital economy in the world. We know that there is a global demand for talented digital specialists, and Australia wants to compete and wants to make sure that we can harness those individuals and get the best. So we'll need skills and expertise from both within the public and private sectors to meet this demand and to ensure that we can capitalise on the opportunities ahead. And that's why our close collaboration and partnership with business will be critical. Of course, in many parts of government, we don't have customers in the traditional sense. People don't necessarily have a choice about where they can apply for a licence or register their business or access benefits and information. However, I should add that postal services and some broadcasting are notable exceptions. So although many government services are not in a competitive marketplace, we are judged by the standard of service that people experience through the commercial sector in their everyday life, and rightly so. In any given month, more than half of the 2.5 million Australians who look up government information and services online will experience a problem of some sort, and chances are it's happened to everyone in this room. Many departments are working on their services individually, but we can still improve our approach to design and delivery overall, so that members of the public can do what they need to do without having to navigate multiple, difficult to traverse and disparate websites. And this cuts to the core of the digital transformation agenda and the Digital Transformation Office's reason for being. And that is to find ways to deliver services that are centred on the user. So often when government design processes and systems and programs, it's about what's convenient for government rather than what suits the individual citizen. Now, this is not about pointing the finger at any one service or department, although I'm very happy to do so. It is about realising that Australians do not distinguish between departments or even between tiers of government. They just want what they need and to get it quickly and easily. Their expectations are high, and they should be. The DTO has announced that as one of its first projects, there will be a collaborative effort between the Department of Industry, Innovation and Science, which is Christopher's department, the Australian Tax Office, and Service New South Wales at the state government level to use online services to streamline business registrations, improve compliance, minimise errors, and of course, as a byproduct, reduce frustration. There's another important piece of work being undertaken by the DTO, and that's the establishment of a common digital identity or online credential. This would be an online ID which could be used to verify your identity across different tiers of government between MyGov federally and state level online service portals. This is an important step to ensure that users can conduct transactions online without being required to go to a physical office to provide ID, saving users and government time and effort. So, in addition to improving the quality of our services, digital transformation will offer substantial savings as well. And research shows that many users will try to conduct their transactions online first, and that if it's too difficult, they'll move to other channels, such as the phone or face-to-face interaction. And that means by the time they reach government, they are already very dissatisfied. Never mind the fact that obviously phone and face-to-face services do come at a greater cost to government and hence the taxpayer. And of the 800 million transactions with government every year, around 40% are still completed using non-digital channels. And according to a recent report from Deloitte Access Economics, if that figure could be reduced to 20% over the next 10 years, the change would deliver around $17.9 billion in savings to government through productivity, efficiency and other improvements, and a further $8.7 billion in savings for consumers through time, convenience and out-of-pocket expenses. So the potential cost savings available through digital transformation are intrinsically linked to improving the quality of service. If we get one right, the other will inevitably follow. A service transacted over the phone costs about 16 times the digital equivalent through the post, about 32 times, and face-to-face transactions is about 42 times. That said, it's important to note that embracing digital transformation is not just about chasing savings for government, and I underline again, when we say government, we mean the taxpayer. Rather, there's an incentive for government to more effectively utilise digital technologies to create a simpler, quicker, easier experience for the customer. If citizens embrace these improved online services, just as they have with online banking and online airline ticketing, amongst other things, then the cost savings are obviously an additional benefit. On this note, last week you may have noticed in the government's response to the financial system inquiry that we will move to ensure payments are technology neutral by banning merchants from imposing unfair card surcharges. So, in conclusion, if we want to remain a prosperous economy with all of the benefits that go with that, digital transformation for government and for business is not negotiable. We have made some progress. We need to do more. We do need to be more competitive. We do need to be more productive. We do need to be more innovative. And in fact, the Prime Minister has directed all ministers to change their middle name by deed poll to innovative. And for a lot of us, especially for those of us in government, it really means just fundamentally changing the way we do business. We do have to pick up the pace in government. We do have to be more agile to seize the opportunities that are before us. We can no longer seek to proof ourselves against the future. We must embrace the future. There is a spirit, I think, of optimism abroad. There is a desire and an attitude to do things. There is a willingness on the part of government to change the way it does business. We can't do that alone. We need to draw upon the skills and expertise that is in the room today to make sure that we in government can be what you are in your work, relentlessly and remorselessly customer focused. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Fifield. The 80s, Spandau Ballet, Postmaster General and digital government in one speech. That is a new world first, putting us on the map. Thank you. And some seriously ambitious programs of work there, an innovation package and a 9-week transformation work in the Digital Transformation Office. So some exciting stuff. Thank you very much to Senator Fifield and also to Andy Penn. We're now going to change tack slightly to bring the first of our international speakers to the stage. Our first international speaker will be Catherine Parsons, as the co-founder and CEO of Decoded. Catherine co-founded Decoded in January 2011, teaching people to code in a day and pioneering a global zeitgeist around code education. Decoded is driven by a mission to empower anyone and everyone with an understanding of the technologies behind the screens. Grown entirely through word of mouth, they have since taught tens of thousands of professionals across every industry and sector in over 40 different cities worldwide. And I understand that Sydney's now on the map for Decoded. Attendees have ranged from boards of multinationals to graduates, government startups, schools and executive leadership teams. Described as a woman on a major mission to change the world to code and a star networker, Catherine has been recognised as one of the top 50 women in technology in Europe. Please join me all the way from sunny London for a big Australian welcome, Catherine Parsons. Wonderful to have you here, Catherine.
Wow, Monty, with that intro, it was so good. I feel like I should kind of get off stage. Who's done it for me? Thank you so much. It's such an honour to be here. I've been in Sydney for about a week and I've completely fallen in love. Today, I'm going to share with you a little bit of my personal journey in business and in technology, but more importantly, why I believe that the future is being written in lines of code. And I think everyone in this room can be part of that future. So I'm going to riff a little bit off Andy and Mitch's conversation with a very kind of obvious question. How many people in this room have a smartphone in their pocket? Yeah, come on, every single hand's gone up. I saw you all like tweeting away. This is incredible. You have a supercomputer in the palm of your hand. It's changing the way that you shop. It's changing the way that you bank. It's changing the way that you communicate. It's changing the way that you date. You know, Tinder has 1 billion swipes left and right every single day. Technology has a lot to answer for, a lot of dating to answer for. But globally, by about 2020, smartphone penetration is going to be at about 80%. Technology is becoming ubiquitous. We talked about driverless cars. This is the science fiction of yesterday becoming a reality today. These are on the streets of California. This is Tesla's vision of our driverless car future. It's very kind of romantic, isn't it? It's reshaping not just the roles that we do or don't do, but the very spaces that we use around us. We're having to kind of rethink it all. And recognize this image from Minority Reports? We were talking about machine learning earlier. Machine learning, artificial intelligence, sentiment analysis tools are being used by governments and security firms today to predict when crime is going to happen, where it's going to happen, who is going to commit that crime before it's even happened. And who in this incredibly technology literate room has experienced virtual reality? I expected a lot of hands. Some of the latest virtual reality experiences which are coming out, people are saying, this isn't just virtual reality. This is actually better than reality. What happens to society when virtual reality is better than reality? We can all kind of clock off, can't we? So there are some serious questions here, really. The Future Work Summit was hosted by Arianna Huffington recently, and it was debated that this poor guy, he might get a job after this, who knows? Up to about 80%, or 2/3, I think they predicted, of graduates leaving higher education were leaving feeling ill-equipped for the world of work that they were going into. A very famous piece of research just gone global recently, produced by the Oxford Martin Institute, it predicted that up to 47% of jobs which exist today could be easily replaced by machines. Did you see that? Well, I thought I'd take a little look at that piece of research just a little bit deeper, because I was thinking, well, what jobs aren't going to be replaced by machines? We need to know that, don't we? Well, apparently you have a choice of two tutus, going into the clergy or becoming a choreographer. How confusing is that? Also, the highest rising jobs on LinkedIn were data scientists, which I can kind of understand, but also becoming a Zumba teacher. It's a very kind of confusing moment in time, I think. Technology is changing everything. Every single industry, every single economy, every single one of our jobs, every single one of our behaviors are being radically impacted by technology. And it's this. is being driven by this, the ones and zeros, the codes, the languages behind the screen, sending instructions to computers, are powering this thing that's affecting all of us. And look at that. I mean, it looks kind of scary, doesn't it? It looks really impenetrable. You always think of that kind of hoodie hacker kind of guy doing things. So how many people can confidently say that they feel empowered by the technologies behind the screen? I mean, in this room, put your hands up if you could confidently say yes to that question. Like, lots of hands going up over here. Well, you know, that's good. I asked that question a lot. And I have a feeling that only 1% of the world could confidently put their hand up to that question. That's a real disparity. That feels really wrong, doesn't it? So rewind to 2011, when I was kind of sitting in a grotty pub in what is like the East End of London, which eventually became like the heart of the technology scene. And I was thinking, well, what could you do about this? So we set ourselves a challenge. That was it. We started with a mission. Could you take anyone, someone who had no interest, no skills, no knowledge in technology, and actually take them on a journey, an education journey, where they could actually learn so much about technology in a short period of time that they could create something, maybe even code an app in a day? How could you make technology education amazing? But above and beyond that, turn people from feeling like they were these passive observers of the digital world into really active participants. So that's how it started. It started really just with a challenge, with that kind of mission impossible. And I'm going to share with you now some of the challenges that we faced along the way, and then kind of where we've come to today, which is just so radically different. Number one, I have a confession to make. I did not study computer science. I studied a very different kind of code, which was Latin and ancient Greek. Debatable on how valuable that is. I was passionate about languages, loved Latin, ancient Greek, Japanese, Mandarin, French, Italian. For me, it was about unpicking meaning, but also understanding cultures. So for me, technology was just another language, but it was better than that because it was the language of today. It was the language of billions, and I passionately wanted to learn. Interesting, of all the great technologists that I've come across in the last few years, yes, you have people who studied nanotechnology, physics, engineering, but you also have musicians, artists, people who studied Shakespeare, for example, and they found technology as a creative tool to enable them to realize their ideas and ambitions. Never think that creativity is different to technology. They are one. So this kind of image brings to life a bit of a pivotal moment in my kind of journey. And in 2011, you know, it was really hard to get anyone to kind of come and learn with us. It was really challenging. So I was invited to my first ever technology conference to speak, and I was absolutely terrified. It was called the Dublin Web Summit. And so I was in Dublin, and I got in the taxi, and the taxi driver said to me, as kind of taxi drivers tend to, he's like, well, what do you do? And I said to him, well, I could teach you to code. I could teach you code in a day. And he looked really not interested, frankly. And so I wasn't feeling too positive about that. And I thought, okay, I'm going to convince this guy. I'm going to convince him. And I said, this is a skill that is going to stay with you for the rest of your life. Not only are you going to look at the world entirely differently, but the world will begin to look at you very differently too. So at the end of this journey, it was incredible because he actually wanted to learn. He was passionate. I'd converted him in someone who felt that this was something he needed. So I felt really pumped, and I got out the taxi, getting ready to, you know, speak on that first stage. And then I suddenly realized that he thought that I taught people how to make coats. So it was really awful. I thought, wait, there's a bigger market for coats than there is for code. Maybe I should just forget this code thing. Because he really wanted to make a coat as well, and I thought, I'm going to have to teach him to make a coat. We kind of exchanged details at that point. It was pretty embarrassing. This was such a humbling moment for me because I suddenly realized nobody cared. Nobody cared. And nobody even knew what the word code meant. What a big challenge. So, what did we have to do? We suddenly realized that we had to become campaigners. We couldn't just become educators. We had to get off, actually, those technology stages and get into governments, get into classrooms, get into the media, and talk to people and educate them about why code wasn't just a kind of nice to have, that it was an absolute economic need to have. So if you've got a campaign within you, unleash it. There's never been anything more powerful. So this is the queue for the Women's Loo at a technology conference. Guess what I'm about to talk about? I mean, the perks are pretty small, aren't they? Now the audience here looks pretty great in terms of representation, but this is normal. How has this happened? You know, technology is supposed to be for everyone. Now we know for reasons of access that some people cannot get hold of it, but even people with access to technology, for reasons of permission, feel that they can't be part of it. And one group I'm very passionate about is women. Women are opting out of technology in their droves when it comes to at school for STEM subjects, but also at career level. How has this happened when some of the earliest pioneers in technology were female? I think a few days ago it was Ada Lovelace Day. Does everyone know Ada Lovelace here? Woo! Yet she was a big gambler as well. So I think if she was like speaking at this conference today, she'd be stuck downstairs like at the slot machines. But she was Lord Byron's daughter, and she invented the first algorithm. So I think that there's an issue with the myths, cliches, stereotypes around technology that really need to be debunked. And something that I've heard a lot in my kind of journey, and a challenge that I faced, is I've heard the phrase that women's brains don't work that way. Oh yeah, I hear that a lot. And can you imagine another subject where that would be kind of acceptable? There is a thought that somehow this is more a subject that is for the male mind. So we've been very lucky. We've had tens of thousands of people walk through our doors. And we capture a lot of data about people and how they learn. 50% of them have been female. So we thought, we'll take a little look at this. Is there a difference between a man and a woman's ability to computationally think? Guess what? No. There's no difference. But there is a vast difference. Up to 30% less confident. Women are up to 30% less confident that they will succeed. So does it even matter? You know, who cares about this? At the same time, we've been working with thousands of different businesses across the world, and we know what they're looking for, what skills they want within their business that they will pay anything for. And it's not just digital skills. It's digital literacy. It's digital confidence. It's the ability to ask the right question. So for me, code is not just an economic issue. It is also a feminist issue. And I urge you, claim your digital vote, because I believe that the future is being written in lines of code, and I want women to be part of that future. So it's been fast forward to 2015, how the world has changed. We have gone to 45 different cities around the world, demystifying dark arts, not just code, data, cybersecurity, the Internet of Things. There's a lust and passion for people to actually understand the technological world around them. And I'm going to share with you some of the insights and observations from across the world of business that I think have been pretty common. But also, we're coming to Australia. Woo! In January. I'm so excited. It's going to be our third home after London and New York, and for three, I think, really magical reasons. Number one, there is a culture of creativity and innovation here. It's also married with a passion for learning that's absolutely standout for us. And thirdly, digital is on the agenda. As we heard earlier, this is on the government agenda, and this is on board agendas, and that is so significant. Those three things have to come together for real digital transformation. I know that my team would also say that a really big plus point are like the beaches and the brunches. I mean, it's definitely amazing. It's not hard to convince anyone to move to Australia. In fact, I think I might lose most of the team to Sydney. So the world has changed. Code has now become this zeitgeist. It's been introduced onto curriculums globally, everywhere. I'm very, very proud to have been part of the UK's campaign to put coding on the national curriculum, and super excited to see that it's happening here in Australia as well. And I know that Annie Parker's here in the audience, and she is heading up Code Club. And it's just incredible to see how that work is creating sustainability for putting code on the curriculum, actually empowering teachers with the tools and skills that they need to bring this alive in the classroom across every single subject. Incredible work, Annie. And so the conversation in education has changed, but this is another Tesla image. Can you spot the human being in this image? Not many. There are about 160 robots. I think they've got some of the biggest robots in the world, and they're all named after like X-Men characters or something. But the conversation in business has radically changed in the last, I would say, year even, across the world. I used to very regularly hear the phrase from business leaders and boards, and they would say to me, why do I need to understand what's under the car bonnet in order to drive the car? And it was a really kind of challenging conversation. You know, how do you shift someone's mindset? Well, how it has changed. Because today the conversation is, not do I need digital transformation? Everyone is saying, how do I do it? I know I need it, but just how do I make it happen? In fact, the conversation has changed so much that I'm beginning to hear the conversation be, how do I kill my business? How do I embrace disruptive technologies to the point that actually I'm willing to destroy my business and reshape it from the ground up? So if I left you with just one question to pose, I would say, what technology do you imagine could kill your business? What technology do you think could replace your job? Because if you can imagine it, it probably means that someone has created it or is creating it. And personally, for me, don't you just want to be part of the change rather than have change happen to you? It's something that we pose ourselves a lot as well. There's also a war for talent. So this is the cherubic face of that war. This is actually he's a little bit older now, but he was 14 when I met him. His name is Jordan Casey. He was being flown around the world by Apple. He's speaking at the EU. He's a self-taught coder and CEO of his own games company. I know, like, they're terrifying. But I think I have a list of about, 100 or 200 of these types of incredible technical prodigies, all under 18 years old. When has there been a moment in time when a 14-year-old could potentially know more about technology than, say, a 40-year-old, CEO of a technology company? I think that moment is now. That's happened. So everyone is wanting this talent, but there is a fundamental red herring here, I think. And that is, we can't wait for this generation to grow up to embrace change. And I love reframing technology for people who kind of feel like they can't be part of it as going, are you creative? Are you a good problem solver? Are you quite persistent? If you could put your hands up and say yes to those things, there's a great technologist waiting to be unleashed within you. Unleash your inner kind of 14-year-old developer. So this is actually Facebook's hackathon to celebrate their IPO. How are we going to compete with these businesses? I mean, look at the Googles. They've got the AstroTurf, they've got slides, they've got pools, they've got like food times infinity, and those salaries. Yeah, there's one technology company just launched in London. They're poaching people from their £60,000 jobs to £600,000. That's very, very competitive. Well, exactly, yeah. Well, I think that I've seen businesses embracing a culture of digital transformation, a culture of innovation, actually kind of embracing the mindset of a technology company. For example, doing hackathons, incubators, like Telstra's incubator, companies actually engaging with government and creating their own tech cities and hubs, actually true collaboration, new collaborative ways of working, fail fast, be lean, agile methodologies. I mean, really what these companies are doing is hanging a sign above their door, and they're saying, technologists are welcome. This is a place where you can create. This is a place where you can play. But more importantly, this is a place that understands you, and we can speak the same language. That is incredibly appealing to technologists. They will take a pay cut for that kind of environment. And so finally, the last observation, which I would say we've been kind of a small part of, is that we're not just living in a technology revolution. I think we're living in a bit of a renaissance, and we're living in a learning renaissance. You can learn anything online now, anything. And I'm seeing adults invest in their own personal adult education to make themselves relevant for a modern digital economy. And we're seeing businesses look at learning not as this kind of like corporate perk necessarily, or not as kind of just like an away day, but it's actually shifting as something that's core to the capability and skills of that business to ensure that they actually exist in the next 5 to 10 years. It's exciting. And in the middle of this Renaissance kind of learning picture is Plato. And above the door of Plato's symposium were the words, let he who knows not geography not enter. So I think there are some differences when it comes to this kind of learning renaissance. Number one, the word he goes. Number two is the fact that Tim Berners-Lee, inventor of the World Wide Web, said this is for everyone. This is an inclusive learning revolution. And so finally, I just want to leave you with the thought, well, one of my favorite quotes from Walt Disney. It's kind of fun to do the impossible. Throughout our journey, we've constantly been told, that's impossible. We've faced impossible challenges. We want to teach people the impossible. They've been the most fun challenges to take on. But the great thing about technology also is that everything is possible using technology. It's limitless. So ask yourself, what's your mission impossible? Embrace it, relish it, and thank you so much for having me here today.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, what absolutely wonderful insights. Thank you very much, Catherine. And when we talk about Australia's role in the digital economy, it's fantastic that Decoded has chosen Sydney in Australia as its third location to bring a journey of teaching people to code in today. I'm looking forward to signing up. Hopefully I can try and negotiate a friendly discount. Awesome to hear from you, Catherine. Thank you. So staying in the Northern Hemisphere, but across the Atlantic, we are going to be joined by Robert Scoble. Robert Scoble is a futurist and tech evangelist with Rackspace. Scoble travels the world looking for what's happening on the bleeding edge of technology. He's interviewed thousands of executives and technology innovators and reports what he learns on social media. I've been following his Facebook feed today, actually. It's already alive and well. His weekly newsletter, Life and Tech, and his subscribers in the room, well, it's not to be missed. Robert's followed by millions of people globally and has authored books on digital change, most recently, The Age of Context with Shell Israel, another speaker who you'll hear from later today. Robert's going to share with us his insights on what's happening in the Valley right now and beyond in a topic that we're now referring to as frictionless. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Robert Scobleizer Scoble.
How deep is your love? So like the ocean, pull me closer again. How deep
Good
is
to
your
see you, man.
love?
Take it away.
The music you just heard was picked by an algorithm at Spotify. True story. The guy who runs the algorithm team there, the machine learning team, told me that he has the best top 40 list in the world because he has 3 times more users than Apple Music. So he has more data to pull from to figure out what the most popular music is. And Calvin Harris is certainly close to the top of the list. We're entering a post-mobile era. That's a scary thing to say to Telstra. But we're entering a world where we're going to change and devalue the mobile phone screen. Today, we're all looking at that mobile phone screen all day long. But soon, thanks to the guys like this, we're going to see the world in a new way. Let's explore a little bit about this. First of all, just to ask, how many people here have posted in the past week on LinkedIn? Raise your hand. Good group. Twitter, Facebook. You guys are all social media junkies. Google Plus. There we go. We already know the world is changing here. How many people use Waze to get to work or get to school? Waze, the traffic app. Come on. A few. We're heading into a world where the algorithms are going to control our existence. She's right. Code is going to take over everything. By the way, every time I come here, this is my 4th time at the summit, I meet incredible entrepreneurs like Melanie Perkins, who started Canva. She just got $15 million. Or Jodie Fox, who started Shoes of Prey. So you're coming to a good place. Let's look at what we're doing. Shell and I wrote a book, you're going to hear from Shell a little bit later, called Age of Context, which is about how mobile and sensors and wearable computers and big data and location data are joining to make a new kind of thing possible. Google Now is a good example of that. But soon, we're going to not be staring at that screen. We're going to be using something called Magic Leap or Microsoft HoloLens or that Meta Glass that you just saw. How many people have heard of Magic Leap? Yeah. Google invested $500 million in this company, and they're just about to announce another $500 million investment, and most of you haven't heard about it yet. So let's talk about what it is. This is an image shot through the Magic Leap glass. Notice there's a virtual image on top of the real world. It's properly occluded so that a fun thing is going behind the table leg. It interacts with the real world. The sensors in the glass know where I'm looking and know how I'm moving around. And I'm seeing a bright and sharp image. Ted Schilowitz at 20th Century Fox, he's the futurist at the movie company, said this is Google's first $1 trillion idea. Why would he say something like that? Because we're going to devalue the mobile screen. We're going to wear this and be entertained as we walk around. We're going to be able to put a chessboard on our table and play chess right there. We're going to be able to walk around the screen, the world and see what's happening in the world. I'm going to see the tweets that are up on the screen coming up in front of my eyes. It's already happening. Let's talk about this stadium. Levi Stadium. It's where the Super Bowl is going to be played next February. I know in Australia you play a different kind of football, but the stadium is important here. As you, if you go to the Super Bowl, if you're lucky enough to get one of those tickets, the guy who sells you the ticket is going to know where you're sitting when you buy that ticket, because you're going to put it onto the Levi Stadium app, and it knows where you are. It's going to know when you come to the parking lot, because you're going to have to check in at the parking lot. And if El Nino causes flooding in parking lot A, he can in real time tell your mobile phone, don't go to parking lot A, it's closed, go to parking lot B. As you walk into the stadium, you're going to be met by one of these things called a Quasar. It's an Internet of Things device. Quasar is the name of the first 49ers stadium. But that thing has a bunch of sensors in it. And as you walk in the stadium, it's going to know you're there. And up on the big 4K screen right at the entrance to the stadium, your name is going to be there. Welcome, Monty Hamilton, to the Super Bowl. And you're going to stop and take a selfie of that thing. And you're going to think it's the coolest thing ever that the stadium recognized when you were walking in the front door without you doing anything. It's going to have ticketless entry, because your phone has a beacon in it, which we'll talk about in a second. Oh, right here. A beacon. How many people have a beacon on them? Do you know? A few people. These are little radios. They cost $10 or less in quantity. They spit 3 numbers into the air every 30th of a second. And your phone can tell how close it is to the beacon. So if I had 3 or 4 of these beacons around here, I would know exactly where you're sitting. The stadium has 2,000 of these beacons. It has 1,200 Wi-Fi hotspots. It has 40 gigabits of internet in and out. So it knows where you're sitting, where you're standing. And I had one audience member tell me, I'm going to turn that shit off. I'm going to turn off the Bluetooth because I don't want the stadium to know where I'm sitting. That's a privacy infraction. And I said, no, you're not. because you're going to get food delivered to you if you keep it on. And there's a sensor. You talked about the bathrooms, Catherine? There's a sensor in the bathrooms to know how long the lines are. And when you pull out your Levi Stadium app and ask it, where's the bathroom, it's going to route you to the bathroom with the shortest line, because it knows where you are and where the bathroom is with the shortest line, thanks to these beacons. You should know about this guy on the left, Daniel Almog. The guy on the right is his dad. His dad started Zoran, big Internet of Things developer in Israel. Daniel Almog has created an app called Tapingo. Tap and Go, I call it, but he calls it Tapingo. If you're at any university in USA, you are probably using Tapingo. You wake up in the morning and say, I need an iced latte at 7 in the morning. You go here and order it, and it tells you your iced latte will be ready at 7:29 a.m. It does that because there's a virtual queue. He's figured out how many lattes Starbucks can make a minute at that Starbucks, and he put a box into the Starbucks. So Internet of Things infrastructure matters to this new world. The box lights up, beeps, spits out a receipt that goes into the workflow of the restaurant, and they make your latte. And you just go there and pick it up. It's a frictionless transaction. You don't tap anything, you don't touch anything, you don't talk to anybody, you don't hand over a credit card or cash, you just pick it up and leave. Now, I thought that was pretty nice, but that's last year. This year, he told me, I know where you're standing. And I know where all your friends are standing, because everybody has a mobile phone and he has the GPS location of everybody in the system. So he knows my friend who is going to the same class as I am is already in the Starbucks. And he'll put a notification on my friend's phone saying, why don't you pick up Robert's latte and deliver it to class, and you'll get 5 Tapingo dollars. So he's created a virtual currency. He's creating a new kind of delivery service, a decentralized delivery service, all for the mobile phone. And I'm pretty sure that when Magic Leap comes out, he's going to get rid of the mobile phone. Because I'm talking to guys like Adam Chire, who started Siri. And he's creating a new company where you're just going to talk to the world. He's creating an audio operating system. I'm going to see it in a couple weeks. I'm going to have a Magic Leap on in class soon. And I'm going to just say, I want a latte. And a latte is going to show up. At Coupa Cafe in Palo Alto, it's one of the coolest places to go in Silicon Valley. They take Bitcoin, and they have these little boxes on the tables. And they ask you to download an app. And they say, well, you can do it the old way. You can get in line and wait 20 minutes to get in line and go and get a latte. Monty, would that be very kind of me to leave our conversation while I'm talking with you for an hour and wait in line for 20 minutes to have another latte? No, I'm going to pull out my mobile phone to the downtown app, and I'm going to say, I want a latte. You want one too? Okay. In 2 minutes, they'll just bring it to our table, because they know what table you're at because of the beacon in the top of this box. Sales went up 35% so far. So I know you're going to do it, because it's going to increase sales. You take clicks away from people, you increase sales. You make people's lives better, you increase sales. That's why I know you're going to invest in this stuff. Let's talk about grocery stores. ShelfBucks is creating a new kind of smart grocery store. They put a beacon inside the cookie aisle, and you're going to tap your phone to it, and you're going to get coupons for that aisle, and lots of other things. So if I'm in the cookie aisle, I'm going to tap it, and it's going to say, hey, if you take 3 boxes of Oreos, you'll get 10 loyalty points or something like that. Vintank is a company in Sonoma, California. that studies anytime you say something about wine. So if you tonight you're at dinner and you say, I just had the best bottle of Penfolds I've ever had, or we're having a great time, or if you go to the Penfolds winery, they put a geofence around that winery. And you go there and you say, I just bought a case of Penfolds. Think about what you just told the world and told his system. Penfolds is what, about $100, $100 a bottle, right? More sometimes. If you bought a case of that, you just told me you make $100,000 or more. One tweet. If you go to Sutter Home in Napa and that's a $10 bottle of wine, that tells me something else. And if you come into my winery and I'm wearing Magic Leap, I'm going to serve you differently based on what Vintank tells me about you, because you're walking in my front door with a beacon in your pocket. You knew every iPhone has a beacon, right? You probably have 2 beacons. No one shall. I talked to Cantaloupe Systems. His family's owned vending machine business for years. He said, you know, the old way of doing vending machines is stupid. My driver will have to go up to the machine, open it up, count how many Diet Cokes were sold, go back down to the truck, carry a bunch of Diet Cokes up, and maybe do this trip 2 or 3 times. While the truck is standing outside, probably getting a ticket because he's double parked, wasting gas, wasting labor expense because he's getting paid $20 an hour in San Francisco. Instead, I'm going to put a Jasper computer, an Internet of Things computer in there that talks to the internet, and now his vending machines tell his system how many Diet Cokes sell in real time. So if there's a run on Diet Cokes because it gets hot or something like that, he can have a truck go out there and refill this machine. But the machine is, the supply chain radically changed because now they put a bin together for each machine, and he only has to take one trip up. He doesn't have to open it up to count anything because the system knows how many Diet Cokes were sold out of this machine. So he radically changed and simplified the supply chain. Makes his employees happier because they have to carry fewer things and make fewer trips upstairs, stuff like that. Anybody have this device? It's called an Amazon Echo. I don't know if they allow that here in Australia, but it's probably coming. You have one? Do you like it?
I do.
You do? I absolutely love it. Every single person I've asked in an audience says that.
We're all paid.
You know what? You're paid with toilet paper, right? Because you talk to this thing and you say, Alexa, I need some more toilet paper. And it says, Brian, would you like the Charmin brand that you bought last time? Yeah. Alexa, play some Skrillex. Alexa, what's the stock market doing? Alexa, what's the weather doing? Alexa, turn on my lights. Because if you have these new Hue lights, internet-connected lights, it hooks up to them, and it turns off the lights. You can say, Alexa, turn off the lights in the bathroom. Alexa, turn off the lights in the kitchen. Alexa, turn off all my lights. It's coming. Not very many of us have these kinds of homes yet, but this thing is crazy freaky because it's listening to you full time. We're expecting a new kind of experience in the world. This is not looking at a mobile phone. We're just walking around our kitchen. My boss has bought $10,000 worth of stuff off of Amazon, and Amazon has a database of every purchase he's made. So when he talks to this thing and says he needs new cups, the system knows what kind of cups he buys. Says, would you like the red ones? Yeah. We're going to have new shopping experiences where we're going to be measured by 3D sensors. I saw this already at CES, where you just turn around in front of a sign that eBay's building. We're going to shrink the amount of inventory that's needed in a store and the amount of floor space that's going to be needed to try new things on. And you're going to try new things at home. I mean, Flipkart is just crazy. Anybody heard of Flipkart? It's the #1 e-commerce system in India, and I interviewed the head of product, and the numbers are just astounding. This thing is going to save your life. Again, you're not looking at a mobile screen, maybe you are, but soon your Magic Leap will say, your dad hasn't been out of bed. It's already doing this. It's saved 3 lives. It's a little Internet of Things package that you put a sensor on your dad's or your parents' pill bottle, senior parents' pill bottle, put one on their refrigerator door and one on their front door. And all it does is tell you if they don't get out of bed, right? Because if they don't get out of bed, they don't take their pills, they don't touch the front door, they don't touch the refrigerator door. We're going to see new kinds of products. This is coming. It's a new dog dish with a sensor and an Internet of Things package underneath. It tells you if you've fed your dog enough. New kinds of wearable computers are coming that tell you, like this one, tells you you're not standing up straight enough. So, there's new kinds of sensors for our garden. We're going to put these things in, and it's going to tell us to water our plants. We're going to get new kinds of interfaces for our cities because there's going to be things like this that tell us there's parking available over at this lot, not over at this lot. The Google self-driving car uses this thing called a Velodyne LiDAR. For anybody who knows Velodyne. Anybody have a Velodyne subwoofer? Anybody? No? I used to sell these things in the 1980s. They were the best subwoofers, best speakers. But he has a factory because he moved his factory to China, and he said, I have had a big factory open, so I started making these devices for self-driving cars. It spins 80 lasers in the air 30 times a second, and it can see what you're doing. Now, what Google's doing with that is building a predictive system. It's predicting what you're doing on the ground. It's the age of context technologies, and that's how it's going to work. This stuff is going to lead to smart cities. I was in Dubai last week, and they showed me a workstation where they could watch everything in the city because they're putting sensors on everything, and people are using Waze so they can see traffic patterns, and they're buying data from their cell phone provider. That's how Waze gets the red line. You know that, right? If you carry a Verizon phone, it knows how fast you're going. Or a Telstra phone here in Australia, and it sells the anonymized data to Waze so it knows where the traffic is going nuts. We're going to see new kinds of entertainment thanks to virtual reality. We talked about that. We're going to see new kinds of products for the ski slope. This is Oakley's Airwave ski goggle. Has a little computer inside. It tells us how fast we're going, where on the mountain we are, where my kids are, and lets me chat with them. And it shows me the hang time of my last jump, which in my case was not on purpose. We're going to see new kinds of manufacturing systems. I saw this at Jabil, who makes a lot of the things in your phones, and they're building new kinds of workstations. These workstations tell you how to make things in real time, and they can reconfigure the product line. If they figure out something is not working, they can retrain you in real time. And they have a camera and sensors that watch you work, and so that they can see if you're doing things the proper way. Let's talk about my favorite topic. This is the demo I got at Oculus Rift a month and a half ago, where I had Oculus Rift on, and another guy across somewhere else in the world had Oculus Rift on, and I could see him and play with him, light things on fire with a little, it's true, throw things, stretch things, shoot things, these sensors that are coming out and by the time we come here next year, we're going to have these, right? It's amazing. Think about how this transforms education. Think about how I might not have to fly here next year to give this speech. And you might not have to be here. You could be watching this at home, right? And I could see you all, and you could throw things at me, and I could throw them back, and I could be in California. It would be a lot of fun. To end up, a week ago I was in Dubai, and a guy came up to me and goes, I have this new product. Doesn't even have a name yet. It's not released. This is the first time it's being seen in the world. It listens to you. It's a little microphone that listens to you. But while it's listening to you, it's listening to the sentiment. and the context of where you are, the sentiment of your voice. Are you angry? Happy? Are you saying something that might be important to call back later? You can even touch it and tell it this is really an important time to capture a note. So if I have a thought like I need to worry about my ticket, I'll tap it and say later on, can you remind me to check on my airline ticket or something like that. And this is the problem, and we're going to talk about this at 4 o'clock in our little panel. The entrepreneur came up to me and goes, how do I convince this is okay, and people this is okay? Because this is a privacy problem. Because if it's recording my voice 24 hours a day, and it records it for 2 days on one battery charge, how do I bring this product to market? Now imagine you're at a big company and you're trying to do this. Your boss is like, hell no, am I going to let that thing go out to the market? But this is one guy who created a product with $10,000 of his own money and wrote an app, and it works. Our world is about to change, and we are going to get new kinds of capabilities that are going to devalue our mobile phones. Thank you very much.
Man, hang around.
Oh,
around,
yeah,
'cause
yeah,
we're
we're
gonna
doing
do
some Q&A
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you very much, Robert. We're going to hang around for a little bit of Q&A. So I might actually welcome back Catherine Parsons up to the stage. Grab a seat, guys.
All right.
And
I'll sit over here.
yeah.
All right. Good job.
So you've seen the tweet feed coming through. Please throw your questions up with #Telstra Summit in the tag, in the tweet, sorry, and we'll pick them up from there. There's also microphones around the room, and we'll be on for about 10 or so minutes here. So please keep the Q&A coming, and then we'll be on for a morning coffee break shortly. So, Catherine, why don't we kick off with you? What is a data scientist?
Yeah, well, data is one of the things that we choose and we teach. I mean, it's tricky because there's so much jargon involved in the world of technology, and data scientists, in a sense, are so needed at the moment within business. But they're like human unicorns, except they actually exist. They're just incredibly, incredibly rare. For me, and I think there are different kind of interpretations. I think a great data scientist is someone with data skills, but also it's someone with business acumen and insight, someone who can actually manipulate data, but also tell a really insightful story using that data, or data, sorry.
Right. Well, data, tomato, tomato. So, Robert, your thoughts?
Yeah, Travis at Uber told me his goal is to have one car next to you when you ask for a car. Not 5, because that's too many. Not 0, because that's not enough. Yeah. And he's using data science to figure out how to get one car next to you, right? So at Coachella, they had 3,000 cars at Coachella. That's a big music festival in the United States. Because they knew there was going to be high demand for their service. So they called all the drivers from the Western United States and said, can you please come to Palm Springs and pick up people at Coachella? And that's what they're doing. They're using data scientists to know ahead of time what the demand's going to be, and like you said, tell a new story. It's a great way to put it.
Fantastic. So there are microphones around the room if you want to ask your question directly to Catherine or Robert. One of our first questions that's come in is, can Australia become a technology leader? Well, Catherine, you've chosen Sydney as your third stop for Decoded, so perhaps you can reflect on that to start.
Absolutely. There's no way that we would be here unless we thought that it had all the ingredients that made it incredible for technology innovation. In terms of its culture, its people, its passion for learning, the fact that coding's been put on the national curriculum, the fact that Code Club exists, that you're creating incubators, it's just ticking every single box in terms of that energy and that excitement. I mean, I cannot wait the next 2 years are just going to be so exciting in this city, I think.
That's awesome. And Robert, you've been here, it's your 4th trip.
My iPhone says you're 18 hours ahead of Cupertino. Think about that one. Jody Fox, who runs Shoes of Prey, showed me how you can build a really interesting global company from Australia And there's a lot of tech talent here, a lot of business talent, and you need to work a little bit more on finding rich people who will fund risky new ideas that I hear is still needed. And you need to bring broadband to everybody, because what is the difference between here and Silicon Valley? I talked to the founders of Atlassian who started here, and they needed to move their headquarters to San Francisco. They did so because there's internet infrastructure there that you can't get elsewhere. There's talent that you can get there. If you need to hire somebody who's built a 20,000 node Hadoop cluster, there's very few places you can go to hire that person. And there's PR and there's money. There's a business economy here in Silicon Valley that takes risks and funds risky new startups. That's starting to be built here, and it's exciting to see it. I'm meeting with several companies tomorrow to see the latest. So it's
Great, okay.
good stuff.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. So, Catherine, you talked about diversity. It's a big challenge in all businesses, and not to mention our own at Telstra. And we're making some steps forward. But what are you both observing in terms of change, real change, gender and beyond in diversity in tech?
I think that there are a few contradictions in many senses. I mean, how can our business have attracted so many women? I mean, there are also 50% females within the business. Yeah. But then the facts and figures have never been worse, and they're getting worse. And so for me, it's about showing why this is important. For me, if the products that are increasingly shaping our lives and changing the world are born out of an insight that is not female or aren't coded by women, we're going to end up in that state where advertising was in the 40s and 50s, not actually kind of understanding the needs of half of the population. So for me, it is a high priority issue.
Okay, and Robert, you're based in Half Moon Bay on the doorstep of Silicon Valley.
Totally agree. We're in the third age of the personal computer. The first age was building a beige box that sat on your desk. The second age is building the mobile phone that's sitting in my hand. It has to be more empathetic than that beige box. But the new age that we're going into is the age I just laid out, with wearable computers, things on your face, things on your clothes. And we need new skills, because the nerds, the white nerds in Silicon Valley, are not skilled at fashion, are not skilled at empathetic interfaces, and are not skilled at cultural adaptation of these things. We need new workers, and we need women to be a part of that, and other minorities as well, which are very underserved in our industry.
Thanks very much, Robert. If a 14-year-old knows more about tech than a 40-year-old CEO, should they be scared?
Or should they be the CEO?
Well, there's many.
Genuinely, I've met some teenage coders, and I just think, wow, it's probably not legal for you to be working in my business, but I would hire you. It's a time where I think there's a new kind of shift in power dynamic. And I love this kind of reverse mentoring thing, which seems to be taking off, where leaders are connecting with young technical talent, investing in it, but also mutually learning from each other.
Right. Yeah.
Increasingly, that young person is the CEO. I mean, I remember walking around with Mark Zuckerberg before he was a billionaire, back when he had 50 million users. He was already a pretty important CEO back then, but now he's really the most powerful CEO that I know of. We're going to meet a young person who is going to buy an Oculus Rift in the next year, and it's going to be the new Steven Spielberg, because he's going to buy a new 360-degree camera from Ricoh or GoPro or some other company, Jaunt. And he's going to discover how to create movies in a way that 20th Century Fox is trying to, but 20th Century Fox is aimed at building a movie for a screen. That's a different skill than building a movie where the action happens all around you. There's a Broadway play in New York called Sleep No More. It's a remake of Shakespeare's Macbeth, and the action happens all around you. That's the skill that we're going to need in this new entertainment world. And it's going to be a young person who gets it. I'm too busy to create that movie, and so are you. So it's going to be the young people who come along and create massive new companies.
Fantastic.
By the way, somebody said on the screen that he disagreed with me that mobile's not going away. When I say mobile's being devalued, music got devalued by digital technology, right? Spotify and Napster. It didn't go away. The mobile is still going to be in your pocket because it's going to be the hub of how it talks to, but we're going to look at it a lot less. That means it's going to be devalued. And we're going to create new things and new ways of interacting with our world that are going to have more value.
And there'll be less neck pain because less of this. Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe less, because I'm going to be in a virtual reality world, and I might not see you here, right? And that'll lead to a cultural shift. And we don't know where that's going yet. We're going to discover that together over the next 18 months.
I know someone who's enjoying their experiences in virtual reality so much, I asked them, how much of your day did you spend in reality versus virtual reality? Because a significant proportion had been spent not in the real world.
Wow. So let's take one of these other questions. In your opinions, what is the next major industry or service to undergo major disruption?
Really interesting. I think that it's happened to different industries at different times, and it's interesting to see media, for example, probably one of the first to be radically impacted. For me, I think the ones that are interesting to look at is wherever they think that there's an element of human function or human trust that couldn't possibly be replaced by technology, because it's always that assumption that that couldn't possibly be replaced by technology that gets undermined. So things like luxury fashion, right through to private banking, I think that they're right in the midst of a big disruption.
Big change.
Yeah.
Robert?
Entertainment is going to be the big story of 2016. We are going to get Oculus or Valve or Sony PlayStation VR at the high end, and we're going to get a whole lot of new virtual reality devices. Google's giving away millions of cardboard devices to New York Times subscribers, and there's going to be a lot of them. You're going to get them at trade shows because they're going to be handed out like candy, because they cost $2 to make, right? And now you can experience the world in a new way. We're going to see, here's where I'm coming from and why I'm so bullish. I watched people at both the Web Summit, which you spoke at, and at the Consumer Electronics Show come out of the demos of Oculus. And every single person used an expletive coming out of that demo and said, holy, I can't believe what I just experienced. It is so mind-blowing. And until you have it on your face, you just can't get how deeply this is going to change our society and our entertainment. But entertainment is not necessarily in trouble, because the ones who invest in the new world, but we're not going to watch TV anymore on a screen, or we're going to watch it a lot less, okay? We're not going to go to as many movies. We're going to watch a lot more in a virtual reality. We're not going to go to as many sporting. So sporting people, the people who run these stadiums, are really worried about, are we going to go to the stadium anymore? Because it's going to be far better to watch this thing courtside, because I'm going to be able to sit right next to Bill Gates at a basketball game. I've already talked to in fact, the guy wearing that thing in my slides, he's director of IT at the Golden State Warriors. And he's already saying there's huge demand in China for his sporting events, for virtual reality. So he's going to put virtual reality cameras around the court. And you're going to have a better experience in China watching a Warriors game than if you were sitting there.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And well, the Warriors too. They're on a bit of a roll. What's any predictions for season 2015? Closet fan from down under.
I don't do sports.
We've got a question from the floor at microphone 2.
Yeah, Joe from Lifeable. Just really interested, in regards to all this disruption that's being talked about, how do you combat, I guess, the incumbency and all the regulation that's still sort of reducing that ability to impact disruption? Uber's a classic example where, you know, they're still fighting in Sydney and New South Wales to actually be legal, you know, in all intents and purposes.
We're in a period of friction. That new device I showed you changes what we think of as privacy, and there's laws against recording conversations without both people's permission you know, and we're going to see continued efforts by Uber to fight the taxi industry, who is, let's just put it this way. When I walk into a city and they don't allow Uber, I assume the city government is corrupt. Because Uber, to me, is a far better experience than any taxi system I've ever been in. It lets me see in real time the rating of the driver. The driver knows who I am, so she or he is safer. I'm safer with the driver because if something bad happens, everything is captured. And I can prove it in a court of law. This guy, you know, murdered me, or my, you know, heirs. It's true.
Tried to.
You can't do that with a taxi because you don't have the data. You can't do this. So when I go to a city and they don't have Uber, they're behind and they're corrupt. I go to Las Vegas, they don't have Uber until a week ago. They stopped the light rail a quarter mile from the airport because the taxi system is so powerful and pays off the politicians and is so corrupt. So we are going to see a decade of where we have to figure out how to influence the political system to allow better systems to evolve.
I think it's a great question. I think fundamentally it means that government, the people kind of drafting legislations, need to be digitally literate and really aware and be able to kind of think 5 years into the future. You need to be able to understand cybersecurity in order to kind of put in place encryption laws. Otherwise, it's like stabbing in the dark, really.
Fantastic. Well, you heard from Senator Fifield earlier saying that our current Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, is the most tech-savvy PM, so we're well placed here. So that ends the Q&A for this morning. I know there's a number of unanswered questions. We'll try and get back to you on Twitter from each of our speakers. It's coffee time. We'll kick off again at 11:30 a.m, but a big round of applause for all of our speakers, Catherine and Robert.
Thank you.
sugar, yeah. Brown sugar, leave the ground shook up, yeah.
I want some of your brown sugar. I want some of your brown sugar. I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo. Brown sugar, leave the ground shook up, yeah. Listen, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Brown sugar. Brown sugar, leave the ground shook up, yeah.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo. Brown sugar. Yeah. Listen, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar. I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Listen, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Brown sugar, leave the ground shook up, yeah.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Yo, yo. Brown sugar, leave the ground shook up, yeah. Listen, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Brown sugar. Brown sugar, leave the ground shook up, yeah.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Listen, yo.
I want some of your brown sugar.
Brown sugar. Yeah.
Cherry lips, angel eyes. She knows exactly how to tantalize. She's out to get you, danger by design. Cold-blooded vixen, she don't compromise. She's something mystical in color lights. So far from typical, but take my advice. ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Say sugar, sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Everyone's desire. She's out to get you. You can't run, you can't hide. She's something mystical in color lights. I say, so far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, well, baby, don't you be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? So fly. Ooh, babe. Oh, babe. Yeah, babe. Sugar, how you get so fly? But you get me
Start to shake with your hand. Will it ever click? Will it ever click? Are you a freak? You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose. What about a hit? What about a hit? All your love start to shake. Start to shake with your hand. Will it ever click? Will it ever click? Are you a freak? You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose. Closer. Maybe this time I'll choose. Closer. You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose. Start to shake. Are you free? You turn and face me. This time I'll choose. Closer. Maybe this time I'll choose. Closer. You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose. There's something about you. 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 Maybe this time I'll choose. What about a hit? Closer. Maybe this time I'll choose. Closer. You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose. What about a hit? Start to shake. What about a click? Are you free? You turn and face me. Maybe this time I'll choose. There's something about you. 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 There's something about you.
When you wake up, I'll be long gone. Made the great escape, took my heart and run. There's no returning, no I'm burning. Bridges down, Phoenix to the golden flames. 'Cause boy, I'm all cried out over you, over you. Boy, I'm all cried out, burning up, burning up, burning all my tears away. Boy, I'm all cried out over you, over you. Boy, I'm all cried out over you, over you.
Welcome back, everyone. If you can take your seats, we'll be kicking off in about 1 minute. So grab your seats, guys. I hope you've fueled up with a coffee.
It's everywhere I look, from Las Vegas to right here, under your dresser, right by your ear. It's creeping in sweetly, it's definitely here. There's nothing more deadly than slow-growing fear. Life was full and fruitful and you could take a real bite. The juice pouring well over your skin.
Well, welcome back, everyone.
The shadow it grows.
If you can take your seats, we'll kick off with our second sessions. I hope you've all managed to fuel up on coffee. I'm reliably informed the baristas are in high demand and producing quite a good product out there, even though we all know Melbourne is better for coffee than Sydney. Oh, there's a few of us here. Good. So, as we kick off our second sessions, I wanted to take time to reflect on some of the insights we've heard, particularly from Catherine this morning on Decoded. And joining us to the stage now is Annie Parker, Holly Caju, and Kate Hull. Let me tell you a little bit about Annie Parker. Annie's the co-founder of Muru-D, the startup acceleration program in Australia and Singapore that's funded by Telstra. In addition to Muru-D, Annie is the director of the Code Club of Australia, a network of coding clubs in Australia for children aged between 9 and 11. And we've heard already the importance of early education in terms of technology and coding. Annie will be joined on the stage by Holly Caju, who is the founder and CEO of Pixie. Now, not only is Holly running this fantastic business, she was the inaugural winner of the 2013 Australian Digital Scholarship. Now, after lunch, or a bit later on in the day actually, we'll be having the 2015 instalment of the Australian Digital Scholarship, and all of you here in the room and those following online will be able to participate and vote for the winner. Holly is also an alumni of Muru-D, and she'll be joined by Kate Hull. Now, Kate Hull won the 2014 Australian Digital Scholarship, so we're in good company here. So without further ado, why don't I welcome back to the stage, or up to the stage, Annie Parker, Holly, and Kate Hull.
Ladies, grab a seat first. I'll put the microphone down because one of the things that you'll note about the three speakers that are about to join the panel, we're all a little vertically challenged. It's absolute pleasure to meet you guys here this morning. It's the first time I've actually been to the Digital Summit. I've always wanted to be here, but it's the first time that I've managed to coordinate the diary. For those of you who don't know what Muru-D is, I'm about to put myself under the spotlight of what we do to our startups pretty much every single day, and saying to Holly and Kate just now, they're going to have to do a 60-second pitch. I thought it was only fair that I do it to myself. So if anyone's timing, Mick, I know you're in the audience, you can get your stopwatch out. I'm about to give you the 60-second pitch of Muru-D. Good morning, everybody. I'm Annie Parker. I'm the co-founder of Muru-D, which is Telstra's Startup Accelerator Program. We take 10 startups, we invest a small amount of seed capital, for which we take around about a 6 to 8% equity stake in that business. And over the course of the 6 months, we bring in industry-leading mentors, advisors, and coaches, and essentially help them scale their business and go global. So far, we have 3 accelerators globally, 1 here in Sydney, 1 in Singapore, and a partnership that we're just trialing in Brisbane. So far, 34 startups invested in, 3 different locations, as I mentioned, nearly 100 entrepreneurs that we've actually helped to educate and bring forward to help grow the ecosystem here in Australia and Singapore. I'm delighted to say that as a result of that, we've generated over $5 million worth of capital invested in those startups, on top of the $1 million that we've already put into those businesses. What a great way for us to be able to build the ecosystem from the ground up and help these wonderful entrepreneurs achieve a global business. How did I do, Mick? Get in. Okay, so that was the Muru-D pitch. For any of you who do want to find out more, I am going to do one small plug. Hands up how many of you in the room have already been into Muru-D or already mentor a startup outside of the Muru-D program here in Australia. There's quite a few hands, that's awesome. However, the majority of you haven't. So, my personal plug is please get involved. There are so many different programs here in Australia now for you to give your time to. And imagine, just think of the knowledge capital sitting in this room. If we were able to apply that thinking, apply that learning and experience to the next generation of entrepreneurs, we get to shortcut their success. So please, do get involved. And obviously, if you want to get involved in Muru-D, that's awesome too. Now, I'm going to riff off a couple of things that we heard already this morning, which is it's kind of fun to do the impossible, and which technology will kill your business, and the chances are that somebody is already out there building it. I'm going to introduce you to Kate and Holly, who are going to give you a little bit more of a background on who they are and what they do. But these two ladies absolutely manifest exactly those two statements. And you're going to find out more now. So Holly, why don't you start off first with a 60-second pitch of Pixie?
Yeah, sure. So I'm the founder of Pixie, and basically what we do is we provide, at the moment, we provide on-demand image editing services and optimization services for e-commerce stores, but we're building out an end-to-end product listing solution. So e-commerce business owners don't have to sit at their computers uploading all their content, optimizing it, and then pushing it to every platform and marketplace that they're selling on.
Wow, that was like
30
seconds. Well done. Nice work, you beat me. Kate?
Yeah, hi, I'm Kate, CEO and co-founder of Freight Exchange. The problem that we're solving is that 1 in 5 trucks on the road globally are empty. You can imagine the enormous waste and the imposition on our environment as a result of that. So our solution is to develop a technology platform where businesses can seamlessly and automatically buy and sell freight capacity. We launched in April. We've got over 300 trucking companies on the platform, tens of thousands of trucks. And our next step is to look at international markets. So we're traveling to Indonesia tonight.
See, both of you beat me. I feel like I've done my job right. Hey. So Holly, you won the scholarship a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Remind us where you were at with your business at that point.
I think when I first pitched, I had a landing page and maybe under 100 customers. And now we're at over 5,000 and in over 15 countries.
That's amazing. And clearly, winning a scholarship like this gives you some sort of PR coverage and wonderful stuff like that. But one of the things that you guys got to do as a result of winning was go to South by Southwest, is that right?
Yes.
So how was that?
It was fantastic. I mean, what's really interesting is seeing the difference between Sydney and Silicon Valley. Well, South by Southwest is in Austin, but majority of the people come from Silicon Valley. So really seeing like an international community, but all focused on the same thing, helping each other. So I found it really interesting that in Austin, everybody's really open to sharing and helping you grow your company. So
how about you, Kate? What was your experience like?
South by Southwest is my official happy place. It's possibly the most eye-opening, most frenetic, most ideas that I've been exposed to in the space of 4 or 5 days. So it was extraordinary. I'd echo the cutting edge of thinking globally is on display there. You know, companies that are 3D printing limbs, Oculus, everything that you could possibly imagine is on display, and also some of the fastest moving companies.
And obviously it was a year ago, pretty much to the day that you were on stage pitching then. What's changed for Freight Exchange since then?
I don't even know where to start, everything. We were just embarking on Muru-D at that stage, so we were at a similar stage of development with very few customers and a landing page. So since then we've launched, we've acquired a lot of customers and we've filled a lot of trucks.
Fantastic. And what's the end vision?
So ultimately, our goal is to be invisible and to be a global marketplace where freight capacity is automatically optimized and to really change the way freight moves around the globe.
Holly, just back to you. One of my personal stories that I love about you, amongst many, of course, is that you're actually from Orange. And one of the things that I love to give the story about you guys is how you built essentially what's now a global business, but from regional Australia. What advice do you have for other budding entrepreneurs who have a similar maybe background to you?
I think the biggest thing that I learned was because I didn't have anyone in Orange that I could hire. I immediately went global. I looked for people online. I have people in 8 countries who work with me. We are a distributed team, and it works really well for us. And it's like even then, and it does today. So I think for other entrepreneurs, it's like you don't have to look just within your surroundings. There are people online, there are people all over the world, there is talent all over the world, and you don't. I know that it does work well when someone's sitting next to you, but at the same time, if you can set up really good processes, then you can really have a global team and build a global business.
And Kate, for you, with any background? So I think you're from WA originally. Is that
No,
right?
I'm a Sydney-sider, but
You're Sydney-sider, but didn't Freight
Queensland.
Exchange start over
It did
there?
start in Fremantle, yes.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, we can prove just by the 2 founders that we have on this stage that you can be global from day one.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
what advice do you have for anybody that's looking to do something similar from Australia?
To develop a global company. So again, distributed teams are incredible. I have been fortunate to travel to a number of countries and actually observe what our competition is doing in China and in Southeast Asia. So to learn a lot from how other countries and regions are solving the problem is really important. And yeah, likewise, a distributed team is gold.
I think the other thing is you can contact a customer anywhere in the world, and they will respond. You don't have to contact people just here.
So Holly, one of the other things that you've done since you graduated from Murudi was to get accepted into one of the sort of leading global accelerators, 500 startups. What did you learn from that experience that was a little different to what you learned here in Australia?
500 startups, there were 60% of people were international. So I think, again, you learn from every single culture, different backgrounds straight away, and everybody is coming from a different place, so they're already thinking globally. The other thing is that with 500 startups is again, Silicon Valley style, everyone is so open and helpful that it's no longer competition. Every corporate company, every startup, every single person is willing to help you, and I think that is extremely important because either your company is going to make it and someone is going to want to acquire you, or your company is going to fail and someone's going to want to hire you. So everybody is very helpful because they know at the end of the day, you're all in it together.
And for you, Kate, I think you've been out in the wide world, out post-graduating from Murudi for about 4 or 5 months now.
Mm-hmm.
What have been some of your learnings since leaving the program and things that have just sort of crystallized for you over the last 4 or 5 months?
So I think one of the greatest learnings, Mick's in the audience, so he'll be delighted to hear this, is that we need to move faster and faster, and that doesn't mean to do things in a stressful or panic-ridden way, although that does come into it occasionally. But it is basically putting that rigor around testing, learning, and I can say that we are absolutely moving at a breakneck speed relatively.
Mick will be delighted to hear that. So I'm going to ask you a little bit of a question now around sort of if you could change anything about the Australian ecosystem, what would you ask for? What would you wave a magic wand over and say it'd be great if we had this? Holly?
2 things. I think investors need to take more risk. It's not about how much revenue you're making today, it's about what your vision is and the money you need to get to that vision. And then the other thing is I would definitely say is people partnering together to help you, even if it's just to test your product. I know a lot of people are very closed to testing products because they're buggy, they don't work, and they're not really interested in helping you until you have a brand established.
Kate?
But honestly, I don't have much to add. And apart from that, but also be to support female entrepreneurs and also to get education in coding.
That's
so,
true.
We've got a very resource-heavy, very education-heavy industries here. We should be making a lot more of that.
And on that point around encouraging more female entrepreneurs,
what do you think needs to change there, or what was it that inspired you as a woman to go and create a business?
Lots of things. I just wanted to, like many Australians, I wanted to be my own boss. But, I think I want to make a difference, so seems like a good way to do it.
And what advice would you give to other women potentially wanting to take that leap of faith as well?
Do it. Give it a go. I'm fortunate to have amazing networks and support networks, so maybe seek out your support networks and take the risk.
And Holly, was there anything for you that sort of made you think, I'm just going to do it anyway as a woman? Was there anything holding you back?
I think I've always been entrepreneurial. I opened my eBay account 16 years ago. But I think it is difficult being a woman because you're seen as the admin or the secretary who turns up to the meeting. But you just start to ignore it and you just still do your job.
Rise above it.
Exactly.
And then just final couple of questions from me. I am going to bring it back to Mirudi. Shameless plug. For those of you who don't know, we are actually open for applications right now until the 31st of October. Please do apply. Shameless plug over. What was being a part of an accelerator program like for you both?
I think the best thing is that you're surrounded by people who are really inspiring. And the other thing is if you don't know something, like I'm quite good at the marketing and the business and the growth side, but not so much the technical side or the hiring of certain people. And so you can learn that from being surrounded by other people.
Absolutely. Being a startup means that you are competent in probably 2 or 3 things, and every other element of the business is an area where you need help. And so, Telstra, you can reach out to people with expertise all throughout Telstra for that help. Working with the other businesses is a gold mine of information. It means that you've got 20 or 30 other companies who are making mistakes that you don't have to make. So it's a pretty amazing network.
And then we have 3 of the 3 other startups from the Mirudi family pitching this afternoon for the next digital scholarship. What advice would you give the guys this afternoon pitching?
Keep it short, succinct, talk about your problem and your solution and how big your vision is.
Okay. Tell a story, make it exciting.
Very cool. Well, that's pretty much us done. We've rattled through 20 minutes of questions really quickly.
Wow.
Please thank Kate and Holly for joining us today.
Thank you.
And I say again, if you haven't already got involved in the startup ecosystem, please do. I guarantee you, not only will you enjoy it, it will pay you back tenfold eventually. So please do it, pay it forward, people.
Thanks very much. There you have it, guys. That was absolutely awesome. 3 fantastic stories, Mirudi and a couple of our scholarship alumni. Thanks very much, guys. What an awesome session. What an awesome session. Okay, next to join us is a gentleman by the name of Rob Tarkoff. Now, Rob is the president and CEO of Lithium. Rob's responsible for the strategic direction and corporate vision, an enterprise software company whose total community platform helps brands build trusted relationships with their customers, helping people get answers and share their experience. Now, prior to joining Lithium, Rob ran the digital enterprise products at Adobe. So to join us, tell us who's getting it right and what opportunities can incumbents seize. Rob Tarkoff, welcome to the stage. Welcome back. 4th time, 4th year in a row, Lithium have joined us. It's great to have you here.
All right. So we haven't talked once about rugby. Yeah. I mean, I was not watching it at 2 a.m., I'm going to be honest. I had to speak today, and I promised Monty I wouldn't, but I did watch all the highlights this morning. What an incredible game. And I'm a U.S. rugby fan, so that was a huge mark. So way to go, everybody here. It's been an incredible set of panels and speakers this morning. And I think when I see all of the technology that Robert talked about and the leadership that people like Andy and the senator are talking about, and just the wave of the way technology is changing the world, I think, well, of course, it would be Very easy for companies to just seize this and adopt it and implement it into their systems. Well, I thought the perspective that I could offer this group, and someone referred to you all as the Digerati of Sydney. So I want to be very careful I don't try to delve into topics I don't know as well here. But one thing I do know is my own personal story over the last 8 or 9 years and the conversations I've been having with CEOs and CMOs and C-level execs across the world. And when I was at Adobe running the digital enterprise business, I also ran the PDF business. So my wife would often say the reason I left Adobe is that I got tired of being assaulted at cocktail parties with people telling me that their reader download didn't work on a mobile device. But that's actually not the reason I left. The reason I left is because in about 2010 and 11, I saw this incredible phenomenon taking shape. And we've heard a lot about it today. And it was a phenomenon that was hitting the corporate world by storm. And I thought there's going to be a whole new system of technology, a whole new system of engagement that's going to guide the future. And it will transcend devices. It'll transcend form factors. It'll be much more about behaviors of companies and how they adapt to the future. And so I thought a lot about this concept of customer change and how we could get corporations to change. But the trend that was really emerging was something really interesting. And that is that the trend is total fear. Total fear inside of companies. Almost terror in certain industries. And you can understand it when you watch presentations like you saw today and you saw the incredible motivation of the startups that came up, the comment, the absolute brazen ability to go in and say, I'm either going to get acquired or get hired, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to compete very effectively against the established companies. It creates fear, and fear that almost makes these large companies freeze. Because business as we knew it, and Andy talked about this, it's gone forever. How many of you here went to business school? Okay, throw away all your books, all your case studies, everything you learned, it's all irrelevant. Because the kinds of conversations that I'm having with brands today is about an entirely different world. It's about an entirely different set of behaviors. So we decided to do some research. You know, last year, Brian Solis was up here and he spoke about the phenomenon which he referred to as the magazine as an iPad that doesn't work. And I loved that. I love that. I always have to give credit to Brian because it is about that complete change in the customer and consumer behavior, the way they perceive products, the way they perceive brands, and the way they perceive service. Now, it was great to hear Andy talk about customer service as a key priority of Telstra and one of the real areas that they're trying to differentiate themselves. But for the most part, you have to agree, in the old model, the one we have from business school books, customer service was an afterthought. It was the realm of the contact center. It was the part that you funded the least. It was where you outsourced the labor and you tried to completely get arbitrage on all the technology investments. It was the last point in the journey of the consumer, right? It was all about marketing and sales and reaffirming your purchase decision, and then service came at the end. The problem is today, and this is Australia-specific data that we looked at with Harris, 67% of Australians agree that pick up the phone to call that customer service agent, that contact center that you invested hundreds of billions of dollars in, you've already failed. It's a complete failure of the experience, a complete breach of trust. By the time you call them, you have failed to meet what we refer to at Lithium as the era of extreme expectations. Not so extreme in our consumer life, right? We live it every day. We have a car at the push of a button. We can get ready-made ingredients for a meal, packaged, delivered on the same day. But in the corporate world, when we go back into those buildings and go up in the elevators and think about how our consumers act, we don't think about the new model, which is service always comes first, and service is the new marketing. The second piece of data that I thought would be interesting to share to you is that in the old model, it really didn't matter if you failed in a customer service process. If someone was frustrated that they eventually found their way to the call center and called your brand, it didn't matter because it was an isolated incident. The problem today is that 46% of Australians, and by the way, You Australians, this is a much higher statistic than the Germans or the French or the Americans. 46% of you are more willing to share a bad experience than you're willing to share a good experience. You'd rather talk about the problems that you had with a brand than praise them on social media. Now, in my conversations that I have around the world, I still oftentimes get the corporate resistance, even though they know this can inflict massive damage at breathtaking speed, and we see it all the time. I get resistance because CEOs and CMOs and chiefs of customer care, even, they say, well, you know, we don't really care about those people. They're going to gripe anyway. They're just snarky customers, you know. They're going to go out there. Nobody pays attention to them anyway. But our research showed something different, and this is probably all intuitive to you, but 68% of Australians will not buy something that doesn't have a positive review online. Do you guys agree with that? 68% of you. This is one of the highest statistics. Again, you guys are so far out ahead in really thinking about peer review and trust as established between different customers rather than between a company and a customer. 68%. You should care, if you're a brand, about the really bad things the 46% people are saying, not because you care about them, but because you care about the 70% of people that they impact who won't buy your product. So you can't ignore the experience of vocal detractors, but still, across the globe, lots of resistance to this point of view. Last year, how many of you were here last year at the Digital Summit? Not that many. Great. So you haven't heard this story. One of my colleagues, Joe Fernandez, the founder of Klout, we recently bought Klout about a little over a year ago. He told one of those surprise and delight stories. He told the story of Morton's Steakhouse, who was listening to some very influential bloggers, and someone was flying into Chicago, and they landed, and they said, God, you know what just hit the spot right now? A porterhouse. And so Morton's, you know, delivered the porterhouse to the airport. And the guy, oh my God, this is incredible social customer service. He tweeted about it. It was a great story. But it's not realistic. And it's not what most customers expect from brands, in my opinion. Most people want you to do what they've entrusted you to do. And they want you to do something that they're allowed to share with others within the context of their relationship. The only challenge is that they want it right now. In the old model, instant gratification was considered an aberration. Right? Most people are okay, they understand the human condition, we got priorities, there's queues, I have different things I'm working on. Not in today's world. In the new world of extreme expectations, 72% of Australians want instant gratification from any online interaction. It's not just having a conversation, it's providing them the right answer that they want at the time. They expect you as a company to leverage everything that's available at your disposal. And if you think about all the stuff you saw this morning, all the technologies, all the capabilities to bring that into play, it's a lot of things to incorporate unless you change from the old model to the new model way of thinking. And finally, a large percentage, 40% of Australians, expect an online response within an hour. Okay, how many of you work for companies that provide consistent online response within an hour? It's not a lot of hands, but good for you guys, because you're satisfying almost half of the population who will make decisions about the brands they want to do business with and the places they want to work based on these kind of statistics. So that's the world of extreme expectations. It's the new model of how the consumer is today. And I go around talking about this, and everybody shakes their head and they said, yes, I get the Uber Instant model, I get Amazon Prime, I live all of that. But we're not set up that way. That's not the way our company's been built. And if we're going to change, we need to understand what the new reality is. So when we get into this conversation, we talk about the experience of the consumer. but we talk about the experienced consumer in the context of how you respond as a business. And I love to tell the story of what I call Daniel's market theory. Have any of you heard of Daniel's market theory? Economists out there? Good, you shouldn't. It doesn't exist. It's my son, my 14-year-old son, who has a DJ business. It's like Barry over there. And he does really well with his DJ business. He's very, very talented, really an artist, not much of a business person, but he constantly has to buy equipment. For those of you, DJ is a very capital-intensive business, right? You constantly need to be up. Look at all the stuff Barry has there. You got to be upgrading. So he picked a really good business partner, my daughter, Alexandra. She's going to be that 14-year-old CEO in 2 years who replaces me. I guarantee you, I said it here. So he said, okay, I'm the artist, she's the business person. We're going to work with Dad, and we're going to go figure out how we get him to front us some money so that we can buy the DJ equipment. So I said, you know what, let's turn this into an experiment. I run a software company. I want to understand, how are you going to go about this? So they went on their purchase journey to buy the Newmark DJ mixer. And all of you know this because you do it every day, right, in your consumer life. You discover through search, looking at videos, images, consuming different content that's out there on the web. You compare it through ratings and reviews. He went to getinthemix.com. I don't know if you've been there, Barry, getinthemix.com, Musician's Friend, all these great sites that talk about how to look at different DJ equipment at different points in your evolution of the business. Then he went to the Best Buy community to compare prices. He also compared that to Amazon. Finally, he connected with all his friends on social media to compare different things that they had done. He built the DJ Total community himself around the experience. Now, he bought a Newmark mixer, but nothing in his discovery ever came from Newmark. Right? Nothing was part of the old model of the way that Newmark would think about marketing or product promotion or building loyalty with a customer. Again, nothing earth-shattering here. We all do this. But when I talk to large companies around the world, I don't talk about technology, which may seem strange as a Silicon Valley software company. I talk about behavior. The issue is behavior, like my Australian spelling of behavior. Pretty good. It's not how we spell it in the US, just so you know. Okay? Locally sensitive presentation. The issue is behavior. And recognizing the behavior is recognizing that the customer experience is fundamentally different. It's an experience driven by a behavior that establishes trust in a very different way than the old models taught us. Extreme expectations says that the brand doesn't dictate the experience. We came up with a great expression at Lithium. I'd love you guys to tweet. This is my favorite, if you like it. Brand is negotiated, not declared in this world. I love that statement. I don't know who came up with that. It wasn't me. It was one of my people on my team. Brand is negotiated, not declared. Because to build a customer experience in today's environment for large companies that aren't the new startups that are entering the world without the incumbency, they have to rebuild trust through a negotiation with the customer. Andy talked about that today. Scale is oftentimes not an advantage because you have to rethink the ways that you build trust with a consumer. So here's the challenge. Few Australian businesses are doing it. In May of 2015, Forrester came out with a new consumer experience index, and it talked about very few companies that are making this change. Tactical, not strategic changes. Lack of understanding of the true customer journey. Lack of ability to invest deeply in the data that's available to them to change their processes. They need to know what they don't know about their customers. That's the conversation I have when I go around the world. You can't think about digital transformation. You can't think about technology overhauls until you actually understand how your customer has changed forever and how nothing you did in the past applies anymore. So it usually results about this point in the conversation in one of three reactions from the companies. The first is total denial. You're one of those upstart Silicon Valley CEO types in your blazer and your jeans, and you're coming in and you're telling me the world has changed. It's not real. Go away. I deny that this is happening. We're going to stick to the things that we do, and good luck. Most of those businesses in the 4 years I've been at Lithium, they're gone. They really are. It's happening very fast now. The second phase or wave that most people find themselves in is experimentation. Most executives are not like that. They say, you know what, I see it. I live it in my life. I've got some corporate mavericks. You know, they're the really smart, newly minted MBAs that everyone's telling me are going to run the company in 6 months. I'm going to put them on this project, and I'm going to give them some discretionary funding, and I'm going to let them go. It's what I call new technology, new behavior, but not at scale. The third wave, and this is where I find a lot more companies arriving, and particularly here in Australia, and I'll talk about some of them, is courage. The courage to accept the new consumer extreme expectations and adapt businesses to it. And my point to you today is, in light of all the digital transformation that is happening, not enough companies have the courage to make the change to survive what this transformation is going to do to them. So, if you're one of those companies, how many of you here represent companies that are established with over 25 million, 50 million in revenues? A lot of you here, great. So my thoughts that I share about the behaviors to move from wave 2, experimentation, to wave 3, because that's where most people are. Most people aren't in denial. The first, diversify your team immediately. And I don't just mean the traditional diversity, which you should be doing anyway, around age and gender and nationality, but I mean diversify the skill sets. Make sure you have people that understand all aspects of this consumer behavior and these extreme expectations. People who understand the data that it surfaces. And you're going to hear from Uber shortly, and they'll explain, I imagine, the way that Uber runs a business on sets of data that didn't exist when any of us were in business school. And that's entirely their data set. As they move forward, all of the sharing economy, all of the new technology companies are looking at data as a gold mine today. Diversify the team so you have that skill set. Number 2, behavior. Let go of the brand. Daniel's market theory does not require you as a brand to promote messages to the consumer. It requires you as a brand to curate and host conversations about topics that are important to you, to be seen as somebody that a consumer can trust, to be seen as part of the conversation, not somebody only interested in the transaction. That's a fundamental difference and a big part of moving from experimentation to courage. 3, gather data from influencers and experts. When Daniel was searching for the new DJ mixer, he didn't know who was going to be the person to give him the answer, but he did know the type of person he was looking for. He wanted somebody with experience, with reputation, with ranking. He wanted somebody that was trusted by others like him. He wanted somebody who was prolific on topics that were important to him. He didn't even care what company they worked for or what job they held. He just wanted to know that they were passionate about the topic, oftentimes the super fans of a product. Gather data from influencers and experts because they drive your business more than anything else. And finally, take money from the core faster than you are. If you're a company that's still spending hundreds of billions on call center technology and not putting money into the things that matter, you got to move faster. Let me tell you a story of a couple of companies quickly. MYOB, a company that moved from experimentation to courage. Many of you guys know these guys. 1.2 million customers in Australia, cloud accounting service provider. They went through their transformation from on-prem to cloud, stopped, just turned off email support, and built a community, invited their 40,000 partners to that so they could provide expert answers and help this transformation of their 1.2 million businesses moving from on-prem accounting software to cloud. Dramatically changed their business, really helped them move ahead much faster than they would have in that transformation. Comcast. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Comcast out here. Have you guys heard of them? The U.S. cable provider, often derided for really bad customer service phone calls that go viral all over Twitter. But Comcast decided that a key part of their business was going to be to use the new model, the way that consumers are talking about things, as an early warning detection. They're now able to tell when an outage occurs in a certain area of the United States on social faster than they are in their call centers, and they're able to get there and create the kind of conversation that they want around that, in addition to saving lots of money and driving up their reputation. British Gas, very exciting company to be talking about on social media. Imagine you're saying utilities. Believe it or not, British Gas was able to tap into all the conversations that are happening around hot water heaters and lifestyle issues around home appliances. And instead of selling products in the old model, British Gas is able to listen and provide expert advice from those in its community and from the people inside the company. Consors Bank, the first digital bank in Germany that completely changed the way they talk with customers to be all about surfacing peer content. We're able to drive conversion up 30% by putting that content in front of consumers from others like them as opposed to the brand. And finally, sorry, go back, sorry. Okay, we'll stay with Telstra. Finally, Telstra. Telstra, as you guys know, has done an unbelievable job in building an incredible community, 250,000 members of crowd support. They've been able to innovate and drive knowledge, over 80% growth year over year. But more importantly, they have learned to make this so central to their business that when new products come out, the entire community fuels the training for the rest of the company. 17,000 employees at Telstra have to know about the new iPhone 15 days after it launches. An impossible task if you're not leveraging the best parts of digital transformation and changing to the new model of the way consumers find information. So hopefully at this point, I can do my 30-second gratuitous infomercial for Lithium, because you're probably wondering, who are you guys? We are a software provider. We're the largest in the world, providing total community solutions to large brands. And it basically consists of three parts. We listen and engage over social networks to help the brand understand who's talking about your products and how do you interact with them to build the most engagement. We help you build communities on your own website so you can curate that conversation from social onto your own website to help drive sales or drive down costs or create expert knowledge to run your business. And finally, we help you tap into your influencers, your experts, the people who know your brand, who other consumers will trust as they make their decisions. As you leave today, I wanted you to think about this set of conversations I've had for the past 4 years. And I always end with 3 questions. I ask you to ask yourself these questions. First, if you represent a business here, do you understand your customers' extreme expectations? How many of you think you do? Okay, that's honest. Thank you. Think about that. Think about the ways your customer interacts in new models that you haven't prepared for. Secondly, ask whether you can meet it with current investments. Most companies that I speak to still have 90% of their stuff chasing infrastructure, technology, processes that don't matter anymore. And finally, if I started from scratch, what would I do? If I had a blank piece of paper and I could build companies like Murudi is funding and financing and was able to build a startup from scratch, how would I do it? Would my legacy be a burden or a benefit? Would I move money faster away from core to really enable me to flourish in the new economy? I hope that you take some of these comments away as you think about the transformation happening as a result of extreme expectations, and the business needs to meet them. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely wonderful.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Rob. Thank you very much. We're going to have you back very shortly for some Q&A, so grab a seat and we'll kick off with our next session. So 3 stages, Denial, experimental and courage, and understanding how your customer has changed forever. Their behaviour has changed forever. Fantastic. So, continuing on the theme, we've heard this morning a number of references to Uber, and why don't we ask a show of hands, who took an Uber in the last 24 hours in the room? Gee, I think you're going to be pretty happy with that, David. Well, not to steal anyone's thunder, but David Rorsheim is the General Manager of Uber in Australia and New Zealand. David was living in San Francisco back in 2012 when he met the Uber founders and agreed that Australian cities needed a better way to get around. After initially launching in Sydney as Uber's third international city, David has since helped Uber expand to 9 cities across Australia and New Zealand, and there's more to come, creating thousands of new jobs for responsible car owners along the way. Please join me in welcoming to the stage David Rorsheim of Uber.
Somebody said to me, nigga, why you babysitting? Only 2 or 3 shots. I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch. First you get a swimming pool full of liquor, then you dive.
All right. There's one second question. Is who here has given a ride using the Uber app? That's the next frontier for us. If you have a good driving record and a car that's in good condition, I think everybody should, during their spare time or on their journeys, be sharing the empty seats in their car. Rob was right. We started with data on our very first slide. This is a map generated from Uber journeys around Sydney. It's a bit out of date. We've certainly spread a lot further across the city now. Very excited to be here at the Telstra Digital Summit. Any opportunity to speak would be great, but this year's theme is super relevant to us. This discussion around convergence between different technologies, business models, and people is what made Uber possible. No one thing was necessary for Uber, but actually quite a few. So I'll talk through the Uber story in Australia and what technology made it popular. Now, this is a low-res picture, but it was so good I had to use it. This is the current experience, or this was the current experience for taxis when I joined Uber in 2012, and our founders in 2010 were motivated to start Uber because they were unhappy as customers with the experience they were getting. The Senator Fifield made a pitch this morning for all of us in the digital community to get involved in the digital transformation of government. I'm sure a few people were thinking, I don't really know how government works. I don't really know what services and technology they need. But if you're a customer and you know what good service looks like, if you know what a good experience at the Transport Office looks like, if you know what a good experience is registering a business, then you are qualified to get involved and be part of that. So that was the beginning of the Uber journey. No one in the business was a taxi driver or knew anything about dispatch. They just knew what good looked like and they knew what bad looked like. This picture shows one lady holding her shoes. That's a good sign that it's been a fair while out on the road trying to get a ride. That's not safe. She should either be still in the bar having a drink or she should be at home and not out on the street. The individual peeking through the window is involved in some sort of a negotiation for the opportunity to be a customer and pay money to a driver to drive him home. He's also out on the street. Tragically, father of 2 died on Parramatta Road trying to cross the road to get into a cab. That process of sticking your hand out and trying to negotiate through line of sight is not the best we can do with today's technology. I won't dwell too much on how the app works, but I will talk about the ingredients that technology have changed. So Uber was only possible once we had smartphones with strong GPS, strong data connections. That's why Australia was one of our first markets globally. Telstra had done a good job raising the standards, getting the networks up to speed, and GPS and maps. Those are starting conditions to rethink how we can improve that experience. Fundamentally, we took an anonymous transaction and made both parties accountable. So you as passenger are handing over contact details, mobile phone number, credit card, which we're verifying, and the driver also. Once you request a ride, you'll know their name, their photo, their vehicle, their registration. If you need to, you'll have their phone number, but in most cases, you don't need to communicate. We know where you are from GPS. And the moment that trip's been accepted, you can then, in stage 2 here, watch the car driving to you on the map. We're obsessed with getting you cars super quick. I think we're down to 3.5 minutes on average in Sydney. But in the early days, it wasn't that fast, it wasn't that good. And sometimes it'd be a 10 or a 15-minute ETA. And riders are actually totally cool with it. And the insight there was they were just happy knowing that it was coming. That transparency to see there's a car coming, I know for sure that John is coming to pick me up, and it's 10 minutes away, and I believe it because I can see it on the map and I can see it advancing towards me and the ETA updating minute by minute. And if I need to, I can call him just to confirm that. So suddenly customers are calm because they've got that transparency. At the end of the trip as well, credit cards on file, no money changing hands. That's a huge step forward for the safety of the drivers. They're not carrying cash. The biggest incidents in taxis are either passengers doing a runner, in Uber every ride is a runner, or someone breaking into the cab, because you know a cab's going to have a certain amount of cash in it at any time of day. And finally, the rating system. There's a lot of talk about, oh, what kind of a rating do I need to get kicked off Uber? And it's not really the main focus. Just knowing that you're going to be rated, and it goes both ways, if anybody doesn't know that, drivers are rating you. On Australia Day, everyone needs to improve their behaviour. It's the worst day of the year by far. Just knowing you're going to be rated means people bring their best behaviour. You're not an anonymous stranger, fearful of this other anonymous stranger. You're both accountable. That's the technology that made Uber possible. Nobody thought it was going to be a big thing in the early days. Here's an image from a Saturday night in the early days in San Francisco. Originally, Uber was just a club. It was an app you could download, but you needed a special password to actually use it. And it was Travis and Garrett and 50 of their mates, essentially. And they just show off at the end of a dinner, say, hey, watch this. They pull out their phone, they press a button, and a car shows up. The driver knows their name, feels like their own personal driver. And one by one, their friends said, that's awesome, I want that too. Sign me up. And at some point, they realized maybe this is actually a business. On a Saturday night, 4 concurrent trips in progress for Uber. The blue lines are the trips in progress. The individual holding the briefcase is waiting to get picked up, always holding a briefcase. Come a long way. Turns out getting a ride when you need it is a global problem. This is a typical image from Sydney. We're in 300 cities worldwide. Last week in Australia, we celebrated 10 millionth UberX ride. So we're very excited that we've tapped into something that was fundamentally a disappointing experience. UberX was the real innovation. And this is another enabler for us, the sharing economy. UberX taps into the cars that a city already has. Uber Black did that with the limousines, but UberX is tapping into, in a city like Sydney, 4 million plus cars, of which I'd like to believe at least 1 million are in good condition with a responsible driver. And we're just making better use of what the cities already have, subject to the appropriate background checks, instead of spending billions on more roads and tunnels and infrastructure. That's the current government's mandate. From the last election, they brought at least a $10 billion spending plan to combat congestion and efficiency in the city. We think we can start by just making better use of what we've already got. So Uber is the software for the city's hardware. We make the existing infrastructure work better. Building a tunnel takes at least 5 years to talk about it and at least 5 more years to build it, whereas Uber, we've got to 10 million rides in a year and a half. Software can move much faster than government or typical infrastructure. Another feature worth focusing on in the sharing economy is the part-time nature of it. This is a story that was published earlier this month from the Gold Coast. Illustrates that most partners using the UberX platform aren't doing it full-time. They're just logging on when they've got some spare time or when they want to make some extra money. And that is a new way of working. It's cool as a customer that you can press a button and get a ride. That's now That's what's expected now. That's the bare minimum in transport. But what's often not noticed is that we've created that same opportunity for drivers. They can log on and start making money. Here in Sydney, during the last month, that was an average money in the bank, $30 an hour. After all their Uber fees or whatever, they could log on and make $30 an hour when it suited them. And when we survey our partners, that's the number one thing they always highlight, is the freedom, the flexibility to fit in around other things in their life, whether they're a student or whether they're a parent or whether they're caring for others. 9-to-5 job just doesn't work for them. And we give them the flexibility to fit around whatever else is going on in their life. And it's also totally fine if it's transitional, between jobs or just to hit a certain savings goal. That car only has 2 doors, so that can't be the car they're using on Uber, because it's a 4-door requirement. But the point is clear. And just to go one step further, you might have had this experience on a journey in Sydney. We've got 4 deaf or hard of hearing partners on the platform. That's the last number I know. On the Uber app, if you request a ride and your driver is hard of hearing, you'll get a prompt saying, can you please put in the destination because your driver is hard of hearing, and make sure that it's on their phone, ready to go with the destination populated. And then the ride just works fine. Another example of how technology is making, this wasn't conceivable in the old frame of taxis when the legislation was written in the 90s, and to this day in most states you can't get a taxi driving license if you're deaf or hard of hearing. Taxis don't like this. This was a scene last month in Melbourne, Victoria. That first picture I showed you with 2 taxis and a whole bunch of customers essentially begging for a ride, that's their happy place. That's the perfect outcome for a taxi driver, because it means you're always busy, your cab is always full, you're making as much money as possible, but it means the customer is getting the worst possible experience. So taxi industry thinks it has a monopoly on transport, and they think they should be the only option to get around. And this is their traditional way of getting what they want: a protest, strike, or what have you. Very public demonstration. Our response is a technology response. Most of our Uber riders would have received one of these emails during one of the taxi protests in the last few weeks. But in Victoria, within an hour, we were able to send out an email to all of our users and just let them know what was going on. Taxis are blocking the streets. Do you want to tell your side of the story? And with the click of a button, they're in touch with their MP or sharing on social media, and under hashtags #WhyIRide or #WhyIDrive, they're telling their own story. Tens of thousands of individuals contacted their MPs that day, trending on social media nationwide. We're empowering the consumers. I think Andy, the CEO this morning, totally on board with the power of the consumer now. We just heard more of it from the lithium folks. The consumers have a voice now. Traditionally, it was an angry, loud minority that were dictating how transport works in your city, but now the consumers have got a voice. We've made it so easy, and technology's made it so easy to be heard, to get their demands out there, and it applies to government too. Governments are now more accessible and can be communicated with easier than ever before. It goes both ways. In Canberra, which was the first state or territory in Australia to formally recognise ride sharing and announce that they were going to put regulations in place, slated to begin this Friday. When the Chief Minister made that announcement, this is a bit of a cute example, but his social media was trending globally for recognition and thanks for being a leader and actually taking on this opportunity. Now, it's not just transport. As I mentioned, we're just a technology company. We're software that makes the cities work better. What else can we work with? In Sydney, a few times, we've put boats on the system. It is actually the best way to get between some points in Sydney. It's not just for a laugh. But same technology, just hand it to my phones to some water taxi owners, and now we're making an underutilised asset a whole lot easier to use. We've done it with ice cream as well, Gelato Messina. had a lot of fun with that. Press a button, get some food. That's a real product in a bunch of Uber cities now, every day of the week, Uber Eats. So that's not just fun, but it's an experiment of other technology that we could deliver. It's also so we can have fun, and it also gets people talking about the app. The highlight for the marketing team this year was in July. I think B&T magazine announced that Uber was the most talked about brand on Facebook, edging out Apple. So that's a real win for the team, just coming up with content that people like to talk about and share. What comes next? The technology day. What comes next? Uber Pool. Has anybody had a chance to try this out? If you've been in San Francisco, you probably have. Awesome, great. I hope it was fun. It's only about 6 months old worldwide. With Uber Pool, we're now giving you the option to share your ride with another passenger that's heading in the same direction. And it doesn't need to be beginning and ending in exactly the same point at exactly the same time. Someone could jump in halfway through your journey, you get to your destination and they carry on. And we're in pursuit of the perpetual trip where these cars always have at least one passenger in them, which means they're more utilized than ever and the passengers can pay less than ever. And you're starting to approach public transport prices at the touch of a button on demand when you need it. And again, if we're talking about congestion, this is another step forward. If we're putting 2 or 3 now, individuals in one car rather than just one passenger, I think there's hundreds of thousands of cars, journeys that go across the Sydney Harbour Bridge every day. Huge opportunity to match some of those up. And then maybe we don't need to build more tunnels. Maybe we don't need to spend quite so much on congestion. It also means people are going to own less cars. If there's a whole generation growing up now saying, why do I want to own a car? I don't want to buy up front $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 worth of assets. I've got to find somewhere to park it, which is not cheap or convenient in Sydney. I've got to find somewhere to park it when I go to places. I can't use it when I'm drunk. I've got to get it maintained. I've got to queue up somewhere to get it registered every year. When it breaks down, I've got to deal with it. I've got to pay insurance. I've got to pay for fuel. Or I could just open up my phone where all of my happy things are, and now I've just got one more service, press a button, get a ride. That's only true once we've got cars in every corner of the city at every time of the day at a price that is super, super attractive, but we are getting there. And cities that then don't have as many car owners suddenly don't need quite as much space for parking. A city like Melbourne or Sydney has somewhere between 5 and 15% of the CBD dedicated to parking space. If people didn't own so many cars, what else could you do with that? I think cities could look very different in the near future. We've also opened up an API. This is big news, an exciting step for us over the last 12 months. That means that within your app, you can actually surface information about how far away is the nearest Uber ride, how much would it cost to get to this restaurant or this hotel, and potentially even book a ride from inside your app. Keep your customer where you want them, and then transport is just a service, it's just an API. Google Maps has done it. Monty, we need to talk. There's not enough Telstra devices or apps that have this embedded, but there could be. I think it's a function that makes other experiences come to life. And I'd also highlight Uber Rush. This is now a public test or public product in a bunch of US cities where we're using the same technology, the same cars most of the time to move packages. And so small businesses, small retailers can now load up a dashboard and start moving packages around their city on demand again. These are deliveries within 5 or 10 minutes, not overnight or the next day. Another technology coming, I'm sure has been mentioned, is autonomous vehicles. The Tesla gave the world autopilot just 2 weeks ago, or October the 14th. It was an over-the-air software upgrade to the hardware, and all of a sudden you had an autopilot system which could cruise along highways for you. Within a week, these 3 individuals decided to really push it and set a new electronic vehicle record coast to coast, California to New York City in 2.5 days using Tesla vehicle, its charging stations, and the autopilot. Now that definitely means that they were traveling well above the speed limit a lot of the time. But And they got high fives from Elon Musk for it. But the point is, the technology's out there now, and to today's theme, there's no going back now. Once consumers have started using it, they've started loving it, they've started going cross-country in 2.5 days just for kicks. There's no turning back now. But it's a good example. The rules for autonomous vehicles barely exist right now. And perhaps after this stunt, a few states are going to think about it and say, oh gosh, do we want these cars on our roads? Do we want them driving this fast? There should be some rules. It's a real test for governments. Technology is evolving at a faster and faster pace, whereas I would argue that governments are making decisions at a slower and slower pace. And thankfully, we heard from the Senator, and I would agree, we've got a Prime Minister that at least understands the opportunity. We certainly believe Google is a bit of a litmus test. Sorry, Uber is a bit of a litmus test. Don't tweet that, it's a secret. We certainly believe Uber is a bit of a litmus test for governments. How quickly do they respond? As Robert Scoble articulated, it's a bit of a litmus test. Sportsbet Australia is actually running odds on the first state or territory to legalise Uber, and there's some states at 16 to 1, and there's some, they got the ACT right, there were some states with short odds. It's an opportunity for states to prove that they are welcome to innovation, and when they do, they'll see more coming. They'll see more following. That's the Uber story. That's how we connect the bits and the atoms together. Fun to be here. Thanks for listening.
Wonderful, David. We'll stick around because we've got plenty of time for Q&A as we lead into the lunch break. And I might also ask Rob Tarkoff to come back up to the stage and join us. And hosting this moderated Q&A is a very familiar face to the Digital Summit, and that's Brian Solis. So Brian's back in Australia. He's been with us for each of our summits, and he'll have a wonderful keynote for you coming up after lunch. But for now, he is going to host Q&A. The question format will be the same. You can come through to any of the microphones around here or post your questions up through the instructions that will come up on the screen. So please join me in welcoming Brian Solis. Great to see you, mate. Take it away.
And she says,
I did not choose that song, but certainly conveys my youth. All right, well, David, well done. Rob, well done. I just want to encourage you that if you do have some questions, I think there's a timer up here to just kind of look at and scoot up a little bit forward so I can keep you on time for lunch. So if you have questions, please either tweet them or come up to one of the microphones. But I have a whole bunch using this analog app called Paper, Pen, and a Clipboard. or stylus, if you will. Rob, I'll start with you because you sort of opened this door of which you really sort of put people first, right? And people is one of the pillars of the themes of this event. I think about customer relationship management. I think about customer support, customer retention, customer acquisition. They all have the word customer in it. So CRM, what have you. But I don't think businesses actually think about the C as human beings. I almost think that they think of the C, for example, in CRM as can't. What do you think businesses just sort of misinterpret? Why did technology sort of get in the way of our ability to see people and build relationships with them?
It's a great question. So there's a couple of things that I think are happening. One is there's a statistic I recently read that 70% of the purchase decision in a B2B software context is made before you ever talk to the company. And that's in an industry where you're traditionally dealing with sales reps. I know enterprise software companies hate to hear that. But the available information makes a relationship with someone before any transaction happens. That's when they become a customer, when they actually buy something. It makes it really far more important than ever. I mean, if you just think about any of the journeys today of gathering information or figuring out what it is that you want to do with a brand, they don't have the data sitting in their CRM system. They don't have the customer as an object in some database with attributes assigned to it. There's a bunch of conversations going on. There's a bunch of patterns. There's insights that you're gathering from their behaviors. And I think that the learning or the behavior that has to change in this case is to go beyond the system of record being a CRM system. That's good once they are a customer. But what about when they're in that critical phase of determining from all the different choices who they want to do business with? So we think of this as, from a techno-speak perspective, that there's a new set of technology that's emerging. It's called system of engagements. And the system of engagement is products like our own, the Total Community, and others out there that help you connect in to all the conversations among customers and influencers and people who can impact your business before they ever do a transaction. And if you can capture that, I think it will change the way most businesses think about all these things you talked about: customer experience, customer retention, because it's not about the transactional part of that equation, which is traditionally what CRM has been about. It's about the true conversations, the insight, the building of really a relationship.
Yeah, well said. Well, David, on the contrary, Uber uses technology to bring people together, to actually improve relationships, to not just facilitate transactions, but to actually improve customer experiences. So, but at the same time, I'd be foolish to call Uber just a transportation company. I mean, obviously, you're now in the gelato business, and in San Francisco, you're also in the kitten business, and delivering happiness to people everywhere. But what was the perspective around the company to use technology differently than most businesses are using technology, and what should other businesses learn from Uber?
Well, in terms of those adjacencies, what's common between the gelato and to a lesser extent, the kittens, is we're in the on-demand business. So from day one, it was press a button, get a car, and that was new. That was an app that got you something in the real world. That was really exciting. It's far more common now, but it was a lot of fun to experiment with 3 or 5 years ago. And so the questions in the room were just, what else could I get with the press of a button? And I think food is a good example of something that when you have a need, if you can solve it in 5 or 10 minutes, that's super useful. But if it takes 3 or 5 hours, then don't worry about it. Whereas a dress or some shoes can probably wait a few hours. So we're focused on that instant gratification, and as I mentioned, there's a whole generation growing up that that's how they expect the world. They can get their information at a moment's notice. They can get their friends at a moment's notice. That's just what they want.
All right, so I have a question that I'm going to tee up to you first, Rob, sure, and translate over to you, David, because I think we're all, I'd like to think we're all in one way or another aspiring geeks. I mean, technology is just becoming sort of part of our everyday life. I think for many of us, the mobile phone is an extra appendage. So the argument around technology is just, it's almost illogical why businesses aren't understanding this impact. So as you said, a lot of the things that were getting in the way were fear, perspective. I mean, these are all human issues, right? So what is it that you see businesses getting wrong? And then also at the same time, what is it that finally breaks through, that gets an executive to see that they need to change?
So I think one of the biggest challenges is that most people inside these large companies don't know how to do it. I mean, this has been the phenomenon in the Silicon Valley for years. Every cycle, when there's a huge new technology disruption, you get this massive brain drain out of large companies into startups. And particularly when the VC ecosystem is super strong, you get all these ideas that are being created. And so what you find is that the concept of intrapreneurship, that's what I call it, the idea that you find these people who want to start businesses inside of large organizations. It takes a very, very visionary CEO and C-suite to enable that kind of stuff. I mean, the stuff that we're hearing about from Telstra today, from Murudi and that kind of initiatives, you rarely see that. Most corporate venturing initiatives fail because somewhere the CFO gets a hold of it and he goes, I don't know, is the IRR good enough? Are we a venture capitalist? What are we doing with this? I don't know where to put it inside my organization. So those are the kind of, and I've seen this at multiple big companies, which is why I went to try to build my own big company, because I wanted to enable us to be able to do this. But that's what I see is you get this sort of institutional bias against this entrepreneurship. if you're gonna, Uber today has the largest logistics network probably in the world. If you just think about everything that you know about routes and drivers and where people go. And so why couldn't have that been built inside of a company like FedEx or UPS or anybody that has all that worldwide logistics information? It's because it would have required somebody to go do something incredibly disruptive like what they've done. So I think it's the death of entrepreneurship, which is part of the reason you don't see these amazing ideas spinning out of big companies. That's been my experience. At some point that has to change, or else they won't survive.
I always say I tried to be innovative, but I got stuck in meetings all day. So, David, I'm going to sort of modify the question a bit because I'm also cognizant of all of the questions coming in over the Twitterverse. One of them has to do with customer insights and how do you use that to sort of translate into business innovation. I mean, for Uber, it's almost incredible. I mean, it's not really a surprise that the taxi experience sucks in so many parts of the world. So I can understand sort of the motivation or the inspiration to create Uber. But before we get to the second half of the question, the first part is, what do you think prevented change in the taxi industry? It's no surprise that they were sort of inflicting, pain to certain people. But it's also not a surprise that change was inevitable. So they could have been part of change. Now they're just sort of violently erupting against it.
It's a question we've only started thinking about after we launched the business. We didn't, as I mentioned, come in with a hypothesis around this is why this model is broken and here's the answer. It was just a little club for a few people that wanted to pay a bit of extra money to solve their own problem. But of course, we've gone back and reflected on it. I think the ingredients are, if you look at anything that hasn't changed for 20 or 30 years, that's probably a good opportunity. Frankly, regulations, a highly regulated environment is, on the balance of probabilities, probably going to restrict innovation. If you see, it doesn't necessarily need to be a monopoly, but if you see highly, highly profitable businesses, that means that they are not reinvesting in their own technology and improving the service or improving the experience for drivers. Those are the mistakes the taxi industry made. The owners in the industry said, we can make a lot of money out of this, while the riders and the drivers suffered. And so that inevitably is going to open up an opportunity. So I'd keep an eye out for those. In top of my list would be anything to do with financial services and healthcare. Highly regulated and highly profitable.
I've also noticed at the same time, though, you are reinvesting in the business quite substantially, actually. So the idea of boats, food, in the US, there was a big story that was going around about the partnership with the new BMW 7 Series and how Uber was sort of promoting rides with the coming car as a way of helping BMW reach new audiences. How much of this is driven by insights, and sort of how are you able to enact those insights so quickly in Uber?
So clearly we're a data-driven company. We've been a technology company from day one, so that's native to us. So we never went through a technology revolution. So everything is trackable in terms of who is looking for a ride when. And we're using that data to predict where should the cars be so that drivers get money and passengers get rides. But what's probably given us, my belief, what's given us the ability to keep innovating is just the comfort to test and try and fail. So for us, each city is really a startup within a startup. There's 300 plus general managers around the world out there making Uber work in their city. That's a very unusual model for a technology company. If most technology companies, if they could possibly avoid it, would have the entire team sitting in Silicon Valley, sitting together, getting their job done. We've got people in each city trying to figure out how should Uber be different here. That's how Sydney ends up with boats. Monty probably wants Melbourne to do coffee on demand. That would be a local relevant thing to do. But what's key is the cities are empowered to do it, and it's okay to fail, and the company from the top down understands that. We push responsibility and decision making as far down to the front line as we can so that we can run 300 different startups and experiments.
Rob, I have a big question for you, but just 1 second, because you've used the word fail a few times in your response. in Silicon Valley, it's actually a good word. It means you're trying. But I'm sure many people in here, when they hear the word fail, it's not good, right? It means you tried and you failed. So how do you encourage sort of a culture of experimentation, as Rob talked about earlier?
I will be clear to draw the line on failure is not about safety. There's a few red lines for us, just to be clear. But how do you create that culture? It's the manager's responsibility to say yes to a crazy idea. Kittens on demand. It's like, who knows whether that's going to be a good idea? There's no amount of data you can collect that can tell you whether or not that's going to be a good idea.
Well,
yes,
BuzzFeed would say otherwise. Everybody loves kittens.
It turns out kittens are viral, so we tapped into something there. But you just don't know. And so you don't want to have, there's too many companies where if you make a mistake, that's what people are going to talk about and that's what's going to be in your review, and therefore the correct, logical, sensible behavior is to not try anything. If you as an employee are trying to keep your job and get promoted, there's too many companies where that's the case. I was speaking to an MP recently who wanted to do a sort of an entrepreneurship award, like the best business idea or of the month or the year, and I said, no mate, come up with biggest failure of the year. Go reward the individual that just had a crack and it didn't work and say, that's awesome.
Excellent, all right. So Rob, I want to ask you this. I'm a big fan of your message, your vision, your purpose, and I want the room here and all those who are following everyone on Twitter and social to hear your response to this. You talked about the Morton's example. That's talked about quite a bit, written about as almost the standard of excellent customer experience. I'm going to go on the other side and say it's a big PR stunt. And I'm also going to go on record to say that I think Comcast is also using Twitter and customer service as PR, because if it was true that they were using social as a way of improving the customer experience, they would actually improve customer support, customer experience, and we wouldn't have issues like we saw with Veronica, quite famously when she tried to quit the service that made all of the press because they transferred her to the customer retention department, which is a big sales group that tries to uncomfortably keep you as a company. So the question is, how do we not get caught up using new technology as PR stunts, and how do we actually take all of this insight to bring about proper change rather than using technology to mask the real problem?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it's why it's so hard for CEOs to go from experimentation to courage in those waves. And that is, I mean, look, Comcast serves millions and millions of people with entrenched models of customer care. I mean, it used to be that whenever you had a problem with Xfinity or Comcast, you got on the phone, you called out, a tech came out to your house. You either had a good experience or a bad experience, and you sort of moved on. And there's a lot of embedded processes in that you can't change overnight. But what Comcast did do is they took an initial experiment of 10 or 15 agents monitoring social and trying to get those conversations right, and they said, we're going to take this to 150. And we're going to quadruple this. We're going to start pulling money out of the core. We're going to have some bumps along the way. We're going to have experiences where a rogue agent, does something like this and it's being bad PR. They also, this is a fascinating thing in terms of team diversification. They took their head of PR and they put him in charge of customer service, of digital customer service.
Wow.
And I thought, that's amazing, because here's somebody who's used to only being able to talk about things that are sort of like corporate messaging, and now it's somebody who has to respond to all the issue that's happening. And so as she started to learn the issues, she realized, okay, there's bigger things we have to do to transform the overall image. So it was a little bit of the kind of the learning inside. How do I get my PR team to understand this is the real customer experience, and so this is what should make its way. This is the real PR, what's happening on the customer service side. And that's one great example of just moves that Brian made inside of Comcast to really get customer service at the front end. The other thing I was just going to say to this question of, if you're moving as a big company from experimentation to courage, you're going to fail a lot. And so what I always tell CEOs is, don't focus on whether you're going to fail, but focus on how you're going to experiment, because you will fail. But do you do the experiments right? Do you set up the parameters in a way that you're constantly learning from what you're doing? Because I think if you run an experiment and fail and don't learn, then it's not excusable. That's a failure. That's a bad failure. But learning failures are, okay, I got data out of this. I got more insight as a part of that. I mean, we today are running experiments with our brands to say, what if you could tie everything you know about people on cloud with all the conversations that happen across 450 large brand communities on thousands of topics? What if you could actually build a profile for your consumer that allows them to better negotiate their service levels with you, and for the brand that allows you to know more about them than just what they bought or what they said specifically on the community in response to a problem? I know now everything about you. Lots of privacy implications, but so now how do I go take that and deal with both sides of the equation? A better experience for the consumer and a better experience for the brand. And we're running lots of experiments in that. And some of them aren't working. Some of them are working really well. But the key is every time we do that, we've got to be learning, getting data that's helping us to refine that for the next wave. And so I think it's a lot more, and that's, I think, a lot of the things companies like Uber do is they may be running a lot of experiments. They may not, quote, succeed in the first phase, but there's so much data generated from that you're that much smarter the next time that you run it. And that's why this data insight piece is so huge.
Yeah, right on. So I know we're out of time, but I'm going to ask you a real quick question, David, because it keeps coming up on Twitter. Has Uber set aside budget for a fleet of autonomous vehicles yet?
Speaking of PR.
Yeah, no, so we're investing in it, no questions asked. In the US, we partnered up with the university, some of the best robotics department in town. That's a disruptive technology for us. If we could sit back and wish for everything to stay the same, but there's other industries that have been that way. We're investing, we'll give it a go. It's, just to highlight, that Tesla that went coast to coast with the autopilot, it was on autopilot 96% of the time. So there's still 4% where it hasn't got you covered, and I think that last 4% is going to be pretty hard. It's not the type of product that you can launch when it's 99% ready. Fail is a real fail in that game, and that's different to a lot of technology, a lot of software companies' ways of thinking. So we're investing. We want to be part of it. We don't know when it's going to be ready.
Yeah, right on. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Rob and David. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks very much, guys. It was awesome. Thanks, Rob. That was fantastic. Thanks, David. Awesome stuff. Well, it's lunchtime, guys. Time to get some food. Lunch will be served on the terrace and also in the foyer. So if you want to get some sunshine, it's a beautiful Sydney day. Get out amongst it. For those tweeting, the top 5 tweets of the day will win a Telstra TV. So keep those coming. And Brian will be back after lunch, which will conclude at 2 p.m.
Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you. Baby, I can get you. Blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you with my ride.
Can't get out of my, baby, I get. Can't get out of my, baby, I get. Can't get out of my mind. Can't get out of my, baby, I get. Can't get out of my, baby, I get. Can't get out of my, baby, I get. I think about the girl all the time.
Everybody get on down, cause you know we got to get it wrong. Mary J's in the spot tonight, and I'ma make you feel alright. Come on, baby, just party with me. Let it loose and set your body free. Leave your situations at the door, so when you step inside, jump on the floor. Let's get it crunk up on that fun up, on up in this dancery. We got y'all open, now you're floating, so you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, toleration in this dancery. Let's get it percolated while you're waiting, so let's dance for me.
That's fucking.
My face above the water, my feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the wave. Wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against us. My face above the water, my feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting, my face above the water. My feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the. My face above the water. My feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. I'm slowly drifting away, wave after wave, wave after wave. I'm slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream,
argue, but I love it. 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 Argue, my face when I'm with you. Argue, my face when I'm with you. But I love it. Yeah, I love it. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. But I love it. Said I can't feel my face. But I love it. But I love it. I can't. Said I can't feel my face. But I love it. But I love it. She told me don't worry. And I know she'll be the death of me, at least we're both enough. She'll always get the best of me, the worst is yet to come. All the misery was necessary when we're deep in love. 'Cause I know, well I know. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. Argue, but I love it. Argue, but I'm with you. But I love it. I love it. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I love it. Said I can't feel my face. I love it. Argue, said I can't feel my face. I love it. I love it. She told me don't worry. I love it. I love it.
A tornado flew around my room before you came. Excuse the mess it made. It usually doesn't rain in Southern California, much like Arizona. My eyes don't shed tears, but boy they pour when I'm thinking about you. Oh no, 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 I've been thinking about you. You no, 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 I've been thinking about you. Do you think about me still? Do you, do you? Or do you not think so far ahead? 'Cause I've been thinking about forever. Ooh. Or do you not think so far ahead? 'Cause I've been thinking about forever. I don't like you, I just thought you were cool enough to kick it. Got a beach house I could sell you in Idaho. Since you think I don't love you, I just thought you were cute that's why I guess you got a fighter jet. I don't get to fly it, though I'm lying down thinking about you. Ooh, no, 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 I've been thinking about you. You, no, 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 I've been thinking about you. Do you think about me still? Do you, do you? Or do you not think so far ahead? 'Cause I've been thinking about forever. Ooh. Or do you not think so far ahead? 'Cause I've been thinking about yes, of course. I remember, how could I forget how you feel? You know you were my first time, a new feel. It won't ever get old, not in my soul, not in my spirit, keep it alive. We'll go down this road till it turns from color to black and white. Do you not think so far ahead?
Welcome back, everyone. If I could just ask you to take your seats. Hope you all managed to get a bit of Sydney sunshine. That sky deck looked fantastic. I popped out for a quick look, and for those dining inside, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. As I promised before the lunch break, a Summit veteran is Brian Solis, and he's going to join us for his keynote in a moment. But let me introduce Brian first. He's the principal analyst at Altimeter Group, and he is a business strategist, a futurist who creates new media strategies and frameworks that build bridges between companies, customers, and employees. Brian's going to talk with us today about his wonderful new book, X, The Experience When Business Meets Design. Please join me in welcoming our Summit veteran, Brian Solis, to the stage. I should have known you'd choose this song.
I wanted to take my time because that song, it could come out today and it would still be huge. Just noticed too that when I tried to button this, that lunch I think settled a little too quickly. Well, you're going to see the book at the afternoon break. Telstra was kind enough to purchase copies for some of you. But this is not a presentation about a book. It's a presentation about the inspiration behind rethinking the possibilities of everything. I'm going to share with you how the world is changing, and the irony wasn't lost on me that I was going to tell you that in a book format. So, as you'll see, it took 3.5 years to produce, and a lot of that was because I studied how we use our smartphones and how we use tablets and the apps and the ways that we behave with it, and then also the attention spans of teenagers in school, to see if you could reinvent what a book could be in a digital economy, and if you could make print matter in a world where we're so attached to our smartphones. And I thought, well, if I would go through that process, then we all could go through that process in everything. And that's really what the theme of this is about. You know, this intersection between humanities and technology, people, it really is sort of the representation of X. X means a lot of things. X marks the spot, but also it means experience and perspective. So on one side, you see the zombie apocalypse as we think it looks like. And on the other hand, if you talk to any executive or any parent, they'll tell you that that's the real zombie apocalypse. But if you talk to Scoble, right, I mean, can you imagine if this thing is going away or becoming devalued, we're gonna be like this now. But that is a matter of perspective, right? Because I think there's the way that we see the world and the way that others see the world, and sort of a lot of them are at conflict. You've heard a lot about technology. You're going to hear more about technology, but I think the magic of this moment, what makes this such an incredible opportunity for a brilliant renaissance, is our ability to just maybe see the world through the lens of someone else. Because it is perspective that is holding us back. Many of us, whether we're executives or we're strategists or we're just on the front lines, we are coming to that moment based on the moment we know, based on our own life's experiences, our own professional experiences. And we don't see things the way they truly are. We see them as we are. Right? And that's just a natural reflex. And so seeing all of this change, looking at this just massive amount of technology that's disrupting us now and in the future, it is perspective that's going to allow us to see what we really need to do about it. Because customer experience isn't the same thing as it is to you or as it is to me, because it's incredibly personal, and it's also influenced by how technology is used in our lives. Some of us can't live without it. Some of us have willfully gone through digital detox. Some of us are very proud to use clipboards and paper still. I couldn't possibly know who we're talking about. But this is, in one image, I think, the state of the world. When this picture went viral, I was in Germany at the time, and I just got so excited. It was late at night, and I said, oh, you know what would be a great caption to this picture? So I published it on Instagram. How dare she deprive her Facebook audience of this moment? But this is sort of representative of that moment that we need to see things not just through the world that we know, but the world of the way that others want to experience it as well, and deliver an experience that isn't just for one, but for many, right? But one person at a time. There's a friend of mine, his name is Doc Searles, and his quote was that CRM today, as you saw that we talked about with Rob earlier, customer relationship management is actually nothing, it's nothing to do with relationships, everything to do with management. And we use technology as a way of sort of scaling ourselves away from people, when in fact, the gift of technology is that we get to see people. We get to see the humans behind those screens in ways never before possible, to the point where we're watching digital's impact on the physical world and the physical world's impact on the digital world, and it's changing everything, right? I mean, I spend my fair share in airports, and on those walking escalators, it says keep right if you're going to stand, keep left if you're going to move, and even that is too hard for people to understand. But now we actually have to consider the safety involved with this, right? Without actually being able to see obstructions ahead, so now we get our own walking space. But the point is that unless we understand what it is that's really driving people, why is this technology affecting your life, and how and to what extent? How is it changing your decision making? How is it making you the center of your universe? And what does those behaviors add up to? How does it change your values? How does it change the attributes of a business that make you want to align with it? And it's understanding all of these things that help us not only make sense of technology, but also help us understand how to make technology matter, right? How to not just react to every single trend that's out there, but how to use it in meaningful ways that build relationship, that nurture those relationships that turn into experiences, that turn into customer loyalty, right? Because customer retention is a lot less expensive than customer acquisition. But imagine if we invested in the experiences of everybody to matter in every moment of truth, throughout the life cycle, then acquisition and retention lead to all kinds of new possibilities where technology just becomes an enabler, right? You don't need to have an Oculus Rift app for your business if that's not the experience that makes the most sense. But understanding people, I think, is why I became a digital anthropologist over the years. As you heard, Rob said that the whole idea of a brand is something that's collaborative. I like to say that businesses and the experiences that they create are co-created, right? That's hard. You know, Rob said that you got to let go of the brand, and it's almost impossible for a lot of executives because they come from an era of command and control, right? And they don't necessarily live the brand the way that customers or even employees do because they're busy in a world of stakeholders and shareholders. And so we have to appreciate why it's so difficult to bring about change, but also appreciate at the same time that change is inevitable. Disruption is something that happens to us or because of us. So what is X? What is an experience? This, to me, was the biggest inspiration of writing the book, was that experience is something that most of us kind of misunderstand. It's not a thing. It's an emotion. It's something that you feel, and you feel it throughout anything and everything that you do. So when it comes to working with a brand and what that brand experience is like, we often get confused with messaging and creative and product design and tactical exchange information with transactional stuff like customer service or customer support. Experience is incredibly personal, and in an era where technology is conditioning us to become accidental narcissists, I don't call it the sharing economy, I call it the selfish economy in a good way, then that means that experiences are now more important than ever because people are going to have them and they're going to share them. This is an experience. You're looking at one of the most sophisticated technologies to hit the consumer market in a long time, and this is the Disney Magic Band. The amount of data it tracks is incredible. But she doesn't care because it just let her into the park. It knows who she is. She can get into her hotel room. She can buy food with it. The vendors know who she is. Over time, it understands her preferences. It creates an experience that just unlocks new value and new possibilities. A lot of us talk about Apple when we talk about experiences, but a lot of us don't really understand what it is and to what extent Apple goes out of its way to unify the experience. There is a person at Apple whose job it is to open boxes all day long. Do you imagine the workman's compensation issues with paper cuts? The box at Apple has a story arc designed for it. What you're supposed to feel and think and do as you unbox that moment. And it's meant to enliven the overall experience architecture that was designed, that's alive in the product design, in the website, and in the retail experience. It's incredibly thoughtful and it's intentional. And that's to what extent we have to think about competing for experiences, because it is the new value creation. Again, no technology trends needed to be relevant at a human level. Because customer experiences isn't just any one moment, it isn't just a net promoter score, it isn't just a share of voice, it is actually the sum of all emotions and experiences people have with you throughout the life cycle. The sum. You fail in multiple places, but you succeed in a couple, it's still the sum. We all know the stats that people will talk about negative experiences. They will share negative experiences. If they have negative experiences, they're going to leave you. These are all things that we know, yet we don't really do anything about it. We try here and there, but experience, if it's exponential and if it's complete and it's universal, then that means that how we're structured in business today, the models of which we operate against, they're not designed to be universal. They're designed to operate in their little pockets, to their standards, to their budgets. So what if in a world we shifted everything and we started to invest in positive experiences, because we all, again, know that when you have positive experiences, you're going to tell people that you're going to be happier. You're going to probably even pay more for products because you know you're going to get a better experience. And imagine then if you invested in this whole new era of customer relationship management where you incentivize people to share those experiences, to negate or eliminate or erase all of the negative experiences that just completely compile online. They don't disappear. So experience architecture then requires an unbiased perspective, right? So this is an image I thought that really captured the state of my anxiety every single day. 4 horsemen of the modern apocalypse. We look at our phones 1,500 times a week. That adds up to 177 minutes of your life every single day. I don't even want to know where most of those minutes are spent. The idea of social, ephemeral messaging, all of these apps that we use, I mean, it's just second nature, right? We expect a car to be here in a few minutes with a driver of a high rating because we're being conditioned to do so. Snapchats and selfies, these are all not just acts of narcissism, these are actually marketplaces for emotions, human emoticons and human influence that changes the nature and the dynamic of how people communicate and share. People go to YouTube to search more than they do Google these days on the smartphone, because in YouTube, videos come back. In Google, websites come back. And what's the point? Why haven't we thought about what the point of a website is in 2015? Because we don't question enough. We take for granted a lot of the things that are there, but in fact, when people stop wanting to get websites and we don't do anything about it, we have to get to the core of what that means. And what that means is that people are looking for utility, they're looking for insight, they're looking for information that helps them take the next step forward. And that completely undermines a lot of our investments that either exist or that are in our roadmap right now. Experience architecture also begins with empathy, because once you study the customer journey, the devices they use, the questions that they ask, the content that comes back or the pages that come back, you realize that the customer journey is a mess. It's broken, and it's because we sort of designed it that way. We designed it based on committee without really ever understanding what people do or what they want to do. This is just one of the many examples of how people are hacking their way around you, and it just becomes a matter of point. The friction that you've heard come up over and over and over again, friction sucks, right? So at some point, you stop subjecting yourself to it. If businesses do not change the way they do business, then you find alternatives. Uber and taxis. A million apps like that, Tinder and Match.com. But I'd be lying to you if I actually considered Tinder a dating app. So when you go through the customer journey and you start to empathize with the technology pains that they have, the friction that comes up, the lack of information and insight, the number of places they have to visit to make a decision, you can't help but feel frustrated yourself and also inspired to understand that the way that they use these personal technologies, the way that they're talking to one another, the way that they're sharing their lives, they expect every single day for your business to emulate those apps. The experience that they have with those apps should be the way that you do business. And we get stuck because we're caught up in the legacy infrastructures and investments that we have. It's very hard to pilot or test and learn new things when we are rooted in the past, right? But today, all of these gestures add up to something much more significant. When you study the customer journey, you realize that most of the time it starts on the phone. And in order for them to continue, and this is true for B2B or B2C, they can't finish it on the phone. They have to break, they have to go to another device, they have to go to a desktop because it won't load on the phone or it's a horrible experience. And then this happened last week. Mobile search has overtaken desktop search, per Google's earnings statement. Now, what does that mean? That means that the world that you have probably designed for your customers is a desktop experience, not a mobile experience. And by mobile experience, I don't just mean that your UX team has sort of given you responsive design and it loads on a mobile phone. I mean, what is the purpose of when someone searches on a mobile phone and how do they interact with what comes next? So this is the result of a lot of work I've been doing with Google over the last year in what we call micro moments. Micro moments are when you grab that phone, maybe at a break, maybe on a train, maybe in the back of an Uber, and you start whatever that process is. And it's usually driven by context, like I want to learn, I want to buy, I want to know, I want to go. And in those moments, what comes back helps you decide what to do or what not to do. And what's key is, in those micro moments, because they're only seconds long, maybe 12 seconds, if your experience doesn't work, then they abandon it. And that reflects poorly on your business. And what's starting to happen, and this is critical, because a lot of executives gloat that they don't have to change so quickly because they're profitable today. But that's true until they're not. And the minute that they're not, they're starting to react. And when they react, that's acts of desperation and not necessarily strategy. So what happens is that consumers are now starting to teach themselves that they are not brand-centric. They might have an idea, but when they go into this journey, they're actually going to reward anybody who gives them relevant information, a better experience, and understands what it is that they're doing and what they're trying to do. So that means that all of our work, regardless of if you're marketing, if you're an executive, if you're in customer support, whether you're in product design, that we now all have to work together to reverse engineer the customer journey, combining technology, values, and business objectives, right? This is the baseline of human-centered design, which is like a big, big, big practice in Silicon Valley, especially with companies like IDEO or Frog Design. Frog Design being the company that created the Magic Band. And when you look at the customer journey, we tend to look at it in disparate acts, when in fact, there's the buy side of it, and then there's the own side of it. And the own side is almost completely neglected. All of the things that we could invest in terms of strategy and technology to bring great experiences to life even after the fact are largely missed opportunities. And what you see here is not just a model that looks really cute and it's an infinity loop. It actually becomes sort of the baseline or the foundation for how businesses could be structured or restructured today. This is why startups are eating the world, because they don't have the legacy politics and what have you of the organization to be able to just go and execute. They start from scratch. What could the model look like? What could the canvas be in order to succeed, in order to accelerate, in order to get market share? Because they have to deliver ROI to their investors. And once you start to understand this and be thoughtful about every step of the experience, you can now restructure how it works and what it looks like and who works on it and who works together. Because omnichannel, the whole concept of omnichannel, is always going to be a figment of either our imagination or a buzzword until we actually do the things inside of the company that make an omni-channel experience possible, right? And that means we have to talk to people we don't talk to today. We have to work with people who don't necessarily know us. And so at the epicenter of every micro moment, right, this is the core of the customer experience moving forward, is intent, context, and immediacy. And these are the three things that should inspire us moving forward. If you're not discoverable in these moments, then you are absent from the ability to be part of the decision-making process. People are not looking for your websites. People are not looking for your infographics. People are not looking for your corporate YouTube commercials. People are looking for information that caters to them selfishly because they have something they do. And the content that they find here, whether it's from brands or from peers, and it's largely from peers, by the way, helps them take the next step. So in order to be there, we have to understand where we're not. We have to be useful. This changes the entire game of how our company talks to markets. We're really good at talking at people, right? But if you think about who it is that we're really writing for or creating for, most of the time it's for lawyers so that we can get it past the legal department. Then the rest of the time it's for the people who are approving that project or funding that project. And maybe, hopefully, it's the customer or people or humans. So understanding what that context is and that intention is allows us to be more useful, right? Because the result of that is just good old-fashioned social commerce. Reciprocity. When you're useful, people feel a sense of reciprocity. And when they feel reciprocity, they want to give you something back. And in that moment, it's business. And be quick. Do you know that most businesses, I think it's something like 75%. I mean, Scoble just devalued mobile, yet 75% of companies don't even have a mobile strategy, right? And now that we've just found out that mobile search has overtaken desktop search, that most customer journeys begin on the mobile phone, and we don't have a mobile strategy, I can assure you that the number one place to start is where's their friction? Where are their problems? And solve for that. Because if it takes too long, you have to remember that the ecosystem, people who are accidental narcissists, do not have time or patience, who none of us do, right? I mean, there's that funny Louis C.K. joke that he was talking about how he was with a friend and he was trying to send a message and it wasn't going through, and he's like, guy's like, sheesh. Louis C.K. looks at his friend and says, wait a minute, just wait. It's going to space and coming back. We just all want that sense of immediacy. That on-demand economy is no joke. You don't just want it now, you want it right now. And all of these other apps and services are conditioning your customers to expect that. So we have an opportunity here. X also represents a crossroads. We can do things the same old way, or we could do things in new ways and take chances and start with the little things like eliminating friction points or trying to understand people and their relationship with technology and how they use it and what they want to do and why and what's important to them. Because one of them creates new value. One of them doesn't. And new value is what it's going to take to compete. In fact, all experts, all analysts agree that customer experience is going to be the baseline of which companies compete against one another. It's sad because it should have always been the way that we just did business. But on the immediate horizon, we have to realize that no amount of technology is going to solve this problem. Empathy is going to solve this problem, and our ability to go back inside the company when we go to work tomorrow to say, what could we start to do differently? What's broken today that we need to fix, and how do we work together to get that fixed? Because operating the status quo is not going to work. So I'll leave you with this. If you want copies of the slides, you can text experience to that, but I'll leave you back with this. This is really that moment where we have to question, what does things like innovation even mean? What do things like perspective mean? What's the difference between empathy and sympathy, and how do I take that back to my teams, or how do I change what it is that I do or how I see things? You know, the greatest thing in all of this is that what we're really talking about is humanities. And I always joke, oh, the humanities of it all. The reality is this, is that unless we shift our perspective to see things through the lens or through the mobile screen of someone else, we're always going to be sympathetic at best. At worst, we're going to just be making assumptions. Right? Well, everybody's using mobile. Okay, great. Get a mobile strategy together. Empathy is where you feel something. You can relate with somebody because you feel it the same way that they do. And understanding how to translate empathy into innovation, well, innovation doesn't necessarily mean technology. Innovation actually could be something as simple as seeing something differently. Because in Silicon Valley, you rarely hear people come up with technology-first solution. Well, that's not true. You hear that all the time. But the ones that really make an impact, the ones that change the world, start with a pain point, or optimism, or an opportunity, or something that sort of brings up something new that you couldn't do yesterday, solves a problem that you had to deal with yesterday. Those are the greatest source of innovation of which technology then brings it to life. And so no matter how many disruptive technologies are in the future, no matter how many beacons are tracking you and helping you have a better experience when you walk into a store, for example, those are all just gimmicks until they really matter, until they really connect with someone based on what someone values and what somebody finds important. Because it's like anything. A relationship is something that offers mutual value, mutual benefits. And I think that one of the greatest gifts in all of this technology is that it's very humanizing, and it's forcing us to see people for who they are, what they want, and more importantly, who they want to be. And that's why when I say we are innovation, innovation is something that begins with us, because innovation is something that we can feel based on the inspiration of someone else, based on the empathy that we feel for someone else, because then technology is great, and as a result, all that we do with everything matters to people, and once it matters to people, well, then we got a community together, and that's the foundation of which we could build the future of business. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks very much, Brian. Year on year, so many new insights, and fantastic keynote, and we wish you the very best of luck with your book. For those who are interested in grabbing a book, there's some complimentary copies, and Brian has very generously offered to sign those books at the afternoon break. So first in, best dressed, and you'll get a nice autographed signed copy. And believe me, it's not a typical print-on-demand book. The design of the book itself is quite special. So congratulations on that launch, Brian, and thank you for your address. Dr. Larry Marshall is going to join us now. Dr. Marshall is the Chief Executive of the CSIRO, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation. I've always known it as CSIRO, and I thought, oh, it's great to actually explode the acronym there. Australia's national research agency and one of the leading mission-directed, multidisciplinary applied research organisations in the world. Who's using Wi-Fi? Anyone using Wi-Fi today? Here's an insight for you. The wireless LAN was developed by the CSIRO and is now in 4 billion devices worldwide. Australia's innovation catalyst, Dr. Marshall, joins us to discuss the role of the CSIRO in a digital society. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Larry Marshall.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
So, wanted to compliment Telstra on this event. I really do feel like I'm back in Mountain View, and that's remarkable, so well done. So I spent 26 years in Silicon Valley. I started 6 tech companies, took 2 of them public, and then sold the others, and surprisingly didn't have a crater. But it was as much luck as anything else. Every company I started, I did backwards, because as you said, innovation should start with the customer and the pain point, but scientists don't innovate that way. We create unique technologies, and then we spend our time trying to figure out what to do with them. So startup number 7, CSIRO. soon to be 100-year-old startup, 5,000 people, National Science Agency. I meant to ask you how to click the slides here. Sorry, I'm not good with technology. Is it the green button? Excellent. Thank you. Today we live in exponential times, and I think the previous speaker really expressed that incredibly well. This is a bee with a backpack. We're using it to try and figure out what's wrong with honeybees, why they aren't pollinating the way they used to. It's part of the first economy-wide sensor network, which is called SenseT. We did it in Tasmania because it's small enough to be manageable, but we tried to put sensors and gather data from every part of the economy. Also, 3D printing technologies have made this incredible bridge between the digital world, the world of imagination, and the physical world. This is the replacement heel that we custom made with an Australian SME, Anatomics, to save a man's leg in Melbourne. Literally to save his leg by 3D printing a part. You think about it, in partnership with Telstra, you could beam this part anywhere in the world. So teleportation, transportation is even possible. That's a unique connection between digital and physical that didn't exist before. Now, I've heard on many panels that the 25 most valuable companies in the world today are all data companies and internet companies. I'm sorry to say that's not true. It's actually not even close to true, but they're very valuable companies. All of them were enabled by amazing revolutions in deep technology, what I call deep technology science, underpinning changes to the way we do business. Fiber optic communications, the semiconductor laser which powers both solar panels and communication systems, 100 gig native optical transport, the Cisco router founded by two professors from Stanford, the Intel chip, non-volatile memory, all of these things work together to enable, for example, the iPhone, to enable mobility, to enable connectivity on an unprecedented scale. Now, I've run 6 startups through 3 recessions and 9/11, and I've seen this sort of battle between deep technology, hardware, and software or internet. I've seen this battle, there's been a lot of competition, but the truth is they're symbiotically linked together. You don't have one without the other. I'd like to touch on some disruptors in the telecom space. So if I was running a telecommunications company, and I'm going to mention AT&T so that I don't contextualize it to Australia, there are a number of very deep disruptors in that space. If you think back to the glory days of AT&T, the biggest research lab in the world, invented many of the technologies that underpin the internet, they had an inextricable monopoly on the United States market. They owned the connection to the customer through physical infrastructure. They were wired into everyone's homes. They had billing relationships with just about every person in the country. So it's basically an unassailable position. And then a few years ago, we saw this sort of major disruption where content trumped connectivity. We're even seeing more so today a disruption of that model where content can be free. So content trumps connectivity, and now content is free. It's almost reminiscent of free-to-air TV days, and Google are driving that. Now, previously the competitors to AT&T were other phone companies, Verizon, for example. But now it's Google and Microsoft. It's a big change to an old, established company. Internet of Things. I invested in possibly the first Internet of Things company back in 2002. It took about 5 or 6 years for the term to catch on and for people to really understand what it meant. But today, you have an explosion of connectivity. You have data on an unprecedented scale. And suddenly, we went from content over connectivity to now content is free. Now you're the product and everything is free by virtue of this data that connects literally into your brain. Mobility, everything is untethered and mobile. And again, reminiscent of the free-to-air TV model, if someone can crack the ability to, for very low cost, provide that connectivity in a free-to-air type model, for example, Google Fiber with Wi-Fi on steroids, that's a very empowering technology platform to have. Messaging is reinventing everything, but there's a sort of a democratization that needs to happen. What costs $1 in the United States costs $9 in Australia, costs $26 in China. So the democratization has to happen there, and value will be created when it is democratized. There's a fundamental generational shift in most Western countries. Telemedicine will be huge, and I really applaud Telstra for getting behind the whole e-health and telemedicine health initiative. Security, so the company I mentioned, that was one of the first Internet of Things companies, it focused on how do you secure the dumb devices in your network. Because back then, the founders of that company realized that the printer was the easiest place to hack the network, because it didn't have the firepower, it didn't have the processing power to defend itself, and yet it's fundamentally connected into the heart of the network. Today, everything's connected into the network, so everything is vulnerable to attack. And then finally, free space communication. We've seen Google do remarkable things with weather balloons and Wi-Fi. We're seeing drone experiments. We're seeing Titan Aerospace do low Earth orbit satellites for Wi-Fi on steroids. So big disruptions in that market. Now, I mentioned the sort of tug of war, the symbiotic relationship between hardware and software. So I ran companies from about 1989, 1990 through to about 2005. And this is a plot of the NASDAQ through those recessions. And I've tried to label the technologies that led at least Silicon Valley out of the recession. Generally, they tended to happen there a couple of years ahead of the rest of the world. But if you look at it, each of those technologies was a combination of a profound breakthrough in fundamental science, hardware type technologies, blue LEDs, for example, leading to white light LEDs, leading to the ability to have a bright display on a device, mobile device, without draining the battery, lithium-ion battery technology, and solid-state drive and storage technology. Suddenly you have an iPad that you couldn't have without all those fundamental breakthroughs. But from my personal experience, coming out of those recessions, it was always driven by this fundamental breakthrough in technology, which gave us hope, which led us to grow new markets and create new value. So to me, software eating the world, I don't think so. I think software, hardware play integral, intimate part. They're in a dance together, and they will be going forward. However, one does worry, since the Second World War and even before, fundamental breakthroughs in science and technology drove productivity, created value literally from nothing, which meant it made the pie bigger for the market. It created new markets. And so productivity and jobs grew in lockstep. But around the time that the internet happened, in a consumer sense, it was happening for years before in an academic sense. But when it happened around 2000 in a consumer sense, we started to see a divergence, and a new type of business model evolved, focusing on disintermediation. And that's a little bit different to creating new value. It's about the reallocation of value from one company's pocket to another company's pocket. Now, I'm absolutely confident that the balance will be restored, but we're going to be in for a really bumpy ride while we go through this transition period. Basically, you could say it's taking inefficiencies out of the system and improving business efficiency. That's great. But from a social point of view, it's a little hard, a little challenging to cope with. I'm absolutely convinced that it will come back. We will continue to grow new value and new productivity, and many web companies do that. But right now, most of the money is being made through disintermediation. And we have to get used to that because it's happening, whether we like it or not. I think it's overall a good thing, but we do need to adapt to it. So let's go back to the AT&T example. Unassailable position, unassailable connection to your customer. They're hardwired to you, literally and figuratively. And then all of a sudden, along comes Skype. Suddenly, it's free to make a phone call. Suddenly, you're fundamentally disrupted from a seemingly unassailable position. And that's the case for me. The Uber example is another classic example. Airbnb is another classic example. How do you deal with that? And if my thesis that fundamental breakthroughs in science and technology will help move us back to a value creation mode, pure value creation of new markets, how might that happen? And what might I do if I was, for example, running AT&T? Well, I'm glad you asked. So I would invest in optical switching technology. I would try and build the most powerful data center in the world with almost no electronics in it at all. I would want to deal with the data at native 100 gig line rates. I'd want to process it, manage it, and redistribute it so that my customers would see no latency in their video connectivity, see a massive increase in bandwidth, call it a 10x reduction in physical footprint, a 100x reduction in power consumption, and 1,000 times faster than what is possible today by getting the electrons out of the loop and leaving everything in native optical mode, the mode that it goes through the fiber in. Now, if that sounds far-fetched, I'd love to talk to you about that at length, but there are 3 order of magnitude shifts in the fundamental technology that underpins the internet that gives the speed far beyond what we can imagine today. I also might put fiber everywhere, but if I'm AT&T, I've already done that. Google is trying to catch up with me, by the way, and putting their own fiber everywhere. And then I'd probably, at the end of the fiber points, put Wi-Fi on steroids, and I'm talking 60 gig Wi-Fi, not conventional Wi-Fi, but very high speed, very long range Wi-Fi, basic Wi-Fi format, but different, to enable me to give a richer mobility experience to my customers. I'd also take advantage of that pure optical data center to evolve into an optical computing backbone that literally processes information in parallel. So again, thousands of times faster than traditional serial processing that we're all familiar with. That enables associative memory, the way our human brain remembers data, processes in parallel, the way our human brain processes, has image recognition. From a little piece of an image, it can recreate the entire image through associative memory, and enable heuristic search. Search that reads my mind, understands what it is I'm really looking for without language getting in the way, and then serves it up to me. And then finally, I'd probably invest pretty heavily in quantum communications and quantum encryption, which it's been shown is essentially unhackable, or at least if you hack it, you can't do so without the telecommunications company knowing about it, and therefore you can invalidate the package and keep it secure. So if I wanted to do all that, where on earth could I go? Where could I go? I might go to astronomy. Seems like a strange place to go, but I might go there. In fact, I might go to Western Australia, to the Australian Square Kilometre Array, ASCAP, where there's a 1 petabyte computer. That's very fast, by the way. It's certainly the fastest in the Southern Hemisphere. It's one of the fastest computers in the world that processes all the data from mapping the known universe. I mean, forget mapping the world. Try to imagine mapping 600,000 galaxies in the known universe. Each one of the antennas in ASCAP runs at 3 terabits per second. 3 terabits per second. That's more than the global internet traffic was a few years ago. And the array together is already exceeding the global internet traffic today. Now, all of that data, so more than the global internet traffic today, all of that data gets processed in a 10 by 20 meter room at native 100 gig optical line rates. It all gets compressed and encrypted on site, and through some magic that I'm not going to explain today, we're able to transmit it over existing optical fiber infrastructure to be processed. To put that in context, if anyone's visited the dish, we did a famous survey a few years ago of a galaxy called Centaurus A. That took 1,200 hours to survey and 12,000 hours of compute time to process. To calibrate ASCAP, we did the same survey in 15 minutes. Now that's a profound shift. So if for any reason you think the capability to do what I described previously about increasing compute power, increasing processing speed, and optical backbone data centers doesn't exist in this country, you're wrong. It does. It doesn't exist in an obvious place. It's far away, but it does exist. It may also surprise you to learn that Australia built the world's first working digital computer. Now I have to calibrate that because it was working. The United States beat us in building it, but they had problems running code through it. We were a few months later, but ours ran code successfully. So again, feel proud of the accomplishments that Australia has and can again make. There's a lot more here than meets the eye. Let me come to digital. So I've talked to a lot of companies since I've been back from the Valley, and companies in the US and in Europe and in the rest of the world have the same dilemma as the companies here. They're not really that much more advanced. They are a bit, but not as much as you might think. But roughly just under 90% of companies clearly understand they're going to be disrupted by digital technology, but only 7% have a plan for how to deal with that. When I came into CSIRO, one of my conditions for coming back and running this amazing organisations was to be allowed to save NICTA. If you don't know what NICTA is, it's the National ICT Lab of Australia. It's a very unique and really important piece of data science capability that I think otherwise would have gone away if we hadn't put our arms around it. So we've created this new group by combining NICTA with the CSIRO digital group, and we call it Data 6.1, 6.1 for the country code for Australia. No one seemed to get that. I'm sure everyone in this room knows that, but everyone outside the room didn't seem to get it. And Adrian, who, by the way, was the founder of the company I mentioned, one of the first Internet of Things companies, Mokana, Adrian was the founder of that company. He's the chief executive of Data 61. So he has a deep understanding of Internet of Things and security and connectivity. He's on a mission, literally, to help Australia create its data-driven future. So this is the other place we can go for help with adapting to the digital age. It's just over 1,000 scientists, data scientists. It's arguably one of the largest groups of data scientists in the world, and it's focused 100% on helping Australia navigate through digital disruption. And make no mistake, that disruption will impact every part of our nation, from government to enterprise, to transport, telecommunications, and traditional industries like agriculture, mining, health, and so on. The way that that group accesses those other industries is by using the broader CSIRO, which has business units in each of those areas, as a channel to market. So a combination of the domain expertise of the CSIRO Ag Group and the digital expertise of Data 61 together to give the best value to our customers, which are all of the people and companies of Australia. So mining is one of the first areas that really seemed to embrace, outside of telecommunications, one of the first traditional industries that really seemed to embrace the ability to disrupt using digital technology. And we've done a lot with the mining industry, from robotics to help them mine more safely and to get humans out of harm's way, but also in putting unique sensors on every part of the mining value chain to enable the big mining companies to actually figure out what their process is doing and how to optimize it. Things like sensors that go into the burden before it's detonated, survive the explosion, and provide really valuable data on the nature of that explosion so the mining company knows where all the minerals went. Remarkable information that you can gather from this type of data. Sensors on all of the motors, the trucks, the conveyors to measure the efficiency of the process. Putting that together in a platform, so unique hardware technology that can survive in that environment, unique data science to make decisions and optimization of the process, we're slowly seeing a convergence there. Traditionally, that industry was resistant, as many Australian companies are, to technology. Seemed a little scary, a little too sciencey, but now they're really starting to embrace it. And I would argue that Australia could well be one of the most advanced in mining technology in the world as a result of that change. But it's a painful change. It's a scary change for traditional industries. Agriculture is the other one. So CSIRO places sensors all over the country on certain farms to help understand moisture content, soil quality, atmospherics. We have climate models that help the farmers determine when to plant, when to sow, where to put out, when to rotate pastures and go from one crop to another or to grazing. All of this data, it's a rich data set, but it takes a lot of heavy compute power and a lot of heavy analytics to really get the most out of it. E-health. We haven't had that much success in e-health outside of Queensland. Queensland's been a remarkable state for us. They're the first place in the country to give us access to their state health database. We've already shown very conclusive evidence of improved mortality through Queensland hospitals as a result of our data mining and feedback to them that enable them to improve their processes. So many, many people are alive today as a result of those improvements. Just an example of how data science can help improve processes. Also in aged care, which is going to be a big issue in Asia as it is in this country, e-medicine enables new types of sensors to be placed around an aged care facility that enable monitoring of the people in that facility without interfering in any way, shape or form with what they do every day. I mentioned the Honeybee Initiative. This is a global initiative. We're trying to get this technology around the globe because 30% of our food depends on these little guys doing what they do. Industrial internet, I'll show you Zebedee a little bit later when we talk in the panel, but we're able to 3D map inside mines in a GPS-denied environment and yet still give geopositioning data. We've taken that technology to a number of other industries to enable, again, a fundamental connection between the physical world and the digital world. The soil map. So we've flown drones over most of Australia, gathered the soil data, the mineral data to help with pre-competitive analysis. Imagine taking that rich data set and making it available to everyone. Completely open data set. Imagine connecting all of the data sets together and making them accessible to global industry so that that data can be mined and the economy can be improved. We're working on a thing which we call Osnome. I know it's a terrible name, but it's a gel that enables the data sets to be preserved but updated. It's a little bit complicated to explain in a short time. We also put a lot of effort into mapping the future of the nation and how it will be disrupted by all types of technology, but particularly digital technology. So CSIRO, our mission for the next 5 years, Australia's innovation catalyst. We're here to help. If you need help navigating digital disruption or any type of technology disruption, please come to us. We work with 3,000 companies every year. We work with all of the universities. We're going to do more and more of that. We want you to have the best customer experience you possibly can. If we work together collaboratively, we really can navigate this future. Disruption will lead to growth, will lead to prosperity and good things, but we have to work together to make that work. Thank you.
Well, that was fantastic, Larry. Thank you very much. I cannot believe that we've had drones fly over and do the soil map. Stay with us, because we're going to welcome some other team members up for some Q&A. So, Brian, if you can join us again, and while you're coming up, I'll also introduce Gerd Schenkel, the Executive Director of Telstra Digital, who's going to host the Q&A. Gerd's role is to ensure a bright future for Telstra in a digital world, and every now and then you ask me to help out with that, I think. So, welcome, Gerd.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much to both of you for two mind-blowing presentations, and I think the tweets attested to the surprise in particular of the amazing work CSIRO has done and is doing. And in some ways, you are the first and most digital organization we have in Australia. I think you were founded in 1926. You were the first organization to use the internet, according to Wikipedia, that is, so it must be true. And you were also the first, this might be news to you, the first organization to use a computer in Australia. In fact, the 5th computer in the world in 1949. So your digital credentials are certainly second to none. I think the question would be, how can we compete, how can you compete, and how can you help Australia compete with unicorns and $10 billion research budgets in Google, Facebook, and the likes? Clearly you have the credentials, but are you able to keep up with those kind of budgets and competitors?
Budget-wise, probably not. But in order to be successful, we have to focus. And I know it's not a popular saying in government here to pick winners, but as a former venture capitalist, I don't know any other way to win than pick winners. So we have to focus our resources in the areas where we can really make a difference. The first organization to use the internet, yes. Organization that invented Wi-Fi, yes. Organization that built the world's first working computer that could run code, yes. But we can't rest on our laurels. will be defined by what we do to help this nation evolve to digital disruption.
And so, Brian, you travel the world. You deal with corporate startups, but also governments. You heard Minister Fifield this morning put out a new set of language of our government, certainly not declaring defeat, but in fact putting out the ambition to be a leader in the digital economy. And you heard Larry displaying the credentials of Cesaro. How does that sound to you? Are you convinced, or would you say, not convinced yet?
Well, first, Larry, backpacks on bees. I mean, it's brilliant. Something that you said though that I gotta use in the response is resting on laurels. That's exactly right. But yet most businesses pride themselves on those laurels of how they got to where they are today and continue to think that that's the source of their superpower moving forward. And that comes to your question, then, are intentions and statements good enough anymore, right? And I think that for the most part, the aspiration of trying to do something is noble. You're defined by your actions and your words, right? And I could tell you that traveling the world, every minister that I've met with has the right intentions to do the right things and to make the right investments. But things like the culture of the country, things like vision, things like laurels, those sort of become either the defining attributes or the defining friction points of which then enable whatever you define as greatness. I can tell you that even with a lot of startups that I work with around the world, a lot of them are very hampered by the very things that are trying to do the right thing, but not looking big enough or not looking great enough. And to your point about unicorns, for those who don't know, it's a startup with $1 billion valuation. That's now starting to become commonplace, right? And those unicorns, if you look at Uber, they're rumored to get another big round of funding here that's going to soar that valuation up through the roof. But it's not for the technology, and it's certainly not for kittens. It is absolutely to fight governments and change legislation and essentially break down all of the barriers that prevent and hinder innovation. So the ideas are good enough. Certainly the money and the support system to build those ideas is good, but it's also, what are you going to do that really changes how society operates? That's where we start to see the real traction happen.
So is the role of governments then to get out of the way and let the Ubers be innovative? Is the role of governments to reduce taxes and let taxpayers and citizens invest in private enterprises and not fund amazing things like the CSIRO that we've just seen?
I think the role of governments is to do what is best for the people. I don't know about you, but a lot of governments around the world don't do that. And I think that in many cases, what's best for the people is not just what they say is best, but also understanding what they're trying to do, what they cannot do today, and what's great to be competitive around the world, and becoming an enabler, becoming almost like a venture capitalist of human intentions and aspirations to bring those alive.
Now, there's a specific question on the wall about logistics. You mentioned so many different industries. This question is about logistics. Can you help us break that issue of the last mile, or in Australia, probably the last 1,000 miles? We've got Australia Post. We've got some, small number of logistics companies, but many e-commerce companies in particular don't feel we have the same innovation that we have in the US in that last mile. Are you guys active in that space at all?
So sorry, when you say logistics, I was thinking of Northern Australia. So we map actually the whole of Australia, but particularly Northern Australia, because we're trying to figure out how to monetize that region. So figuring out the transport and logistics for Northern Australia and indeed all of Australia to move goods more efficiently at lower cost without them spoiling. We're also doing a lot of work in India. I don't know if you're aware, but 30% of food in India is wasted because it spoils before it gets to market. It's a big problem. But is that the logistics you're talking about, or?
I'm not sure. It was on the wall. Whichever logistics you feel like.
And the other one, I mentioned the digital mapping. So
there you go.
So this is a really interesting piece of technology. I know it's a bit wobbly.
You think it for security, all right?
In Australia, we often confuse, particularly in research, we often confuse invention, we invented Wi-Fi, with innovation. And we think that the invention is the value, when in fact it's just the start of the journey, and it's the innovation that delivers the value. And we really need to understand that profoundly if we're going to deliver the value from the wonderful science that the 41 universities in this country produce. And so the reason I show this, we did this for BHP, so they could actually map inside their mines and use it for robotic vision. So they have this on their vehicles. It's the vision system. And it's kind of a version of a predecessor, I should say, to Google's spinny camera that is on the car that does Google Maps. But it bounces around and it produces a HD image, digital image of the inside of a GPS-denied environment like a mine. Now that was an idea on a lab bench, but it had no value until we physically embodied it in this product. Now we had to do that ourselves because it's perceived as, well, it's a bit sciencey, a bit too risky. You can't blame Australian business for feeling that way, by the way, because they haven't felt the profound impact of innovation. So I feel it's up to us to actually take that risk, to fund these things, to get them at least halfway to industry so that industry can pick up the torch and run with it and take it the rest of the way to market. We've got to bridge this gap between the lab bench and actual, invention and the value creation caused by true innovation.
Very exciting. I mean, a personal question. I mean, you have an incredible resume yourself. What attracted you to the role? Why work for the government when you've got a history of startups yourself?
So I was asked, I'm not actually allowed to say what the Prime Minister says, so I was asked by a very high-level politician this question. Larry, why do you want to be a public servant? And I sort of looked at him quizzically and said, gee, do I have to do that as part of the job? Is that a requirement? But I don't think any of us feel that way as public servants. I mean, most scientists get up out of bed every morning to go change the world. I mean, they really believe passionately that their science will make a difference, whether they're doing environment science or whether they're doing digital science. So for me, when I met the people inside the organization, it reminded me of every startup I've ever run, which was all populated by missionaries wanting to change the world, rather than public servants, for example.
Wow, and so Brian, listening to that story, what's your advice for Larry, personally?
I don't think he needs any advice from me personally. I thought maybe the other way around.
I was going to ask the same the other way around later.
Yeah, I think I don't know that I have any advice for you, Larry, other than maybe keep bringing that prop with you everywhere you go. Certainly a conversation starter.
But how do you innovate? Brian, if you put yourself in Larry's shoes, how do you innovate when you're sort of in between? You're a scientist, or you're in charge of thousands of scientists. You're ultimately reliant on the government, but yet you're seeking, obviously, proximity to industry and customers, but you don't have direct customers necessarily, or maybe you feel you do. How do you innovate in that position where you don't have maybe that commercial pressure as much as some other companies do, or that commercial reward? I doubt you're going to make $1 billion if you're very successful, and your executive team or your scientists. So how do you innovate in that situation?
Well, if you allow me to just psychoanalyze you for a moment, I would have to imagine that he is where he is. Maybe we'll talk like you're not here. He is where he is because he's an entrepreneur at heart. He has a passion to do and create and invent and make, and those are the things. Those are the attributes of an entrepreneur. That as long as he doesn't lose that within a government body, I mean, that's exactly what the government needs. It's just hard to attract people like Larry to roles like that because they're often out doing those things. And that's true for any business also, which is why we have to create cultures, I think, and environments that foster that creativity and reward that creativity in ways that are meaningful to the people creating. Otherwise, they leave. and they go do their own thing, or they go do it with someone who's going to appreciate that. And to just one more thing on that is that you're very lucky that Larry is incredibly successful without this job. He does probably not doing it for the paycheck. So we have to find ways to reward this type of thinking, and even if it's failing faster than it is creating, to sort of reward this behavior. And there was something that you said earlier that I thought was brilliant, and it's something that a lot of things you said, but one thing in particular, and that we can all learn from, is that a lot of times we tend to look at our own competitors for what we need to do and how we need to respond. But in the one example where you looked at astronomy as one possible way to bring to life something completely else, it's not as innovative as what you're doing, but Starbucks will tell you that they do not compete against coffee companies. They compete against consumer technology companies. And that is why a lot of their infrastructure has been completely reinvented, because they're not acting like the company you think they are. So I just think that a lot of this work is cultural in nature.
There's one question here specifically for you, Larry, about what can you do, or the CSIRO do specifically to help others navigating the digital disruption or digital economy? What is it that, you invited essentially for people to engage with the organization, but what specifically could you do for them?
Probably what we did for a couple of the big mining companies, where we kind of went in and pitched the notion of data mining, which was the wrong terminology to use with a mining company, but the idea of making decisions based on data and predictive analytics, and kind of evangelizing the value of that, and then actually putting some risk capital in to do that. One of the really profound outcomes of that, we took an old technology that we developed years ago as part of radar. I don't know if you know, but CSIRO built Australia's first radar air defence system, and actually the first portable radar in the world, apparently, because we had to get it up to Darwin in about 3 weeks and get it deployed to defend Darwin. And so necessity drove invention there. That same group developed this technology where you can beam energy into an ore body, and at a particular frequency, and make the mineral that you're looking for, whatever you're trying to extract, titanium, nickel, whatever, make it resonate, and then you literally can measure very accurately the percentage yield that you'll get from that ore body. We deployed that in beta, and by the way, we need to be in beta a lot more often. In fact, we need to be in beta all the time, or we're not innovating. But we were able to deploy that on a main conveyor line for a big Australian mining company, so they could measure the yield before they crushed the ore and figure out how to blend it, saved a huge amount of energy, gave them a much higher value end product from a piece of fundamental science invented for something completely different. So I think to go more broadly, we need to engage much more deeply with our customer base. Traditionally, we haven't engaged deeply enough with other big industries in Australia, like fintech, like companies like Telstra. We need to do more of that. We need to start the conversation, because it's through interaction with you that we can help craft our vision of what our science and technology can actually do for you, and you in turn can help us figure out where to invest our funds to go create the technology, so that when your market gets to where you think it's going to be, the technology will be there to support what it needs at that time.
In mining, I heard a few people recently in the US talk about mining asteroids, and they point out an asteroid and say whatever it was, the platinum in the asteroid is worth $5.3 trillion, and they sort of said the first trillionaire will be the person or the organization who manages to mine asteroids. Have you looked at asteroid mining in any way, shape, or form?
We're really getting out of the box now, aren't we? That astronomy group that I mentioned, which by the way is the group that built the radar, which by the way is the group that invented Wi-Fi, so they're a very innovative group, even though they're way out in left field, mapping galaxies 600,000 light years away or something. Very innovative group. So yes, they have looked a lot at that, and they daydream a lot about that. And it's the daydreaming that sort of starts the whole invention process. But what we haven't done enough of is what I mentioned before, enough customer engagement. And it's not, most scientists are introverts, so it's not our natural state to go talk to customers, but you can really help us. And we need your help as much as you need ours, because if we can get this conversation really going, really a deep conversation about innovation, it'll help us steer our technology, our science, far more effectively to deliver what you need.
Brian, have you, or would you consider investing in the asteroid mining venture?
Considering what I have to invest, I'm sure I wouldn't get it very far, but yeah, why not? I mean, $5 trillion return on a small investment, sure. But yeah, if I get that opportunity, I will, and I'll also tell you, I'll call you on the spot. Guess what I have an opportunity to do right now? I can invest in an asteroid mining venture.
Well, that's a good risk profile you've got there. So why don't we, with the remaining 30 seconds, I wouldn't mind asking each of you, or giving you the opportunity to provide advice to people in the audience. Obviously, we have a very diverse group of people, but I'm sure many of the audience would think, am I wasting my time in my current job or with my current venture? Should I be working for Telstra? Should I quit working for Telstra? Should I move to the US? Or what should I do with my life? Because the opportunities are so amazing. What advice would you have for people in the audience in making those kind of decisions?
I think Australia is on the cusp of really, generational change, fundamental ground-shifting change. We're so close. I mean, this feels like, pardon the analogy, but it does. It feels like Silicon Valley in the late 80s. It feels like okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but it feels like we're so close to a fundamental shift in our innovation ecosystem. It needs some nudges and some direction, but I think we're so close to that. And whatever it is you do, can I remind you that you can always reinvent? So this is cloth. This is a circuit, right? Full USB data circuit in cloth. It's not wires in the material. It's actually the material itself. So you can fold it, you can wet it, and it still maintains connectivity. And this was invented by the same group that worked on wool, that made wool an industry in Australia, figured out how to make pants and put pleats in them. And they reinvented themselves into conductive cloth. And now they're making things like backpacks and coats that charge your iPhone by your physical movement, with no circuitry at all, just the cloth itself as the circuitry. So I think you can reinvent any industry and reinvent yourself, and don't be afraid to do it. It's opportunity for the future.
Wow, I wonder what else you've got in your pocket. So we'll talk about that later. So, thank you very much, both of you, for your amazing insights. Thank you.
Thanks. That was brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Can I get an autographed copy of your book? Oh my God.
Well, that was just brilliant. Thank you very much, gents. A woolen USB. Bring it on. Asteroid mining too, apparently. It's that time of the day where we look at how we support a startup business or a number of startup businesses, and it's time for the 2015 Australian Digital Scholarship. I'm going to welcome to the stage Claudia Grinzi shortly. Claudia is Telstra's Digital Service Lead, one of our star performers at Telstra Digital, our game-changing winner for 2015. Annie Parker will join Claudia as well to host our scholarship finalists, Chatty Kids, Disrupt, and Green Socks. Please join me in welcoming the teams to the stage.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here today and to listen and learn from some extraordinary humans. For me, receiving the Telstra Digital Game Changer Award really meant a lot. Ever since I was a young girl, I've really been inspired by Mahatma Gandhi's quote, "Be the change you want to see in the world." And for me, the change that I wanted to see was a world with more compassion, more positivity, and more happiness. And I always thought that that meant I had to be part of some global humanitarian effort or a charity. But then after time, I realized that I could actually make that change right where I was, right in the workplace. That just by being myself, and bringing my version of compassionate and empathetic leadership and playing outside the lines that I could bring about change and influence people's happiness, job satisfaction, and positivity. So I'm delighted that Telstra Digital has embraced my version of leadership and valued it highly enough to award me the Game Changer Award. And with that, I also have the honour of awarding and hosting the winner of the 2015 Australian Digital Scholarship winner to South by Southwest Interactive in Austin, Texas next year. I've never been, so I'm a bit excited. I've heard the stories, Monty. So, as you've heard, South by Southwest is one of the world's biggest digital events. And this prize is a way that Telstra can support startup businesses so they can share and learn from other businesses that they might not otherwise get access to. So it's a pretty amazing prize. So let's find out who's vying for it. And let's meet our 3 shortlisted superstar startups. Annie, over to you to introduce them to the stage.
Hey everybody, nice to see you again. This is the second time I've had to follow Larry, and him and his bag of props, trust me, they go everywhere. But for those of you who are from a British background, I am going to use a Blue Peter analogy. Here are some I've prepared earlier. So you're going to see 3 different entrepreneurs pitching today. Just very quickly in terms of background, one is from our first class in Sydney, the second from our second class, and the third is actually from our partnership trial program up in Brisbane. So we've got a real breadth in terms of the experiences they've had so far and also how long they've been going at the startup as well. So please bear that in mind. Ken, Gary, Andrea, please join us on stage. So Andrea is from Green Socks, which is one of our startups from Brisbane. Don't be shy, kids.
Take a seat.
Ken is from Chatty Kids, who is from our Class 1. And Gary from Disrupt Sports, I should say. Disrupt Sports, who is part of our second class. Each of the guys are going to get an opportunity to pitch to you, and you get to vote on which one you believe has done the best pitch and deserves that trip out to the US. Back to you, so you can explain the process.
No worries. Here's how we're going to roll. So I'm going to kick off with a few questions, just so we can get to know our entrepreneurs a little bit better, just sort of get under the skin a little bit. If during that time you in the audience or anyone online has a question, I invite you to SMS your question to 0484 100 600. After the Q&A, we'll ask each of the startups to do their 2 to 3 minute pitch, maximum 3 slides. And then after all 3 pitches, I'll open up the voting lines and I'll explain how that works in a moment. So, firstly, I wanted to congratulate you all for making the shortlist. Your deserving power must be very high, and your ability to hustle must have impressed the, the selection team. So, Ken, probably a question for you first.
Hello.
Hello. I know as a working parent, trying to find the time to get involved in my kids' education can be a bit tricky. So your Chatty Kids app potentially is a way that could solve the problem. When did you and Annabelle, your wife, actually come up with the concept for Chatty Kids?
Well, it started about 3 years ago, so I'm Scottish, not from Australia, you might recognise. And my mum complained to me that I was a bad son for taking her grandchildren away. And they wouldn't speak to her for very long on Skype. They were 5 years old, you know, little boys running around. And so I gave myself the challenge of trying to engage my kids to talk to my mum on a video call. And I discovered that using education meant my kids would sit and talk to my mum for half an hour, 40 minutes. Click. And so Chatty Kids was born.
Great. Wow. When it comes from real personal experiences, you know you've got something going on there. Gary, so you are creating the world's first fully customizable sports gear platform and using 3D technology, and it's growing so quickly. What's been your most surprising customer moment?
Okay, I'm probably going to put it into two, so I'm going to hustle you for an extra one. The first one, I think, for us was, so the platform at the moment has a couple of sports pieces of equipment on there, but our first one was in surfboards and surfing. It was when we had an Aboriginal artist from South Australia that approached us to put some artwork onto a line of boards that he wanted to make. Because for him, it was all about the old Australia and the new Australia combining and creating something that's both usable and artwork. And on the second side, it was actually just over a week ago where we worked with about 100 local manufacturers here and overseas. And one of the sons baked us some cupcakes and was like, thank you because you funded my holiday. And that was a big chance for us as well.
Lovely, thank you. Andrea from Green Socks. So you and your business partner, Richard Easties, have created an online lawn mowing marketplace, a bit aiming to create like an Uber for lawn mowing. What's been your biggest aha moment since you've gone live with your business?
A lot, and I'm going to take two as well. So probably one thing we didn't expect is just how many people would pay extra money to get their lawn mowed quickly. It's amazing how people just want their problem solved so fast. But probably the second aha moment was we started this business so we didn't have to talk to the mowing guy, and now we spend all day talking to the mowing guys.
Thank you. We might throw out a few more questions. So Gary, what would be your personal advice to an early stage entrepreneur who's thinking about starting up a digital?
Don't do it, don't do it.
No,
My personal advice, you're never going to be ready. I think that's a really interesting one. Like, you can prepare yourself like as well as you can, but you're never going to be ready. Make sure that everyone always says jump in at the deep end, but I would advocate not doing that. Would find out as much information as you can and make sure you've got enough cash in the bank to keep you going, because raising capital is hard and running a business is hard, and you've got to keep yourself going and eating. I'd say keep your body and your mind healthy. You only get one shot at that. You get maybe 1 or 2 shots at startup life. And then apart from that, like, you'll know if it's right for you. You'll feel it and it'll be a calling, so just go for it.
Yeah.
I'm on a good day today, so that's okay.
That's right. Ken, what about you? What's been the most surprising thing that you've learned about starting?
How long it takes. So, you can do things very fast, you can test and fail really fast, you can get through all sorts of things, but doing business and growing a business and getting things started takes time. It takes years.
Years.
And so startups, if you're an entrepreneur, be prepared to work 3, 4, 5, 7 years of hardly any cash to try and get your business off the ground. All these successful companies are all 10 years old already.
Okay. And Andrea, last question for you before we move into the pitches. Do you think the internet has leveled the playing field for entrepreneurs?
Oh, absolutely. And usually that question comes with, has it leveled the field for young entrepreneurs? But I think it's leveled the field for entrepreneurs of all ages. You know, mums at home that can only work in school hours, or people from all different countries. It's just amazing what you can do for such a small amount of money compared to 5 or 10 years ago in starting a business.
Yeah, really get that leverage. Okay, thanks everyone. Let's get on to the really exciting part, the pitches. All right, so you've each got about 2 to 3 minutes max to convince the audience and everybody online why they should vote for you and award you the digital scholarship. So, Ken, you're closest to me. Let's start with you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So kids all over the world have to learn to read and speak English, but nowhere is that need greater than in China, where most of those millions of kids learning English are taught by teachers who speak English as a second language. They produce students that can write and read English well, but when they travel, speaking and understanding English is a different ballgame, especially when you stick in an accent. So Chatty Kids solves this problem. We have thousands of videos of native English-speaking kids reading books, all structured based on level of difficulty, from easy to hard, so that kids all over the world can read and can learn English by watching videos. How easy is that? We've also got thousands of books through our global partner, Pearson's Education. So again, structured based on level of difficulty, so that kids can practice the reading themselves. Oh yeah. Hang on a sec. There you go. Based on level of difficulty, so that kids can practice reading themselves. They can also record themselves reading books, creating video that is peer-reviewed on our platform. They can also get on a real-time video call and chat in English with kids in Australia. All the time, we're collecting data, valuable data. We're even analysing the videos that the kids are recording so we can assess their reading ability at any point in time, avoiding the need for boring tests. The data creates reports that are valuable to schools, teachers, parents, and students. Imagine how easy it is to watch a video of a kid reading a book and compare that to a video of the same kid reading 6 months ago. Anyone can watch and see that kid's learning progression. There's lots going on. Oh, there you go. There's lots going on. One of the biggest opportunities we're working with at the moment is an agreement we've signed with the biggest education company in China, who today sell to 16,000 schools and over 10 million kids. We're creating a partnership between China and Australia, connecting schools to schools, classrooms to classrooms, and students to students, all learning together through literacy. The opportunities are huge. One of the biggest deals we're negotiating at the moment is a commitment for 1 million paying users in China. It's very exciting. So look, if you want to get involved and help me scale in China massively, get in touch. And if you're looking to invest, be quick, our round closes in 2 weeks. Thank you.
It's okay. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, do you want to? Okay.
One of the things I love about Ken is he completely forgot that he'd got slides, and that's one of the things that we teach these guys when we take them through the program, is to make sure that they're ready for anything to happen. So Ken, as you very quickly understood, can actually do that whole presentation without any slides whatsoever.
Thanks, Ken. Gary, over to you.
Multiple clapping. Okay, so I don't teach kids to read, but my name is Gary Elphick, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Disrupt. And what we do is customize the world's sports equipment. So as an interactive session, raise your hand if you're into sports of any kind. You've watched sports, you've played sports, yes. 95% coverage, big. Hopefully you'll appreciate the problem that we're trying to deal with. If you're into sports, you're incredibly passionate about what you do, to the point where for most of us it defines us as individuals. So I'm a surfer, I'm a really passionate snowboarder, and I'm a terrible cricketer. And yes, I know in English that's but the problem that we've got is that I can't use a clicker. That is a massive problem that we're trying to solve right now. And it's a laser pointer. There you go. So the problem that we're trying to contend with is that even though you're incredibly passionate and it's what defines you, this is what you're stuck with. It's boring, mass-produced sports equipment that's not made for your individual ability, it's not made for your individual style. And to give you some background, it takes about 18 months for product innovation to go from the labs through to actually being in store where you can purchase it. And of course, everyone takes their markup in between that. And on the flip side, you've got hundreds of these localized manufacturers right in here in Australia that are incredibly brilliant at advanced manufacturing. Their issue is that they can't compete on a global scale. They can't compete with Asia where the wage rates are much lower. But what they have got is a really special skill set. And that's where we come in. So at Disrupt, we've got a 3D customization platform where you get to design up your own sports equipment. It's 100% customized to your own individual ability, 100% 100% designed to your individual style. It arrives at your door in 2 weeks, and it's exactly the same price as retail. So it's 100% customized and exactly the same price as retail. We're Disrupt, and we're customizing the world's sports equipment. A middle clap, I like that one. That's also good. So the way that we do it, and I'm running out of time here, but the way that we do it is we've got an integrated back-end manufacturing system that links into these manufacturers all over the world. It allows them to make product at scale and fast without ever slowing down their production line, and we skip out all the people in the middle. So I've got 3 asks for you. I know I'm over time, but as a startup, I'm always going to hustle. The first one would be jump onto your mobiles after this and vote for Disrupt. We not only want to go to South by Southwest, but we actually want to use that as a platform to open up the US market for us. The second one would be if you are an angel investor or interested in sports and technology, come and have a chat afterwards. And the third one, I can see all the corporates here. You've likely all got marketing departments. I'd love to have an introduction to them. We make really good corporate gifts, we make really good giveaways, and we love to dress your office. My name's Gary, we're Disrupt, and we're customizing the world's sports equipment. Thank you.
Pass it, Andrea. God, you really can hustle. Andrea, over to you to hear about Green Socks.
Hi, I'm Andrea Martins, and with my business partner Richard Easties, we are Green Socks, the easiest way to get your lawn mowed. Similar in concept to Uber, we're trying to inject quality control and convenience into lawn mowing. So let me tell you about Gabby and her friends and what the problem that we're solving for customers and why they're so happy with Green Socks. Gabby works full-time and she's super busy. Her husband says he'll mow the lawn, but he's busy too. Gabby doesn't have time to wait at home for in-person quotes. And even if she did, she hates how the mowing guys make her feel when they show up late, don't show up at all, or try and haggle with her over price. So what we do for Gabby is give her the option to book on her smartphone or on her computer in just 60 seconds by clicking through some very fun pictures. She can get her price, book a lawn mow, and someone will just come and mow the lawn for her like magic. After the mow, someone checks if she's happy, conveniently puts it on her credit card, and she never has to talk to the mowing guy. Problem solved. So let me tell you about the problem that we're solving for our typical mowing provider called Graham. Graham can't afford a mowing franchise to help him get customers, so he has to do it by himself. He's tried letterboxes, but most people have no junk mail signs these days, so that's a bit tricky. Word of mouth is really slow. He's tried the Australian lead sites where they charge him like $15 up front for a lead. He goes out on a dead-end quote and he doesn't even get the job. He's not quite sure what to do. Enter Green Socks. We only make money when he makes money. We only send him guaranteed work secured with guaranteed payments on our customer credit cards. So we're basically providing more guarantees than a franchise, but for a fraction of the cost, actually barely anything compared to a franchise. Problem solved. So if you're thinking that lawn mowing isn't quite sexy, well, that's what people thought about the land transport industry too until Uber came along. And we kind of think that disrupting a very old-style franchise-dominated industry is incredibly sexy. Plus, ladies, depending which suburb you live in and which day you book, we might just have a fireman or a policeman mow your lawn too. Because whilst most of our guys are full-time lawn mowing pros, we do have some guys who, in between rescuing people from bad guys and burning buildings, will mow lawns for you. So we're Green Socks, the easiest way to get your lawn mowed. If you want to book a lawn mow, please do. If your business might be able to help our business fight this David and Goliath battle against the lawn mowing franchises in Australia and America and everywhere around the world, we'd love your help. Thanks very much.
Why don't you hold on to it? Great. I might pass that to you.
So, we are now going to encourage you guys to vote. Can you remind everybody how to vote, please, Claudia?
Absolutely. So it's now up to you, everybody in the audience and online, to vote. So what I need you to do is get out your phones and SMS the name of the business that you think is most deserving of the 2015 Australian Digital Scholarship. SMS it to 0484 333 333. And we'll leave the lines open for a couple of minutes. So while you're all voting, let me have a look to see if there's any questions from the audience. And I think we've got time for one. All right. So this could be for any of you. What was the worst investor meeting that you had?
Is that a good one? Look, investor
I
meetings
wouldn't
are...
mention any names, just
Yeah,
say.
I'm not mentioning any names. Look, investor meetings are always very interesting. They drill you with lots and lots of questions. They're quite difficult questions because startups generally don't have the answers. So, you know, I can't think of a good one, never mind of a bad one at the moment, but generally they're fairly tough.
I think a really good investor knows at what stage they're investing at. So if they're asking questions that should be from a 4-year-old company at a 6-month-old milestone, then they're probably not the right investor for you. That would be just finding the right balance.
Yep. Andrea? No. Okay.
I'm going to answer one thing that got asked of me during the break, by the way. The first was, how do I get involved? I asked you guys to pay it forward to get involved. For those of you who didn't know, it's Startup Week here in Sydney this week. There are absolutely bucket loads of events going on every single day, every single evening this week. Just go for a quick search online to Startup Week Sydney. For those of you who do want to really get thrown more into it, Sid Start is on Thursday and Friday this week. They've still got tickets available for that event as well. That's one of the really simple, quick ways you can get your head around how to get involved in the ecosystem. And then to the other lady who asked during one of the Twitter stumps, I think it was Yvonne, for those of you who don't know, Muru is an indigenous word. It means the path to, and the D stands for digital. I got asked that question a lot as well.
Yeah, same. Okay, the votes are coming in. So while we're just finalising that, let me just remind you that the winner and their business partner will get a money can't buy opportunity to go to South by Southwest Interactive as well as Silicon Valley for some amazing meeting and mentoring opportunities. But no one's going to be going home empty-handed. All three of you will walk away with $1,000 towards growing your business from Telstra. So, okay, a few more seconds.
So whilst we're waiting, we've asked a couple of questions of you guys. These are the prizes, by the way. You're not getting them yet. Yeah, it's $1,000 in $1 bills. That's exactly what it is. Look, we've asked the same question to Holly and Kate earlier. What did you guys get out of being part of an accelerator that you think you wouldn't have been able to get otherwise? Whoever's still got the mic can start.
For me, it's really the mentor network. I know Annie spoke about it earlier on, but for us to go through something and learn that it's not right takes a week or two, but there's probably the likelihood is you've all gone through those issues that we're already facing already, so please do try and get involved, because for us, that was the real game changer, was having access to a mentor network where we can ask questions to, we can bounce ideas from. It wasn't much of a commitment, and now 3 of the guys I have a regular weekly phone call with, and we catch up, and they're on our advisory board, so.
Look, this is my second business. I started my first business in 1999 and sold it in 2007, and we had nothing like the Muridi network that I got access to. You know, the experts, the advisors, the people's opinions, they're not all good, but hey, there's lots of them. But they also there kicking you about, because an entrepreneur needs to make sure he's getting kicked up the backside as he goes along a lot as well. And out of an accelerators, you get that. It's good.
Anything to add, Andrea? Because I know you're only, week 6 now into Brisbane?
Yeah, this is week 7 out of 14
Oh, is it?
for
I've
us.
lost count. There you go.
Yeah, so I'd just echo the comments about the amazing networks and connections. And I think if you're going to go on an accelerator program, just beware that you're going to be trading your gym card for your access card for about 14 weeks, because you're pretty much there all the time just hustling and working hard.
Cool. Okay, voting lines are now closed. So, okay. So I am very pleased to announce that the winner of the 2015 Australian Digital Scholarship is Gary and the team from Disrupt. Ooh, little special award. Congratulations. We'll do some more afterwards.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, great.
Cheers.
Would you like to say a few short words?
If you're after some sports equipment, just go to Disrupt. I think No, thank you very much. And it was a hustle, but we really are going to the US to open up the market. There's hundreds of small to medium-sized manufacturers here, but there's thousands over there, and there's hundreds of millions of customers. So please do stay in touch. Thanks.
Great, great. Yeah, you can pass those on. So thank you all for making this session possible. All your pitches were absolutely outstanding, and I know much success awaits all of your businesses. Gary, looking forward to going over to Texas with you next year. And a big congratulations to you all, and thank you from Telstra. So
I'm going to say very quickly before you close, just be ready. Gary eats like an absolute gannet. So wherever there's free food, that's where you'll find him.
Looking forward to it. All right. Well, I wish you all a smooth day, and we're now breaking for afternoon tea. Thank you.
Just wrapped up. Cool.
What I need is somebody who really cares. I really need a lover who wants to be there. It's been so long since I've touched a wanting hand. Come put my love on the line. Strive for so baby, if you want me, you got to show me love. Words are so easy to say, but you got to show me love. What I need is somebody who will always be there. Don't you promise me the world, world that I've already heard. This time, for me, baby, actions speak louder than words. If you're looking for devotion, talk to me. So baby, if you want me, you got to show me love. Words are so easy. wanna suck it to it, relax. Don't do it when you wanna come. Relax, don't do it when you wanna go to it. Relax, don't do it when you wanna come. Relax,
So we've had, as I mentioned, we've had some really thought-provoking, and what the future holds is pretty awesome. And Robert Scoble, as you mentioned, around virtual reality.
Yeah, so he had a really cool discussion about mobile technology and what that's going to look like in the future. And we talked a bit about virtual reality and in particular the Oculus Rift, yeah? So I'm a bit of a gamer myself, so it's really awesome to see how that is going to look, gaming and Oculus Rift together.
So it's a shame that Timmy's not sitting here with you.
Oh,
I'm
well.
sure he's sending his love from
Yes.
the summit, but you could have had a really cool kind of gaming conversation.
Yeah, maybe that's a discussion for you and me, Timmy, on a Thursday or a Friday.
Yeah, sorry, Scotty.
It's all good.
And also one of the other cool things that Robert Scoble said was that you could, in the future, it's going to get to the stage where you can just, technology, you can put it out there, you can talk to the world and ask for a latte.
I need that technology
and a
now.
latte
That
will
would be
appear.
amazing. So I'd really love a latte right now.
Oh,
Hey, there you go, mate. How's that? The future is now.
Sorry about that, guys.
Good coffee as well.
It's a good coffee.
There you go. Someone just mentioned nice shirt, so thanks for the compliment.
Freshly ironed.
It is,
No.
nice.
Any other speakers you want to mention?
Yeah, so we also had David Rorsheim from Uber, which is pretty cool.
And we had our very own Andy Penn, the
Yes.
CEO of Telstra.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, and so we've got a few more speakers coming up after this, so where do they follow?
Yeah, so if you do want to tune in for the rest of the day, as I mentioned a bit earlier, head on to telstra.com/summit, give it a look. Is there a limit on how many things can roll over? So there's not a dollar limit. However, when it does roll over, it rolls over to the next your next recharge, so the next month. And that's it.
That's it.
Cool.
All right. So hashtag Telstra Summit. Check it out.
Yep. Telstra Summit on Twitter, Instagram.
Yep. And tomorrow, Timmy's going to be back.
He is.
So it'll be the Timmy and you, Timmy and whatever. We'll work it out. So
It's going to be an action-packed week. And if you do have any questions for us, as always, we're these guys here at Telstra on Twitter, facebook.com/Telstra24x7. Ask us any questions there. We're happy to assist. And make sure that you follow us on Periscope as well so that you can tune into those broadcasts that we just mentioned.
Yeah, and it's great, as I said, Sam's live tweeting, so
Yep.
and we're going to have Sam back in Adelaide soon
Cool.
too.
And
Should be
shout out
awesome.
again to everyone who's tuning in from the Digital Summit.
And if you see a guy in a Telstra shirt like this,
I'm going to assume that you know nothing about the piano and you need a place to start.
Lady, hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see? You're my delight. Lady, the look in your eyes.
Captured effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you, holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go. And now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Hey, nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. waits for. I wish that you were mine. La la la, la la la, la la la. I wish that you were mine. La la la, la la la, la la la. I wish that you were mine. La la la, la la la, la la la. I wish that you were mine. La la la, la la la, la la la. I wish that you were mine. La la la, la la la, la la la. I wish that you were mine. La la la, la la la, la la la. I wish that you were mine.
needs my touch. I know you want it, but I can't give too much. So intoxicated, you're in trouble, but you don't need no savior.
I don't think you know. You open up my eyes. I'm alive. I'm moving to your rhythm and your vibe. I love when we unite it. Let's try it.
Oh, darling, you are the only one. It's automatic. No one can love the way you do. It's automatic. When you walk in the room, you change my mood. It's automatic. It's automatic. It's automatic.
I'm quite sure that you never knew all the pain that I've been through. Even this morning, looked outside my door for your ladder on the floor. 7 long years of moving through the streets, letting people in, but they don't talk to me, they look right through. They don't talk to me, they look right through. They don't talk to me, they look right through. They don't talk to me, they look right through. They don't talk to me, they look right through. They don't talk to me, they look right through. They don't talk to me, they look right through. wondering, baby, am I a piece of glass in your mind? Am I a piece of glass in your mind? Am I a piece of glass in your mind? Am I a piece of glass in your mind?
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's been an absolutely brilliant day so far, and we're not done yet. We've got a fantastic final few sessions coming up for the day before we can have a well-deserved drink later on this evening. I'd like to welcome to the stage now Carsten Wilberger, the Group Executive for Telstra Retail. Carsten became Group Executive of Telstra Retail earlier this month after serving as Group Managing Director of Telstra Consumer and Group Managing Director of Telstra Products. An experienced telecommunications executive with a career spanning more than 18 years, Carsten has a passion for leadership, customers and digital innovation. The empires strike back, the incumbents' response to the digital revolution. Please join me in welcoming Carsten Wilberger to the stage. Welcome, great to see you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you've had a great day so far. I'm not sure about the title, The Empire Strike Back. I'm not Darth Vader, I'm not Luke. I'm simply Carsten from Telstra. And I understand that we haven't talked about the incumbents yet. And I think it's about time to talk about all these wonderful companies that actually really make the world go round. And what I would like to share with you, a few thoughts how we as Telstra, and I think also incumbents, think about digitization and the opportunity of digitization. So I think incumbents in any industry increasingly realize the possibility of disruption from digitization. And it opens up most industry to actually lateral competition, especially from software-driven companies. And the way I look at it, traditional value chains get deconstructed and traditional business models get challenged, but the challenge also opens opportunities. And at the core of digitization in many ways are three things in my view. One is that most digital models provide marginal cost of zero, which fundamentally challenges lots of businesses. It provides the opportunity to create reach to customers on a global scale. And it provides richness in terms of functionality it actually provides to customers. And a few examples are well covered and well known today. Airbnb, for instance, is bigger than some hotel companies, but they don't own any real estate. Uber is bigger than all the taxi companies together, but they don't own taxis. There are also digital pure plays that actually use incumbents' infrastructure. If you think of PayPal, they have an impressive payment business, but they use the payment infrastructure of banks and card companies. And similarly in telecommunications, WhatsApp has hundreds of millions of customers, but it does use telco's infrastructure. Now, to prosper, incumbents need to reinvent themselves and do it faster than how they operated in the past. And new growth opportunities require innovation. Innovation is absolutely essential for any incumbent business. And the cycle of innovation is clearly speeding up, and often much faster than the traditional processes allow. And in some ways, Telstra, I think, is a great example of an incumbent in Australia. We are an established business. We are a large player in the telecommunications market. And many years ago, we used to be slow and cumbersome. Maybe some of you may think that we still are, but actually we've become very, very agile, I think, in many areas today. But that's needless to say that we always have to do better and strive to be better. And today we are building some huge momentum in lots of areas. Let me first of all point out, in the age of digitization, connectivity and networks play a crucial role, because the demand on networks in terms of quality and security is increasing. And we are best positioned in Australia with world-leading networks, especially our mobile network, to satisfy that demand. And in the past 5 years, we've also re-energized around customer service and the customer, which is at the core of digitization. And customer service and customer thinking is at the core of innovation and the catalyst for innovation and growth. And we started our journey of digital transformation at Telstra about 5 years ago, and our digital business unit has played a very crucial role in changing Telstra. A bit disruptive in the beginning, and still today, and being the challenger for the better inside Telstra. And now under Andy Penn's leadership, we've set ourselves a new benchmark to be a world-class technology company. And at its core, this means that we will be unrelenting in our focus on using technology to deliver value to our customers in Australia, but also overseas, because we are also becoming increasingly an international company. We've built a very powerful cloud business, and our network application service business is growing at very high rates. Another example, in a recent survey we conducted for small, medium enterprises, we asked them who they would trust most to be their e-commerce solution provider. And we ourselves were very much surprised by the results, because they voted for Telstra 2.5 times more likely to trust us than any other nearest competitor. And that's, of course, a huge growth opportunity for us. More than 500,000 Australian businesses now use Telstra Apps Marketplace, which is a one-stop shop and management portal, making it easier to buy, find, and use leading cloud-based businesses to boost their productivity. So we see ourselves very much in the center of also driving productivity, offering digital solutions. We are very focused on improving customer experience to also improve our cost position. So our digital assets now provide more than 50% all service transactions online. And this is a fantastic growth of the last year. We are investing in providing digital solutions to all our frontline people with apps where they can provide and get contextual information to make the interaction with customers more meaningful. And by the end of the year, we've rolled out digital solutions to more than 20,000 frontline colleagues. But we won't stop there. We have a number of digital products in development, and they are born digital. We are not launching any more products that are not digitally enabled. We also use our competitive advantages in terms of national distribution and brand recognition. And we want to provide the preferred access to our customers' homes and businesses using also digital solutions. And the final point I would like to make is that the key factor for success in this digital age for leaders and anyone in the organization is looking at the opportunity and not at the threat. And this requires often a cultural shift. It also requires a shift in thinking around agility, time to market, and in particular, putting the customer in the center of everything we do. Because beautifully digitally designed solutions are all about the customer. And in that sense, Telstra, in our pursuit to become a world-class technology company, we definitely embrace the digital change. And with that, I'd just like to thank you for your attention.
Stay with us. Oh, we got audio back here? Fantastic. Stay with us, Carsten. So we're going to welcome to the stage Brian Solis and Robert Scoble for a bit of a panel conversation. We've got both sides of the ledger here. We've got the futurist in Robert, and we've got the leader of our retail business at Telstra, Carsten, and Brian to host the session. So over to you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Carsten. Please take the center. That was a nice dance, Robert. I was hoping we could get a...
It was sort of half-assed because that was jet lag.
Then I guess we could be thankful for jet lag. I couldn't imagine what that would be with full energy. But with that said, Carsten, excellent speech, and I have to say that I'm a big fan of what Telstra has done, starting with the Sydney flagship store and demonstrating what's possible with making sort of physical space matter in a digital economy. But I kind of want to start there, and Robert, then I'll bring you into the conversation for some of your perspective as well. My write-up after visiting the Sydney store last year said that Telstra has done something here that Apple could learn from. And I would love for you to just share a bit of the vision of what went into the marriage of physical and digital in that flagship store.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I mean, you said Apple can learn a little bit from our flagship store. We didn't pay you for that statement, so just to be clear, but thank you. That's very kind.
Well, it was in Bitcoin, so it's different.
Who's been to the Sydney flagship store in this room? Just to get a feel. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So the vision was really to say, you know, often we think in channels in silos. You have digital channel, you have a contact center, and you have a retail business. And often you think about competing channels, if you like. And the reality is that customers today, they move the way they want across all channels, and they want to be served in any channel at any point in time, and in one journey they can pop up in different channels. So at the core of the idea is, how can we bring together the best breed of technology in the traditional retail channel based on digital to really connect the channels and make the journey for customers more seamlessly. Just to give one example of what that means, if you, for instance, book an appointment in our store, we should recognize you through beacon technology today, connect you already before with your trusted advisor in your store and make it a more personal experience. During the shopping experience, you can tap with digital assets, basically all the items you looked at, and you can review them then when you got back home online, maybe purchase them online or go back to the store. So it's really about looking at the customer and what customers want.
Yeah, just one quick note to finish that up. For those who have visited and those who haven't, there was a lot of like Disney-like behind-the-scenes stories that I found marvelous, like the translucent doors for all of the products, so that you never really had to lose your representative. They never went behind the scenes. They were always in your view. The idea that you put tables so that you could sit down together almost like at a family communal spot. The slats on the ceiling that sort of helped you visually understand where you were in the store. It's very, very thoughtful. Robert, I don't know if a lot of you know this, but Robert and I are practically neighbors back in Silicon Valley. Yeah. And I know you have been to almost every Apple store and have been in the lead, and being the leader in a lot of the lines anytime a new product comes out. But I want to hear from you sort of what's your viewpoint on the convergence between digital and physical and what that means for the future of retail?
Well, I was at the Indy race and I met a film crew from the Peterson Automobile Museum that's being built. And they're going to have a space where you walk in and you're going to be faced with auto racing in 180 degrees. So you're going to walk in the front door and experience auto racing all around you. And that's sort of where I'm going with this. The world is about to shift where the computing is on you, around you, in your pocket, on your clothes, in your car. I mean, I think about what Apple is thinking about with the car. How would you design a new car with no constraints, no budgetary constraints? I mean, Apple has more money than most companies, most countries. How do you rethink a car from the beginning? I would get rid of all buttons. I would get rid of all windows, maybe. Think about a jet fighter pilot. I visited Nellis Air Force Base and saw their cockpits, which are all this orange glass, which is going to have information on all surfaces, right? One of the pilots told me I'll never lose a dogfight because I have better information. That's how I want to be in business. I want to have better information to make a decision faster.
Yeah, all right, so Carson.
But I have a question. I was in Kodak's booth in 1989, which was the year that Photoshop 1.0 shipped. And they had a digital printer there. They kicked me out of the booth because they didn't appreciate that I knew more about their digital business and was more excited about digital photography back in 1989 than they were. They didn't believe in it. How do you turn a business that some people in the business know there's a disruption coming, but they can't convince the other parts of the business to get with the program and really bet the business on it?
Well, I'll answer that, but then Carson, I'd love to hear your thoughts on his question too. But my answer to that is that we all, at any moment, could be subjected to the new Kodak moment, which doesn't mean what it used to mean. Now it means the moment where you fail to recognize how your consumers are changing, right? We saw the same thing with Netflix and Blockbuster back in the States. For those who don't know, an engineer named Steve in 1979 went to the board of Kodak and introduced digital photography to the board. And I think the quote was, "That's cute." Ignorance is bliss until it's not. Carson, how do companies compete in a digital economy when, in fact, you're still selling physical goods? I mean, how do you stay relevant? I mean, last year David said that Telstra would always be relevant.
Yeah, I think, first of all, in the digital world, especially with all the devices around us, connected devices, it is the importance of networks and connectivity is actually growing. If you look at the opportunity of cloud business, but if you really want to use cloud at any point in time, the download, upload speed you need to provide, also security aspects are actually increasing. So at the fundamental core of providing connectivity, there is an incredible demand out there, an exponentially growing demand. So I think that's great news, and our engineers and technical people are all innovating and working with other global companies around the latest, best technology to always be at the forefront of innovation when it comes to network technology. And that's actually at the core of it. Equally, at the end of the day, the customer decides what they want. Lots of our products actually, where you had to go into a store or you had to call the contact center, now you can do online. So a beautiful, simple, intuitive experience, in my view, is born out of the idea of I can do it myself. I don't need a manual, so it's intuitive. So that's why we embrace very much digital solutions to try to design customer solutions from a digital standpoint. If customers then still want to go to a store or want to call the contact center, that's perfectly fine. We have an incredibly large store network, and based on customer demand, this will always be the case.
Yeah. Part of it is listening to the customer very closely, right? Not quite a year ago, I was at Coachella, a big music festival that has 200,000 attendees. And I was hanging out with the geek who built all the information systems at Coachella. He put 90 beacons in the field and has all the digital assets, has the bands that check you in, stuff like that. And after I did an interview, he turned to me and goes, "I just fired my cloud computing vendor." It wasn't us. It wasn't you either. And he said, "I couldn't get through to the customer service on my busiest day of the year, on the day when everybody's trying to register their bands and look up their calendars for when they're going to come over the next 3 days," right? And today we're, at Rackspace, we're providing support for Coachella, for the cloud, on another vendor, because we were listening. Businesses who listen have a future, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, though, that this is an example of no matter how much innovation or even iteration that you put your bets on, if you don't change your infrastructure, if you do not change how you run that business, that innovation is going to be the very thing that takes you down, as you saw with Coachella. So Carson, you talked about digital first, or born digital, actually, I think it was what it was. What does that mean? What does born digital mean, and how does that, not just from products and services, but from a culture perspective?
Well, that was definitely a journey for us, because that was not the traditional way products and processes were developed, say, in a telco world. And what it means is that the product design, end-to-end, and we have a service products, that means we have the whole life cycle of a product, from purchasing decision, you buy the product, you activate the product, then you service the product, you have an assurance episode in there, and then you have a retention, renewal piece. Everything, the whole journey of customers is thought through. It has to work purely through a digital lens. If the customer doesn't want to, no manual or physical interface to a person has to happen. That's the ideal world. And that also means that data flows through the systems in an automated way. And digital is not just the front end. Digital, and that's what our digital unit also supports the business in, is truly going into also the legacy processes to redefine them, to make sure that everything flows through ideally automatically. Because at the end of the day, we hold right first time is our mantra that we're aiming for. There's lots to do, but this works best in a fully automated digital way. But I need to be very careful. It's at the end of the day about the customer. We still have stores. We will always have stores. We will also have contact centers. It's the customer's choice which channel they want to use. And the experience in a store or in a contact center should be quite similar, if not the same, how it would feel, say, online.
When I talk to CEOs, they tell me there's two new business imperatives. The first is they need to know everything about everything. Think about that Levi Stadium I talked about this morning. The guy who runs the 4 screens, he can see how many hot dogs are selling per minute. He can see which parking lots are filling up. He can see which bathrooms have the longest lines. He can see all sorts of stuff that we couldn't see 3 years ago in a sports stadium. And he's being asked to even know more, because he's making money with the data. Think about Uber. What is Uber? It's data. It's data about the world of transportation, right? And that data turns into features which please customers, right? So knowing more about everything. And if you can figure out something in that store that you don't yet study digitally with a sensor or with a camera or with some sort of sensor, you're not yet there. You're not yet 100% in the digital world, right? The second thing is they are being asked to know their customer in far deeper detail. And I was talking to the Ritz-Carlton's executive team about this. I'm like, you guys are going to surveil the hell out of everybody and da-da-da. And he goes, dude, do you have any clue how the Ritz started 100 years ago, 150 years ago? He said, we used to have a room in the middle of the first Ritz where there was index cards, and they would go through your trash and see if you ate an apple or had a candy bar. And they would have the apple on your pillow the next time you came to the Ritz. This was 150 years ago before any technology came along, right? In other words, we knew the customer really well back then. We knew whether you had allergies or your kids had some special needs. Today, we don't know that, but we are going to get it back. And Levi Stadium is a great example of that. It's going to know you when it comes in the front door, and somebody's going to meet you at the front door and say, welcome to Levi Stadium. Can I take you to your seat, please, Mr. Solis?
The answer is yes. Yes,
Yeah.
you can. Yes, you can, especially if it's for the Super Bowl. My reaction, though, was going through the trash. It's a sort of what you said earlier in terms of privacy, but also it's kind of in its own strange way the original data scientist, I suppose. Now, we have 1 minute left, and I want to ask you both a quick question. So, Carson, I mean, you know, the world of incumbents, right? And then the way I want you to spin this, Robert, is the worlds of the Ubers and Amazons, right? So, how do you compete against what it is that you do not know? These companies that are able to create and operate from scratch, and you're having to innovate based on legacy. What advice do you have for companies that are sort of in a similar position?
So there's always the risk of disruption, and there's always the risk that technology can make someone less relevant. And it's always important to watch that space. As I said before, with many of the companies that people call the disruptors, we actually partner in many areas. So I think there is a great space of coexistence. As I said, fundamentally at the core of what we provide is connectivity. And that requires huge investment, huge technology. Security aspects become more and more important. Quality of networks, more demand. So we are very positive of actually having our space with an increasing demand. And I also believe that it's important to work and partner in today's world and find actually new opportunities.
Yeah. And then one quick note on that, Carsten. When will Melbourne get the flagship experience?
End of November. And I hope that this will, at any point in time, have another chapter in your book.
Yeah. bring me down. And Robert, on the other side of that, what can companies learn from companies like Amazon anyway?
Well, I learned at Rackspace we were a competitor for a long time, and now we're a partner. So we figured out we're not going to be able to beat them on their game. We're going to be able to play our game because we have some things that they can't do, and we can now partner. That's why I'm here, right? How can we get along? Because I can't have. Last time I was here, Gerd and I and Monty were walking down toward the beach, and we counted how many Telstra boxes are in the sidewalk. Literally one every 30 feet. I'm not going to be able to compete with that. So if I want to get a beacon on every street corner, I'm going to have to partner with Telstra, right?
Right.
Because when I come along with the magic leap of the future, I'm going to need something in that box to make the world smart, so that when I walk down the street, it tells me stuff about the local street. Right?
Amen. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, Robert and Karsten, thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Brian. That was awesome. Thanks, Karsten. Thanks, Go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, 2 more fantastic keynotes to go to close out the day. Shel Israel is a best-selling author, writes and speaks about technology's impact on business and life. He's been a keynote speaker on all continents not covered by ice. I think we brought you here for the first time too, so might have ticked off Australia. 2 previous books, Naked Conversations and Age of Context, were written with Robert Scoble and are critically acclaimed bestsellers. Lethal Generosity is a sequel to Age of Context. While the former book focused primarily on technology, this new work examines how that impacts retail and other public-facing enterprises. All the way from Novato, California, welcome Shel Israel.
Isn't that beautiful? It's not an oxymoron. It's not like military intelligence or airplane food. It actually has a meaning. It's one that started about 5 years ago when I was in a bar somewhere, I think it was Seattle. I'll get to him in a minute. What lethal generosity means is that if you treat your customers with great kindness, if you give them the kind of experience that Brian Solis was talking about earlier today, you're going to absolutely screw the competition. There is no way traditional marketing can stop a customer, take a customer away because of a price or a weekend sale or a deal. I started to learn this 5 years ago with this guy. Does anybody recognize him? He's sort of strange and he's in some far off land, I'm not quite sure. But Robert and I were sitting in a bar, I think it was Seattle, and he told me a story about his first job. He was in a camera store in San Jose, California. And every now and then he'd pull a little trick. Somebody would come in and ask for a camera, a Minolta in that era, I would guess. And Robert would say, yeah, I've got that camera, but you know, the guys around the corner, they've got a sale on it right now for 20% off. Somebody would step back and look at him with disbelief and then go around the corner, buy the camera, sooner or later come back in, say, boy, that was really nice of you. That was a great deal. I need a camera case, and I need a tripod, and I need, it's an old, those of you who are old like me in the room will remember this stuff. It's called film. And they would keep coming back, and they would have something to talk about, this guy who sent them away. And I listened to Robert Stern. I said, why did you do this? What did you think? He says, I learned a lesson. You can lose a sale and gain a customer, and the customer's a lot more valuable. I said, that was cool, but at the time we were in the glory of the fame and almost fortune of Naked Conversation, our first book together. A little while later, I finished a book on my own called Twitterville, and I was told about this company in Canada. I know this stuff is as bad as Foster's, for God's sakes, but it's a story about them. Molson is now Molson Coors, and it's the largest brewery in Canada, and they long have had a marketing campaign about responsible drinking, which is a pretty good idea if you're a traditional beer maker. In 2009, when I was writing Twitterville, the city of Toronto, like many cities of the world, had to have some budget cutbacks, and they cut $80,000 out of the budget, eliminating free public transportation on New Year's Eve, the biggest drinking night of the year in most of the world. And Molson immediately stepped up and said, private industry's got to step in here. This is for the public good. So we need $80,000. We call upon the business community of Toronto to ante up. We're putting up the first $20,000, and to show our civic mindedness, we call upon Labatt's, their most bitter rival, to match our $20,000. This is very noble, but they did it on something that was brand new, something that when Robert was in Camera Store wasn't around yet. It was called Twitter. And the people at Molson were using Twitter, and the people at Labatt's was not. And so it started going around. People in Toronto were just getting into Twitter, particularly young adults, young social adults, the prime customers, the customers you can have for 50 years. And so they started talking about how cool this was, the Molson Challenge. And Molson never said that. The users started saying that, and it started going around. And about 5 or 6 days later, there were over 20,000 tweets, which probably you got more than that today, but back then there was a lot of tweets. The local newspaper picked it up, and they ran a front page story about the Molson Challenge. And of course, they called up Labatt's and said, how are you going to respond to the Molson Challenge? And Labatt said, what's the Molson's Challenge? So this was the first example of technology playing a role in a brand using conversations to get to customers while the competition stood there clueless, putting their money into advertising and other traditional activities. I wrote about this in Twitterville. I called it lethal generosity. A lot of people loved the expression, and it was suggested I write a book about it. I researched it at the time, and I couldn't find enough stories. There just wasn't enough technology out. There wasn't just enough adoption out. And there certainly weren't too many brands in the world who were paying attention to this stuff yet. The blue bottle in the corner there is Labatt's. They were caught in this little quandary. They could follow the challenge of their leader and establish Molson as a thought leader, their competitor, and establish Molson as a thought leader, or they could say no and support irresponsible drinking on New Year's Eve. It was quite a lethal choice. They ponied up the $20,000 and adhered to the competitor's challenge. This story I got in 2013. It's guy in the middle is an old hippie named Hap Klopp. He went to UC Berkeley, and he got into the out-of-doors movement. He and a few other hippies started a company that got based in Berkeley called the North Face. The North Face in itself is sort of a brand challenge. It was named after the Eiger Pass in the Alps, which still holds the Guinness Book of World Records for mountain climbers dying while trying to climb it. He didn't have any money for advertising and marketing. As a matter of fact, he said, hell, we couldn't even afford rent most months. But he came up with an idea. He called it the lifetime guarantee. And this guarantee was, if anything goes wrong ever, we'll make good on it. Now, that was pretty ballsy. Around the corner was Sierra Designs. They listened to this young starter, and they said, we do that too. So a Sierra Design customer comes in one day, and he goes up to Hap Klopp, who was also the chief salesperson on the floor and also the cashier and a whole lot of other things at that time. And he said, you know, I've got this thing from Sierra Design. It's a backpack, and the zipper's broken. And they said they'll make good on it, but they got to send it to the manufacturer. And somebody pulled a Scoble. The clerk said, why don't you go over and ask the North Face what they can do? And Hap said, sure, come on in, have a seat. He went over to the other side of the building, which is where they were making the stuff. He handed it to a stitcher. The stitcher stitched it up. He handed it back to the customer, and the customer said, fabulous, I can go on this big trip this weekend that I wanted to go, and I wasn't going to be able to go, and thank you. How much do I owe you? And Hap said, just enjoy your trip. Have a nice time. That guy has been a customer of the North Face for 50 years. He has brought in an incalculable number of people. Hap has told the story in books. The book appeared in a column I wrote for Forbes. The story appeared in a column I wrote for Forbes. It was a way of branding the company as the company that is centered on the customer and what the customer needs. We'll guarantee what we do no matter what has gone wrong with it. If you have a problem and you're in our community, we will help you because we're in the same community. The result is Sierra Design was flipped over. That's why you see an inverted logo there. It landed on its head because there is nothing sweeter than being kind to a person and stealing them from your competitors. In the book I wrote with Robert in 2013, we talked about the convergence of 5 technologies: social, location technologies, sensors, and of course mobile and data. This book talks about the convergence 2 years later of those technologies with a new generation of humans, the millennials, much maligned as self-absorbed, and a lot of books and magazine articles and TV commentaries written by old people like me disparage them. I dedicated the book to them. I think they're the best hope for the planet, and I think that they are, above everything else, the first generation in the world to be born comfortable with the technology. Most of us, if we learn a language before we're 14, we can speak it without an accent. If you learn it after roughly the age of 14, you're always going to have an accent. Most of us in the room of a certain age, we're still a little uncomfortable with technology. As much as we use it, as much as we love it, we're still a little uncomfortable. It's a little foreign. It's like when I was a kid, I wondered how the little guys got into my radio. They're so natural with it that when you think of sales and you think of the places and the factors that are involved, if you overlook the phone, you're missing the most important companion. What's really important about the millennials is there's a lot of them. The last watershed generation that impacted the marketplace are boomers, and boomers are getting old, and as nature will have it, we're diminishing in numbers now. In 2015, millennials took over in the global marketplace to be the largest geographic segment because they're having fewer babies than prior generations. They're going to be the dominant segment for another 50 years, according to experts. There are a lot of things about them that are universally true that just can't be denied anymore. One is that branding efforts to get them to want something don't work. What works is friends talking to friends. What works is customers talking to future prospects. And this turns marketing upside down. There is a power shift that's going on, and the shift is not complete, not total, but it's going from the brand marketer to the customer. The customer is now in control for the first time in marketplace history since the good old days of the shop on Main Street. Well, that's a US cliche, but simpler times when the clerk behind the counter knew every customer. And that phone that I mentioned is just always, always on, but you know that part already. As employees, millennials are a different breed. Many people have complained that they hired a batch of millennials and those kids just sit around talking to each other, using their phones, Facebooking all the time. Yeah, that's good stuff, but sometimes gets forgotten. A lot of millennials have this attitude that their elders and their employers sometimes don't like of trust me first. If you want to get my trust, do something to trust me. And when I first heard this, I was clueless. I didn't know what it meant. This guy, Dave Donovan, works for United Software in San Francisco, and he was in a company that hired a batch of millennials because they wanted to get more millennial customers and they wanted millennial creativity and collaboration, all the good stuff. And what he did was he opened up his Facebook one morning and there was somebody who reported directly to him asking him to be his Facebook friend. Seems simple enough, seems easy enough. The problem was that it had never happened in the company, and he said, what the hell, he did it. And lo and behold, other employees started asking their bosses to friend them, and within a year, the company completely changed. It was flatter, better ideas were coming from younger in the organization, meetings were eliminated, they started a private Facebook group, and they exchanged ideas and information all the time, every day over there. Now, if you want to get lethal, let's talk about incumbent companies facing contextual competitors. There are three basic groups of these competitors. The sharing economy is the one that's talked about the most. Like Brian, I'm a little bit cynical about how much sharing is actually going on in the sharing economy, with all deference to the gentleman from Uber, who I don't see anymore. What is different about the sharing economy is it's a software platform, and it's competing with brick and mortar. It's competing with the advantages of an established brand and the efficiencies of it in marketing and sales and everything is enormous and unstoppable. The customer becomes the channel, which is a part of most millennial marketplace strategies, or should be. And what the experience they have in the store matters more than anything. Millennials in particular, and the rest of us are following and saying, listen to what I say I want and stop telling me what you think I want, and maybe we can do a deal. If you want my data, that's great. What will you give me for my data? A second category that millennials have spawned were started mostly by the guy in the upper left-hand corner. His name's Blake Mykowski. He started Tom's Shoes. How many of you have heard of Tom's? My wife is a zealot for Tom's Shoes. I'm very happy about that. They cost less than the shoes she used to buy. The thing about Tom's is every time you buy a pair of their shoes, they give a pair of shoes to a poor kid who's barefoot somewhere in the world. And when they do that, the customer feels like they've done a social good rather than buy a pair of shoes. When somebody tells my wife nice shoes, she doesn't say, oh yes, it goes nicely with these slacks. She says, you know, Tom's gives to these poor kids, and they talk about poor kids and how good this is. This has become a new business model. The woman in the middle, she's a teenage girl in the middle, is a customer, is not a customer, is wearing Warby Parker glasses. Warby Parker is a millennial startup that is growing very, very rapidly, selling mostly on websites, although they're now opening up brick and mortar stores. Warby gives a pair of glasses every time that a customer buys one, and they buy them for cheaper than they can in other stores. The third guy is less known. He started a company called Yes2 Shampoo. He takes perfectly good vegetables and turns them into health and beauty products. It's got Yes2 carrots, Yes2 cucumbers, Yes2 blueberries, and so on down the line. He's now started 9 companies with the same model. Each one of these companies does something organic in a specific area and then contributes significantly to a cause that's connected with it. And as he said in repeated questioning, my marketing strategy is my customer. What I have to do is keep my customer happy, and they will get me other customers, and it's a lot cheaper than advertising. He's making millions, and he doesn't spend very much in advertising. I can't say zero, but there is some, but it's very minimalist. So what's a big company to do? You're being hit with all these new business models. None of these companies have the luggage, the legacy, and the continuing advantages of brand. There is something to be said about a brand that's been established, been around for years. It does have familiarity, and it still maintains trust, although that's all tapering, and that's been discussed quite a bit today. Now, my advice is, if you can't beat them, join them. And Robert wanted me to name this book Uberize Everything at one point, which I decided not to do. Uber was, at the time, involved in one of its larger controversies, which we won't go into now. But I think what you need to do is Uberize what you can. If you're a big company, find things you can do that join up with cause-based marketing and join up with automating everything you can to make the experience of the customer as seamless, as frictionless as you possibly can. This is an American chain of stores, it's very successful, it's called Nordstrom. They compete with a bunch of other stores which are also developing their own strategies. In this first picture, there's Tom's. It's located exactly in the flagship San Francisco store where Nine West, a very fashionable brand, had been located the year before. They find that they're more popular and they get more sales by putting Tom's in the middle. Speaking in the middle, there's a group, it's a women's collective, it's part of Etsy, it's called Masai Mamas. They're located in sub-Saharan Africa, and they make beaded jewelry and pottery in the tradition of their ancestors. And through Etsy's affiliation with Nordstrom, these goods are now sold on Nordstrom shelves with a little card about what the story is about them. And the competitors are the only people who are not allowed to do the same thing. The guy on the right shows another company that's pretty good at cause-based marketing. Everything he's wearing, from shoes to glasses, comes from waste retrieved from the ocean. Some parts are actually seaweed that's been recycled and turned into thread, but the rest of it is trash pulled out of the ocean. Has anybody heard of a company called Telstra? Yeah. How many of you have gone into their store? Yeah, yeah. I usually will eliminate someone who generously sponsored part of my book and invited me to come speak here, and is going to give some of you books out in the lobby later. But I couldn't help but make my first tourist attraction the Telstra store. Okay, it was also on my way to the Opera House, but I stopped in there for a visit, and a very nice sales lady who'd never heard of anybody I knew at Telstra, named Sonia, took me around and showed me everything there. She was curious as to what I was doing and why I was asking the questions I was. But from when I entered there and I was asked if there was an appointment, I realized one of the magics of what Telstra is doing is something I haven't seen in any other retail place. They're becoming truly omni-channel. Now, there's a cliche. Those of you that are in retailing or branding understand omni-channel means that your website works with your store, it works with whatever other pieces are involved. It just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't happen that way because there's a bunch of silos. When you go into this store, if you've opted in, they know what you looked at on the website the night before, and they can have those goods ready for you. If you can't decide between products, you put it on the sandbox and you can compare products. If you still can't decide, you can go to another silo, which is your own home, with an old technology NFC card and look at this data more closely before you make a decision. Then you can buy it online or in the store or wherever you want. I think this will be very imitated. Coming soon, and I've run out of time I've seen, so I'll be very quickly. To the left are a bunch of mannequins in the store window. They don't exist yet, but they will have beacons on them. And in the future, they may be connected to something called LTE Direct, a peer-to-peer technology coming along. But these beacons will take a signal from a phone, through the cloud, of course, and let the store know that you're interested in those goods. And if they happen to know who you are because you are a loyal customer, they will know your size and the colors that you probably prefer. The person in the middle there is using a phone to open up a dressing room door in a retail store. Retailers know this. Browsers are before you go to the dressing room. So when you're browsing, you probably want to be left alone. But as soon as you go into that room and come out wearing something, you want help. And the browser becomes a customer at that point. Finally is one that you probably are familiar with. Are you seeing contactless payment, Apple Pay, that stuff around? Wow. It's coming to Australia very soon. It means the death of the plastic card. It means the death of the long wait with that little gizmo that says processing. It's one more way where everything is being Uberized one piece at a time. When you get out of Uber, one of the pleasures, you don't pay, you just leave, and it gets recorded along with the tip. That's going to be everything you buy. Ultimately, what I'm talking about is pinpoint marketing. Pinpoint marketing is the ability to understand every customer on a global basis, who they are, where they are, and you can predict what they want. This is very powerful, and it doesn't take putting any messages at all in front of them. The one factor that I would go over comes from the CMO of Vision Critical, a company that does business in Australia, it's Chicago-based. And he told me at the end of the day, it isn't about technology, it's about people. That's my story. I'm sticking with it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the extra time.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Shell. Well, on the topic of lethal generosity, Shell's going to be signing his book outside at about 5:30. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Karen Stocks, her second appearance at the Digital Summit, who is the Australian Managing Director for Twitter. Welcome, Karen. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a quick career. turn the volume up for me? I thought we could start off with something to kind of pump us up. I've got the last slot before you and drink, so get some energy going.
I'm periscoping, you periscoping.
Get up and dance if you want, if you feel you're the earth.
We're at Wimbledon here, doing a periscope.
We're done. Absolutely delighted to be here. Thank you for having me. And this is a story that we've seen all through today. Mobile has disrupted absolutely everything. I think a lot of people have seen this tweet and they wouldn't be really surprised around, really? What is this dude doing? Like, hasn't he got a life? Doesn't he have a mobile device? And Twitter is a company that was founded on mobile. And it started off in a really simple way with a simple text message to the public that said, what's happening? And by asking the simple question, what's happening, and getting more and more people to answer it, what we find over time is that Twitter is a window into the world. It's telling us what is happening right now, what's happening in this moment. And as people ask this question, what we're seeing on Twitter is that what's happening in the world is coming to you 10 to 15 minutes faster. So 10 to 15 minutes faster, we're seeing on Twitter what's happening in the world, what's happening in your local area, what's happening with your customers, your business, and your competitors. So it's a really great way for you to understand. And by looking at Twitter, for people outside of this room, I can tell you primarily what people are doing at the moment. So at about 4:30, 5 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, people are picking up their devices and looking at videos. So this is the biggest trend that we've seen happen in the past 12 months. And as people hit that downtime towards the end of the day, we're starting to see this kind of behavior happen. And mobile's growing really fast. What we're expecting to see between now and 2019 is mobile viewing growing by 13x. And on Twitter alone, and a lot of this is actually on Telstra, we're seeing this grow 150 times in the last 12 months. And that's got a lot to do with some of the products we've released when it comes to video, and I'll be taking you through those in a little bit later. 90% of Twitter views are on a mobile device. So we're seeing again this trend of people looking for snackable content that they can do on the go when they're in their mobile space. And we're seeing these moments happen on Twitter, and whether it's some of our brands talking around what's happening, consumers sharing beautiful video of what's happening, people like Cody Simpson sharing some of their perspectives, or just media. And we're seeing all of this content sitting on Twitter on video. And what else we're seeing is that live video that's happening in the moment has an emotional response rate that's 51% higher than normal. It's got a personal relevance that matches basically receiving a personal letter. Hands up if anyone's received a personal letter in a while. It doesn't happen very often, but you know how special that feels. So live video, when it's timed right and delivered to you, has exactly the same personal relevance and the high emotional response as receiving a personalized letter. What we also see, and this is unique to the Twitter platform, is the power of the retweet. When you've got great content as a brand and you can put your content out there, you can earn media 5 to 10x of what you've paid for it. And what we see is that video on Twitter gets retweeted on average 6 times more than just photos. So it's a really popular medium that you're seeing, and it's something that businesses can take advantage of. So that's great, but what do we do? How do we create content on the platform that's going to engage our customers? So the first thing I want to talk to you about is a brand Always. This is a brand over in the US that deals with feminine hygiene products. And they wanted to take a position around something that they'd seen in their customer base. And that's around girls from the ages of 10 to 12, as they're going through puberty, lose a lot of their self-confidence. And they use the power of video, sight, sound, and motion to get their message across. This is what it looked like.
Hi, Erin.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm gonna just give you some actions to do. I just do the first thing that comes to mind. Show me what it looks like to run like a girl.
My hair. Oh my God.
Show me what it looks like to fight like a girl. Now throw like a girl.
Aw. My name is Dakota, and I'm 10 years old.
Show me what it looks like to run like a girl. Throw like a girl. Fight like a girl. What does it mean to you when I say run like a girl?
It means run fast as you can.
So it was a fantastic program released by Always that sat there and built this momentum. Yeah, it was brilliant. And because they shared it on social platforms, because it had the ability to be retweeted and had a conversation, it grew bigger and better than just the simple video that they had. And here's some great tweets from other businesses that were jumping on this bandwagon with a product that had nothing to do with them, but it really pulled on a heartstring. So it's a really great opportunity to use a product like video to do that. What we've seen, that we see with video on Twitter as well, is that we get an increase of 40% campaign awareness and an increase of 44% of purchase intent when people engage with promoted video versus those that don't. Another great way to use video on the platform is a product called Vine. And Vine is a 6-second looping app. So it's on your mobile device. And what we've seen with the release of Vine is we've seen this great new world of really cool content creators. Zach King here is one of the best there is. And what they do is they create these really unique videos that people can use and brands can use to get their message across. Now, one of the brands that has used Vine and the Vine stars really well is sorry, I could go back, but was a company called HP with a Bend Their Rules campaign. So what they did is they built this beautiful TVC to run on television, to run on prime time. They spent all of this money planning this TVC. They launched it, and it flopped. Just didn't go how they wanted to. The TVC was beautiful, but it just didn't get the message that they wanted around the new product that HP was putting out there. So what they did is they went to this group of Viners, and they just gave them the laptop. And they said, you go and make content. We won't tell you what to do, just go and make it. And here's some things that they came up with. Clever, unique ways from these group of people that just think really differently around how to package content. And what HP went and did then is that they went and stitched these vines together and actually created a TVC for it, which was the first time that a company had put a TVC based solely on vines back onto mainstream television. And what HP have done this year is they've done it again, and this time they've done it with a new campaign. It's a lot more seamless than this one was, and they've done this solely through Vines.
Bend the rules of what's possible with the Epic HP X360.
So just a really smart way, and here's just some key takeaways that HP got from this campaign, is how do you get social connectors and content creators and move them to traditional media? use the reach of the social content creators. These guys come with massive audiences that businesses can tap into, and they're a really good way to engage the millennial audience. A lot of businesses I speak to go, we just do not know how to get in contact with these guys and how to relate to them, and these guys are really good to figure that out. Here's some great examples of Australian brands that are leveraging Vine, and we've seen some great examples, whether it's Doctor Who, whether it's Coles Supermarket, Seek. A few more examples here, Virgin Mobile, Samsung, and Qantas. Really interesting, unique ways to get your brand message across. What I wanted to talk to you about is a new product called Periscope. And I do know that there has been some Periscoping today. I'm not sure that everyone's aware that Periscope is actually a product from Twitter. But for those of you who don't know exactly what Periscope is, I'm going to get Ellen to explain it because she does such a great job of it.
Today I want to talk about a new app. It's called Periscope. Have you heard of Periscope yet? Okay. We used it on the show last week, so you're busted. It means you don't watch every show. So you learn things when you watch this, so you missed out. But I'll tell you what it is. Periscope is an app that lets you stream anything you want any time of day to strangers all around the world. That's the good news. The bad news is it lets you live stream anything you want any time of day to strangers all around the world. It's actually pretty fun. People Periscope themselves eating breakfast and eating lunch and eating dinner, and I even saw, get this, someone eating brunch.
No, but seriously, when you talk to the founders of Periscope, what they wanted to do was to create a platform that was the closest thing to teleportation. How could I teleport myself to any moment in the world, real time, no matter where it was? And here's some really great examples of how this has turned out for us so far. Mind you, the product's only been around for 8 months.
Here we go. And we're up.
We're on Koh Samet Island in Thailand.
Hey guys. Sunrise from Cappadocia.
Live from Amsterdam! Da Piazza San Pietro.
We're in a village called Sipagat in Nepal.
Welcome to the moon, live from Cassiopeia Observatory.
There we go, that's the whole city.
I can use this app in North Korea.
Okay, so this is the real damage that was done here.
And yet still people are getting on with life.
Live from planet Earth. Hope you enjoyed it.
One thing that we're really proud of, and one thing that we've been tracking, is the amount of live video that's watched daily. And at the moment, after only 8 months, we currently are tracking at 40 years of live video watched every single day by the Periscope platform. So just a quick touch on some of the key product features, because it is a new product out there. What you can do is basically live broadcast from it. And it's in a way to also have a conversation, so people can type questions to you while you're actually broadcasting, and you can see those come up on the screen, and so can anyone else watching the broadcast. You have the ability to do hearts, which is a great way for you to actually find out what parts of your Periscope are really engaging, and people can start seeing those through the hearts. There's a map that shows you all over the world around how these Periscopes are coming to life, and then more importantly, you can follow other users. The Periscopes stay on the system for 24 hours after they're finished, and then they're gone. Now, what I wanted to do was take you through an example of a business called Skyscanner. So Skyscanner is a booking company, and what they wanted to do was try and show some fantastic content, because they didn't have any content, around the places that they can take you through their business. And here's an example of what they did.
Hey, hello everybody!
Hello! And hello from London, everyone.
Quickly wanted to show you. We are back live.
Hi, guys. Hi, everyone.
Welcome to 24-Hour Periscope.
So the whole idea of what they were trying to do is have a live Periscope for 24 hours where they had 24 bloggers local bloggers, local travel writers positioned all over the world. And they did an hour in each of those cities. And not only did they take their customers, potential customers and audience on this journey, but they also created for themselves a lot of amazing content that then they can go and use for their business. We've seen a couple of great local examples as well. Maya used Periscope recently in their spring spring fashion show around some of the designs they've got coming out. And I'm loving this next slide because I didn't have to take it out today because some of you have been up since 2:30 like me this morning. But the Qantas Wallabies did a Periscope of when they announced the actual who was going to make the Rugby World Cup team. So another really great way for business to think about how they might use it. You can see some of the comments and hearts popping up as the live stream happens. So for a business, really quickly, how's some different ways that you can use Periscope? How can you think about it? Product launches and announcements, live stream it. People love hearing about it in the moment around creating that buzz if they can't be in the room themselves with you. Customer education, are there customer tutorials that you can do, common questions that you're getting, and how can you answer those questions on scale in an authentic way because it's live? VIP access behind the scenes, very similar to the Maya Fashion Show. For those closed events that you really want to show the world but you can't because you want to maintain the exclusivity, think about how can you open that up to the world in a different way. Live events in general, and then just a Q&A. So KFC did a really good Q&A in the back of their stores. So one of the challenges they always have as a business is what are you really cooking? Okay, there are a lot of questions fast food industry gets. So what they did is a live Periscope in the kitchen with the cook. So people could actually see exactly what was happening, and then the audience could ask questions at the same time, and the KFC cook could answer it. What I did want to finish with, because I've got about a minute left, is when I spoke before around all the information that exists on Twitter, and as a business or as a consumer or as a brand, how do you find out about that and how do you make the most of it? One of the things we're trying to do at Twitter is make finding that information much easier, much more immersive, and in a way that's quick and easy. And in the US earlier this month, you may or may not have seen this, we launched a product called Moments. Please don't ask me when it's coming to Australia because I can't tell you. But I just wanted to give everyone a sneak preview. I get questions about this every single time, but so I thought I'd just show you this video quickly from the US just before I finish up. Idea is you pick up your phone, you go to the little tab with the lightning bolt on it, you click on there and you just flick through to the moments that are happening in the world right now, and they're curated locally relevant to where you are. So in the US, it's all based on the US, and there's tabs for sport, there's tabs for entertainment, there's tabs for fun, and there might be some pictures of Trump cat appearing on there or some other interesting things. So it's a really great way for people to see in an instant through a really immersive experience around what is happening in your world right at this moment. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a delight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Have a safe travels. Thanks very much for joining us. What an outstanding collection of videos, and the growth of video is just unabated. It's absolutely enormous. So thank you very much, Karen, for sharing those insights on behalf of Twitter and Periscope. You can follow Telstra on Periscope. There's a daily or a couple of shows each day, actually, broadcasting from our team over in Adelaide. So we're just about done, but a couple of closing remarks from Gerd Schenkel to wrap up the event, and then a very important presentation to the NCIE from the incredible ticket sales that we've had for today. So Gerd Schenkel, please join us. Take it away.
Well, if we didn't have enough propaganda for Telstra, this would be my opportunity to even the score, but we did have plenty of it, and everyone has been very kind to us. What we're really trying to do with the summit is to create a platform for a diverse conversation about digitization in Australia. What does it mean for you and for us? What's good for Australia, it's good for all of us, including Telstra. And I think we did have that today with our amazing array of speakers. We heard from Andy and Carsten about Telstra's future as a world-class technology company, and Carsten talked to us about what that looks like in terms of a multi-channel environment. We heard from the minister about the new government's focus on innovation and technology. We heard from Catherine about coding and the importance of teaching people how to code. We heard from Robert Scoble about the post-mobile era, not so kind to Telstra perhaps. We heard from Holly, Kate, Gary, and other startups, and Murudi about how it can be done in Australia and how startups can be global from the outset right here in Australia. We heard from Rob about the power of communities, from David about how Uber is changing every industry on the planet. We heard from Larry, Prince of Pockets, as I call him now, about how Australia can lead in cutting-edge science, and I was blown away that these things are going on right here and that we didn't know about them, feeling a bit guilty. We heard from Brian about how we have to innovate or die, from Shell about how software beats bricks every time, and finally from Karen about the power of video content. So lots to think about, but above all, I think, and if I compare the conversation this year with the conversation at previous summits, there is a renewed optimism for digital in Australia. I think it's palpable. We heard from local people and from people from overseas that it can be done. I think Larry said we're at the cusp of really assembling all the components of the innovation ecosystem right here in Australia, and I think that gives us all renewed cause for optimism. So thanks to all of you for attending and making the conversation happen. We hope to continue the conversation on Twitter and LinkedIn, and also over drinks right after this. Thanks to our corporate supporters who support the event financially, and thanks to our amazing speakers. There's one more thing to do before we all move on to drinks, and Monty will join us on stage for that.
Thanks very much, Gerd.
Not for me.
Well, it's not a gift for you, no. No, it's for someone else very special. So I'd like to welcome Kirsty Parker, the Chief Executive Officer of the NCIE, to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Kirsty. So Kirsty's just started, and welcome, thank you very much for joining us. Kirsty's just started the CEO of the NCIE, and you are a Uwellary woman, is that correct? Almost. Uwellary. Oh, gee, I should have been better tuned into that. But look, welcome, and we've had a long-running relationship with the NCIE for this event, and Telstra broadly through the Telstra Foundation. And is there any comments or anything you'd like to share with us today about the NCIE briefly? Yeah.
The first thing I want to do is tell you what NCIE stands for, because it's not a mere acronym, it's a rallying call, because it stands for the National Centre for Indigenous Excellence. And I just want to say thank you, Monty, thank you, Gerd, and I'm thrilled to match the set, I might say. But the NCIE and the Telstra Foundation have partnered for 5 years to bring Indigenous excellence together with digital technology. We're very excited what can happen when we bring our young people and our perspectives together with digital technology for the expression of our cultures, which are the oldest living cultures in the world, with cutting-edge technology. The aim of NCIE is to liberate possibility and create opportunity for generations of young Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and it's very hard to think of something that does that to a greater extent. So our young people make us inspired and very proud, and we know that with the support of the Telstra Foundation, and of course all of you, because your fees have helped contribute to this magnificent big cheque, that they will also make everyone in Australia and beyond inspired and proud as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Fantastic, Kirsty. Well, on behalf of Telstra and everyone who is a paying ticket holder here today, we're pleased to donate $45,400 to the NCIE. Well done, team.
Well done.
There we go. We have to get a photo here. Thank you. So we hope you'll put it towards something nice. Having been to the NCIE, it's incredible facilities, and I think you guys are doing an amazing job. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Well, that brings us to a close, everyone. It's been an incredible digital summit, our 4th. Thank you very much for making it such a special day. Drinks outside, so please stick around and have a chat. A lot of our speakers will be here for a drink as well. Have a fantastic night, and thank you again.